in it, just as if our judgment depended on sensation. No one can convince us that an object is beautiful which we do not feel to be so. And yet we believe, every time we are judging an object to be beautiful, that we are making a judgment with which everyone else ought to agree. From this it may be seen that the only thing that is postulated in the judgment of taste is that there should exist such a universal voice which is concerned merely with the delight without depending on mediation through concepts. In other words, nothing is postulated but the possibility of an aesthetic judgment which may be considered valid for everyone. The judgment of taste does not by itself postulate universal agreement, for this can be done only by a logically universal judgment which can adduce reasons. It merely expects from everyone this agreement, since regards it as an instance of the rule in respect of which he awaits confirmation not from concepts but from the agreement of others. The universal voice is, thus, only an idea, and we are not yet concerned to inquire into its basis. The last sentence explains why so far it has been difficult to understand Kant's argument. But I think his general idea is clear already. He holds that every judgment of taste refers to an ideal rule. However uncertain it may be whether a particular judgment is in fact in conformity with the ideal rule, the person who calls a tiling beautiful refers to this rule. If he did not, he could not call a thing beautiful at all. Every judgment of taste must claim subjective universal validity. For the person who makes it believes that he has before him an instance of a rule which everyone who judges aesthetically recognizes as valid for himself. Section 9. The problem which is discussed in this section is, in a judgment of taste, does the feeling of pleasure follow or precede the judging of the object? Before dealing with Kant's argument in detail, I must explain the term universal communicability, which Kant uses in this section. Kant holds that our judgments of taste rest upon the assumption that a state of mind which accompanies a representation can be universally communicated. It is rather unfortunate that the German expressions Mitteilbar_eat and Mitteilungsfähigkeit rather suggest that one individual should be capable of letting another know precisely what his state of mind is. In the case of a judgment of taste, this would mean that the pleasure which is felt, or the state of mind of which this pleasure is an expression, could be accurately described, so as to enable one person to explain to another person the precise nature of his feelings and the conditions on which they rest. But Kant does not really mean this. All he means is that the feelings one of the two persons are identical in character. In spite of this, it remains impossible to describe them accurately. For this, objective concepts would be required, and, as we know already, judgments of taste cannot be determined by objective concepts. We cannot describe the state of mind which brings them about in terms of objective concepts. Only if we could do this could we impart to another person the reason why we take pleasure in the object, and why he ought to do the same, just as in the case of a logical judgment we can state the reason why we attribute certain objective properties to the object, and why everyone else ought to do the same. I will now begin my exposition of Kant's argument. If we asserted that the pleasure which we take in the object preceded our judging of it, and if we nevertheless attributed universal communicability to our judgment, such an assertion would be absurd and self-contradictory, for in that case the pleasure would be precisely the same as the pleasure which we take in the pleasant. Now it has been stated already that the pleasure in the pleasant is strictly individual and private. The relation between the object which we judge to be pleasant and ourselves is the relation between a particular object and a particular person. Whether the particular person does or does not feel pleasure depends entirely on his individual nature. Our pleasure in the pleasant is entirely passive. We either feel it or we do not, and it would be ridiculous to demand of another person that he ought to feel the same pleasure. The feeling of pleasantness is produced by the object itself as it is given to a particular person, and our judgment that certain objects are pleasant is nothing but the result of the pleasure which we feel. It is entirely dependent on it, and it is impossible to demand of others that they should agree with us. From this it follows that what can be considered universally communicable and universally valid in a judgment of taste cannot be the pleasure which is felt but the specific state of mind of which the pleasure is merely a consequence. It is at least not absurd to say, in representing this object to myself I become aware of a specific state of mind. This gives me pleasure. Everyone else in representing the object to themselves will find themselves in the same state of mind, and consequently will feel the same pleasure. The pleasure which I feel is universally communicable because the state of mind which produces it is universally communicable. But here there arises a difficulty. No state of mind can be considered to be universally communicable except such as has some reference to knowledge. It is clear why an objective cognition is universally communicable, i.e., why it can be imparted by one person to others. The human mind possesses two sources of cognition, namely, the imagination, which enables it to apprehend a manifold of given intuitions, and the understanding, which enables it to determine this manifold by means of concepts. As far as our logical judgments are concerned, our faculties of cognition stand in a definite objective relation, and it is clear that the state of mind in which different persons make such judgments will be the same. The reason is that the relation of their cognitive faculties is a determinate one. The difficulty regarding the judgments of taste is that, since they are entirely subjective and independent of any concepts, the judging subject itself cannot know what the state of mind is which makes him judge an object to be beautiful. And yet there must be some reference to cognition, for otherwise no universal validity could be claimed for the judgment at all. But nothing can be universally communicated except knowledge, or a representation in so far as it belongs to knowledge, for it is only in this respect that a representation is objective, and thus receives a universal point of reference with which everyone's power of representation is compelled to harmonize. Now if the determining ground of the judgment about this universal communicability of the representation is to be thought subjectively, i.e., if it is to be thought independently of a concept of the object, it can be nothing else than that state of mind which is to be met with in the relation of the powers of representation to one another, in so far as these powers refer a given representation to knowledge in general. I will try to explain this. We have often seen that it is Kantian doctrine that every objective cognition is due to two subjective sources, two powers of the mind, namely, imagination, which apprehends the manifolds of intuitions, i.e., brings them together, and understanding, which unites them by means of concepts. Kant believes that this cannot apply to our judgments of taste, owing to the fact that these are independent of concepts and it is only concepts which enable us to be certain of the fact that a manifold of given intuitions which we apprehend is subject to determinate rules which unite them. Now Kant's argument concerning our judgments about beauty is that when we judge an object to be beautiful we do so on the ground that the manifold of intuitions given to us is not a disorderly manifold, that there is some principle of order implicit in it which unites the parts of the manifold. We do not know why this is the case. We merely feel that there is some kind of regularity present in our object. In becoming aware of this we feel that the faculty of mere apprehension, the faculty by means of which we collect intuitions without being concerned about whether they are in any way related to each other, namely, imagination, harmonizes in some indefinite manner with the understanding. Why do we refer our representation to the understanding? The answer is that in representing the object to ourselves we become aware of the fact that the manifold before us is not a mere manifold, but is determined by some kind of rule. What this rule is we do not know. Neither are we concerned about it. The knowing subject, to be enabled to acquire objective knowledge, depends upon two subjective conditions, namely, imagination and understanding. When it makes a logical judgment, these cognitive powers are restricted to a particular rule of the understanding. When it makes an aesthetic judgment, it merely feels that they are in some such indefinite relation, that they harmonize with each other. But since in representing the object to ourselves we do not even aim at having knowledge of it, we can become aware of nothing more than that in representing it we find the powers of cognition in some interminable harmony with each other. Now, that the faculties of cognition should harmonize with each other is also the condition of objective knowledge. The subject can have no knowledge of an object at all unless he relates his imagination and his understanding to each other. Objective knowledge depends also on definite rules of the understanding, whereas in order to be enabled to judge an object to be beautiful there is required nothing more than the feeling arising from a given representation of the relation of the free play of the powers of representation with reference to knowledge in general. Kant argues that since every determinate cognition rests upon a certain relation between the imagination and the understanding as its subjective conditions, it can, and in fact must, be presupposed that their indefinite and merely subjective relation is universally valid and communicable, i.e., that different subjects in representing the same object to themselves will be in exactly the same state of mind, that they will all become conscious of a harmonious relation between their powers of cognition. The subjective universal communicability of the mode of representation in a judgment of taste, since it is to be possible without presupposing a determinate concept, can be nothing else than the state of mind which is present in the free play of the imagination and the understanding. In this state of mind we become conscious of the fact that this subjective relation, being suited to knowledge in general, must be just as valid for everyone, and consequently as universally communicable, as is any determinate cognition, which after all always rests upon that relation as its subjective condition. A representation which being singular is not compared with other representations, and yet harmonizes with that condition of universality which it is the business of our understanding to supply, brings the cognitive faculties into that proportionate accord which we must regard as necessary to all knowledge. This is why we regard it as valid for everyone who has to judge by means of understanding and sense in conjuncton, i.e., for every human being. It will be appreciated that the secton with which we are here concerned is full of difficulties. But I think it is clear Kant's general idea is. The main question raised in this section is, does our pleasure in the beautiful precede our judging it or does it follow it, i.e., do we judge an object to be beautiful merely because it gives us pleasure? Kant is convinced that the latter is impossible, on the ground that if our judgment were based upon merely subjective pleasure we could not ascribe to it any universal validity. In a Judge. 200. MCNT which claims universal validity for pleasure, the judgment must precede the pleasure which is felt. This pleasure must be a mere consequence of something else, of some kind of knowledge. Kant explains that this is actually the case, and that this is the reason why we can attribute subjective universal validity to the judgment. We are entitled to presuppose that every other judging subject will in representing the object to itself become aware of the harmony of its cognitive faculties, and as a result of this will feel the specific kind of pleasure which is connected with this. This merely subjective estimation of the object precedes our pleasure in it, and is in fact the ground of the pleasure that we feel in the harmony of our faculties of cognition. This universality of the subjective conditions of our estimation of objects is that in which alone is grounded the universal subjective validity of delight, that delight which we connect with the representation of the object that we call beautiful. At the beginning of this section Kant gives a definition of purpose and purposiveness. What it has to do with the problem of aesthetic judgments remains to be seen. In the first place we have to understand the definition. It runs as follows. Purpose is the object of a concept insofar as this concept is regarded as the cause of the object, that is to say, as the real ground of its possibility. The causality of a concept in respect of its object is its purposiveness. Kant himself says about this definition that it is given in transcendental terms without reference to anything empirical, and it is clear that this accounts for its being formulated in such an abstract manner. I will try to illustrate it by means of an example. Let us take a judgment of the kind, the purpose of the ear is hearing. What do we mean when we make such a judgment? We mean that the object would not exist but for the function which it fulfills. This function is not an object of sense. It is a content of thought, a concept. We assume that the object would not exist without this concept. The concept is its real ground. The causality of a concept in respect of its object is called purposiveness. This again may be illustrated by an example. We do not merely assume that the object could not be known by us without deriving it from a concept, but also that the object would not exist but for the purpose it serves. We ascribe causality to the concept. The concept has brought the object into being. The object is a mere effect which owes its existence to its purpose. The object would not exist at all, or at least it would not have the same form as it has, but for the concept which is to be regarded as its real ground. When not merely the knowledge of an object but the object itself in its form and existence is regarded as an effect which is possible only through a concept of it of the effect, there is the thought of a purpose. Here the representation of the effect is the determining ground of its cause, and is prior to it. This is again difficult. I think what Kant means is that, when we say of an object that it is a purpose, we presuppose that the being which brought it into existence would not have begun to act, would not have produced it, if it had not desired to produce the effect. The cause is determined in its action by the representation of the desired effect. The causal relation which is assumed is quite different from the principle of mechanical causation. For, if we regard something as the mechanical cause of a given effect, we do in fact presuppose that the effect is determined by the cause. But we in no way assume that the cause is dependent on the effect. The effect is a mere product of one or more mechanical causes, but these causes are quite independent of the effect which is produced by them. This is made clear by Kant in a later passage of the Critique of Judgment, namely in section 65, and I shall give an account of the argument set forth at the beginning of that section. Kant begins by explaining the nature of mechanical causality. To quote his own words, causal combination, in so far as it is thought by mere understanding, is a connection constituting a series of causes and effects which is always progressive and the things themselves which as effects presuppose other things as their causes cannot themselves in turn be the causes of those things. This causal combination we call that of efficient causes. Kant goes on to explain the nature of a fundamentally different kind of causal connection. The faculty of the mind which enables us to conceive the idea of such a connection is not the understanding but reason. In assuming this principle we presuppose that causes and effects are mutually dependent. For we assume that the cause produces the effect, and that the cause is dependent on the effect in so far as it would not have been caused to operate at all unless there had been a desire to bring about the effect. Kant illustrates this by an example. He says that as regards things which are produced by human beings it is easy to find examples of the nexus finalis. For instance, a man builds a house for the purpose of receiving rent. In such a case it is clear that the house is the cause of his receiving rent, and yet conversely the rent is the cause of the house, for the man would not have built the house at all if he had not desired to receive rent from it. For instance, the house is no doubt the cause of the money received as rent, yet the representation of this possible income was the cause of the building of the house. We may return to section 10. We understand now why Kant believes that purpose is the object of a concept and that purposiveness is a causal relation in which cause and effect are mutually dependent in such a way that the representation of the effect is the determining ground of its cause. He simply means that when we judge an object to be a purpose, this implies that what has produced it, whether it is a human being or nature itself, has before producing it conceived the idea of what the object was to be, what purpose it was to serve. The cause is determined by the representation of the effect. The concept of the object exists before the object itself exists. It must be noted that in our section Kant is concerned with a definition of purpose and purposiveness, and with nothing else. The problem whether we are entitled to ascribe to nature objective purposiveness, i.e., whether we are entitled to ascribe to it a causality according to purposes, does not arise here. His is a concern of the critique of teleological judgment. The critique of aesthetic judgment is interested in a different kind of purposiveness. Kant explains that there is yet another way of regarding something as purposive. We may mean that an object, a state of mind, or even an action, although its possibility does not necessarily presuppose the representation of a purpose, is to be called purposive because we cannot explain its possibility to ourselves without assuming as its ground the idea of a causality according to purposes and referring our own representation to a will from which we derive this causality. The special kind of purposiveness of which Kant is thinking here is merely subjective. He holds that in assuming it we are interested in nothing but the mere form of our object and its relation to our faculty of representing it to ourselves. When we judge an object to be purposive in this sense, we do not assume that the object itself is a purpose of nature. This purposiveness may be without a purpose in so far as, while not ascribing the causes of a form to a will, we yet cannot explain its possibility to ourselves in any other way than by deriving it from a will. What this means will be made clearer in the next section. That our judgments about the beautiful are quite independent of any idea of a purpose may be seen from the fact that, as has been explained, they are judgments we are independent of any interest in the object which is judged. We have seen that it is a specific kind of delight taken in the object which makes us lay down judgments of taste, without even raising the question as to whether it ought to exist or not. We take pleasure in it. It is the mere contemplating of it which gives us pleasure. From this it follows that our judgment must be quite independent of any idea of what purpose the object serves, for a judgment which depends on the representation of a purpose of the object which is judged is not a disinterested judgment. When we take delight in an object on the ground that it realizes some purpose which we ascribe to it, we are in judging the object naturally interested in the question as to whether the object which is judged actually realizes this purpose. The object pleases us because it serves a purpose of which we approve. This applies to all our judgments about the pleasant. We 204. Take pleasure in the object which we judge to be pleasant because it fulfills our own subjective purpose, namely, enjoyment. Judgments of taste, on the other hand, do not take any account of such subjective purposes. They are independent of any representation of an objective purpose. In this they are unlike our judgments about the good, which depend on the representation of such an objective purpose, namely, the good itself. We take pleasure in the good because in its realization lies the interest of every rational being. We judge an action to be good on the ground that it realizes the subjective purpose of which we approve. Judgments of taste are entirely different from our judgments about the pleasant or the good. They are contemplative judgments. We call objects beautiful because their representation makes us conscious of a harmony of our faculties of representation. We cannot explain to ourselves why they do this. We can merely feel it. We cannot ascribe it to the object. We cannot say the object as such serves a purpose, simply because we are not concerned with the object at all but with our own feelings. The idea of a purpose cannot be the determining ground of a judgment of taste. In what sense then can we speak of purposiveness at all? Only in so far as the object makes us feel the harmony of our faculties of representation. The object as such serves no purpose at all. We can judge it to be purposive only in relation to our own minds. The idea of purposiveness which lies at the basis of our judgments of taste is the idea of a purely subjective and formal purposiveness which is in no way dependent on any definite concept. Therefore only the subjective purposiveness in the representation of an object without any purpose and consequently the mere form of purposiveness in that representation by which an object is given to us so far as we are conscious of it can constitute the delight which, without a concept, we judge to be universally communicable, and so can constitute the determining ground of the judgment of taste. Kant's general idea is quite clear. Aesthetic purposiveness is independent of any concept of a purpose. In representing an object to ourselves and calling it beautiful, we are concerned only with our own representation. What we judge to be purposive is not the object but rather the representation whereby the object is given to us. Our way of representing the object to ourselves, and not the object irrespective of how it is given to us, makes us feel pleasure in the harmony of our faculties of representation. This is a subjective purposiveness of the representation, apart from any purpose. It may seem difficult to understand why Kant calls this purposiveness at all, and why he said in the preceding section that we can make the purposiveness which is apart from a purpose intelligible to ourselves only by deriving it from a will. I think this follows from the argument which is set forth in the introduction to the Critique of Judgment. There Kant has explained that all our reflective judgments are based upon the idea of purposiveness, and also that in conceiving this idea we attribute to nature a special principle, the principle of technique. There exist two ideas of merely formal purposiveness, namely, logical purposiveness and aesthetic purposiveness. Both are merely subjective. In ascribing to nature logical purposiveness, we do not judge that it pursues any purposes of its own. Nature is purposive only in relation to the mind. We cannot assume that nature is a system according to particular laws without assuming at the same time that nature has produced this system for our own benefit. In bringing about such a system, nature does not pursue any purposes of its own. It is purposive only from our own point of view. Kant has also shown in the introduction that the human mind possesses a principle of aesthetic reflection. This principle is also merely subjective. The human mind is capable of bringing about a harmonious relation of its faculties of representation, and it calls those objects, the representation of which makes it conscious of this, beautiful. Now nature actually presents us with such objects, and we cannot explain them to ourselves without assuming that nature in producing them has taken account of our subjective principle of aesthetic reflection. We do not ascribe to it any objective purposes. I think this explains why Kant believes that our judgments about the beautiful rest upon the idea of subjective purposiveness, and why he also holds that in applying this idea we must refer to a will. There remains, however, one difficulty. There are two classes of objects which we judge to be beautiful, namely, products of nature and products of art. As regards the latter, it is easy to see how Kant can believe that, in judging them and finding them beautiful, we must refer to a will which has brought about this purposiveness. The will to which W Cassirer is the will of the artist who has produced the work of art purposely. It is obvious that an artist, when he creates a work of art, does so for an express purpose. He desires to produce a work which he himself and others will find beautiful. The difficulty is to understand how Kant can hold that works of art can be judged by us without any reference to a purpose. To understand this fully we must wait until we can deal with Kant's theory of artistic production. As we shall then see, Kant believes that the artist produces a work of art for no other purpose than to make it beautiful, b. that the purpose which the artist pursues is fundamentally different from an objective purpose, that the artist, since he cannot make use of any determinate concept, does not himself know what he is doing, and cannot explain to himself how he succeeds in giving beauty to his work, which is the only purpose he has in mind, that this purpose expresses itself in nothing but the harmonious relation of the faculties of representation both in the soul of the artist who creates beautiful things and in the soul of those who judge them to be beautiful. The product of art is exclusive of any other purpose. The purposiveness contained in it is merely subjective. It is the mere form of purposiveness in that representation by which an object is given to us in so far as we are conscious of it. Section 12. We have seen again and again that our judgments of taste claim universal and a priori validity, and that they depend entirely on the pleasure which is felt by the judging subject. This raises a serious difficulty. For it must seem quite impossible to determine a priori the connection between a feeling of pleasure or pain as an effect and a representation as its cause. Whether the representation of an object does or does not give us pleasure we can find out only by means of empirical observation. This is clear in the case of sensuous pleasure, i.e., the pleasure which we take in an object which is judged to be pleasant. It is manifest that it is quite impossible to determine a priori what the objects are the representation of which will give us this pleasure. The objects must first be given in experience, and not until then can we know anything as to the causal relation between our representation of the object and the pleasure which is produced by it. It is true that the general principle which we have just stated, namely, that a priori knowledge of a causal connection between a representation and a feeling is impossible, admits of one exception. It has been shown in the Critique of Practical Reason that there is a necessary a priori connection between our consciousness of the moral law and a feeling, namely, the feeling of respect for this law. But this does not really help us in our present difficulty. For the possibility of establishing a necessary connection between the supersensible law and a sensuous feeling was due to the fact that we were able to transcend the world of sense and could call in aid a causality which rested upon a supersensible property of the subject, namely, the causality of freedom. Besides, we did not actually deduce from the law the feeling of respect as the effect produced by it. Only the determination of the will was derived from the moral law, and we showed that the feeling of respect for the law was intact, identical with the determination of the will. It is nothing but the determination of the will itself in so far as it makes itself felt. But the state of mind occupying a will in some way determined is in itself a feeling of pleasure. It is in fact identical with Till's pleasure, and does not follow from it as an effect. We should have to assume the latter possibility only if the concept of morality as a good preceded the determination of the will by the law, for in that case the pleasure diamond suit which would be bound up with the concept would not be capable of being derived from it, as the concept would be a mere cognition. Kant goes on to point out that something similar takes place in the case with which he is here concerned. Subjective or formal purposiveness, the harmony of the faculties of representation, etc., do not produce the pleasure. There is no causal connexion between TKIT representation of the objecu and the feeling of subjective pleasure. The CONCONSNCSSDFT ormal perp OSI /CRI pound SSR P gesture caret which we take in RRNRC tenticle. The con s ns of the formal caret merposivenx expresses itself in the subjective feeling. It is important to distinguish creativity and this kind of pleasure and any other kind of pleasure. It is in no way practical, and is quite different from the pleasure which we take in either the pleasant or the good. Our pleasure in the pleasant is practical, for it makes us desire the object in which we take pleasure. The feeling of respect for the moral law is of course also practical, for it is an impulse which makes us obey the law. It fills us with a desire to do moral actions, to realize the good. Our pleasure in the beautiful, on the other hand, is contemplative and disinterested. In feeling it we are concerned with nothing but our own state of mind. And yet there belongs to this pleasure a certain causality, in so far as it makes us feel a desire to preserve it. And yet it involves causality, for it maintains the state of the representation itself and preserves the activity of the powers of knowledge without any further purpose. We dwell upon the contemplation of the beautiful because this contemplation strengthens and reproduces itself. The question discussed by Kant in this section is, what special kind of necessity may be ascribed to the judgments of taste? His argument may be paraphrased as follows. We have seen that our judgments of taste are judgments which are concerned with the connection between a representation of an object and a delight which is felt by the subject that represents it to itself. This holds also for our judgments about the pleasant. We judge an object to be pleasant on the ground that its representation excites pleasure in the subject which represents the object to itself. It is however important to note that in making such a judgment we do not in any way assert that the connection between the representation and the feeling is a priori necessary. We do not even suppose that there is any such necessary connection. Our judgments about the pleasant are merely empirical judgments independent of any a priori principle. Our judgments of taste are of an entirely different kind. In judging a thing beautiful we assume that there is a necessary connection between our representation of it and the pleasure which is felt by us. What follows from this? What special kind of necessity is claimed by our judgments of taste? If we could determine the connection between representation and the subjective feeling by means of a priori concepts, this would enable us to know a priori why the pleasure which we feel will be felt by everyone else. The necessity which would belong to the judgment would be the same as that which belongs to our theoretical a priori judgments. It is easy to see that no such necessity can be ascribed to judgments of taste, simply because they are not based upon objective concepts. It is equally easy to show that the necessity claimed by judgments of taste must be fundamentally different from that which is claimed by our practical judgments. In every practical judgment it is implied that there is a necessary connection between the representation of the moral law and a special kind of delight, namely, the feeling of respect for the moral law. But we have already seen that this feeling of respect is nothing but the immediate consequence of our consciousness of the moral law. A will that represents to itself the moral law must necessarily feel respect for it. The feeling is the subjective awareness of the objective law. We have seen also that it is the will of the agent which is determined by the moral law, and that the feeling of respect is in fact identical with this determination of the will. A person who feels that he ought to act morally, and that his will ought to make itself dependent on the moral law, must necessarily feel respect for the moral law. This delight is the necessary consequence of an objective law, and means simply that one ought to act in a certain way, absolutely and without any further design. The necessity implied in our theoretical and practical judgments is objective. The necessity which belongs to our aesthetic judgments must have a fundamentally different character. For we have to remember that all our judgments of taste are singular judgments, i.e., that they are concerned with an individual object. Our theoretical and practical judgments derive their necessary validity from universal objective rules. In order to be able to make a theoretical or practical judgment, we must subsume a particular case under a universal rule. The universal objective rule is given by the understanding, and the subsumption is brought about by our faculty of judgment. In the case of a theoretical judgment, it is our faculty of theoretical judgment which subsumes the particular case under concepts of the understanding. In the case of a practical judgment, it is our faculty of practical judgment which subsumes a given case under concepts of reason. 1. Our judgments of taste cannot rely upon objective universal rules. In judging a particular object beautiful, we refer our representation of it to a universal rule which we are incapable of determining. We judge an object beautiful because we regard it as an instance of this indeterminate and interminable rule. It follows that the necessity which belongs to our aesthetic judgments cannot be apodictic. It may be termed exemplary necessity, for we call a thing beautiful on the ground that we regard it as an instance of a rule which we consider necessary. We demand everyone else's assent to our judgment about a particular object because the object seems to us to exemplify a universal rule incapable of formulation. We assume that our judgment is necessary, and that every other subject ought to agree to it, because it refers to a rule which we must necessarily assume. It is important to note that even this merely subjective necessity cannot be derived from experience, from observation of the agreement of judgments. For empirical judgments cannot lay claim to any universality or necessity at all. Empirical observation can never show more than what takes place in most cases. Empirical rules are general, and not universal and necessary. Although we have to distinguish clearly between the apodictic objective necessity and universality characteristic of our theoretical and practical judgments and the merely subjective exemplary necessity and universality of our judgments of taste, we must not confuse aesthetic judgments with empirical judgments. When we call a thing beautiful, we imply that everyone else ought to agree with us, i.e., that everyone else ought to call it beautiful. We assume that it is subjectively necessary for everyone else to assent to our judgment, and if they do not, we say that they ought to. It is, however, necessary to distinguish between the ought implicit in a judgment of taste and the ought which belongs to our practical judgments, for whereas practical judgments can rely upon definite objective concepts, the objective validity of which can be established, and our faculty of practical judgment has to do nothing but subsume the particular case under the determinate universal rules, our judgment of taste cannot refer to a determinate rule. The ought in aesthetic judgments is pronounced conditionally. Since we have no objective knowledge of the rule to which we refer, we can never be certain that the given case actually is an instance of the indeterminate rule. The universal subjective necessity claimed by aesthetic judgments depends on a condition, the condition, namely, that the particular case actually is an instance of the rule. The ought is conditional in so far as we can never be certain that we have subsumed a particular case correctly. On the other hand, it is quite certain that we should be entitled to count on this agreement provided we were assured of the correctness of the subsumption. The rule itself must be held to be universally valid and necessary. If our judgments of taste were based upon an objective a priori principle, they could claim unconditional necessity. If they were devoid of any a priori principle, they could claim no necessity at all. Now we have seen that our judgments of taste are based upon a subjective a priori principle. In making them, we assume that it is possible to determine independently of any concepts, by means of mere feeling, that the representation of certain objects must necessarily create pleasure in every subject which judges them. It is implied in such a presupposition that there exists a specific subjective state of mind common to all judging subjects. Kant calls this assumed state of mind common sense. What he understands by it will be seen from the following passage. Thus the judgment of taste can be made only if we presuppose the existence of a common sense, by which we understand not any outer sense but the effect resulting from the free play of our cognitive faculties. I maintain that only if we presuppose such a common sense can we make a judgment of taste. Kant's question in this section is, have we any reason for presupposing a common sense? His answer is in the affirmative. I shall try to explain his argument. In the first place, it is important to note that Kant does not set out 212. Here to prove that a common sense actually exists. It is clear that according to transcendental principles an objective proof of its existence is impossible. For in order to prove its existence the relation between the imagination and the understanding would have to be a determinate one. We can prove the objective validity of a determinate relation, i.e., such a relation as is determined by objective concepts of the understanding whose validity and necessity can be established. We can for instance prove that certain logical judgments are objectively necessary, because it can be shown that in order to have experience of objects we must bring our imagination, which apprehends the given intuitions, into a definite relation to our understanding. Transcendental philosophy can prove that a determinate relation between imagination and understanding is a necessary condition of objective experience. But it cannot prove that an indeterminate relation between the two faculties actually exists. It can only ask, have we according to transcendental principles reason to assume that it might exist? We have learnt that aesthetic judgments are based upon the assumption that the consciousness of the harmony of the cognitive faculties is the same in all subjects, and that therefore one subject, when it becomes aware of it, is entitled to presuppose that every other subject will necessarily become conscious of it also and will take the same pleasure in the object. Judgments of taste rest upon the assumption of a common sense. The question to be answered is such an assumption in keeping with the fundamental principles of transcendental philosophy? If we are to be able to answer this question, we must take note of the fact that all our objective logical judgments rest upon a determinate relation between the faculties of cognition. It has been shown in the Critique of Pure Reason that logical judgments are universally valid, that one judging subject can communicate its own state of mind to every other subject. This is due to the fact that there exists a necessary relation between the faculties of cognition, which must be the same in every subject which judges the object. It is only a sceptical philosophy which, since it denies the possibility of objective and universally valid judgments, holds that there is never any necessary relation between the faculties of representation. On this view, accordingly, every judgment is valid only for the person who makes it and consequently is not in any way universally valid or necessary. The judging subject depends for its judgment entirely on its own subjective state of mind. Transcendental philosophy does not share this view. According to its principles, cognitions admit of being universally communicated. Every objective cognition depends on a specific subjective state of mind. A given object, by means of the senses, sets the imagination to work to arrange the manifold, and the imagination, in turn, sets the understanding to work to give this arrangement the unity of concepts. Now the relation of the cognitive faculties varies according to the object, or rather according to the concept which is applied for the cognition of the object. This relation admits of being universally communicated, for otherwise objective knowledge would be impossible. Kant argues that, since according to transcendental principles we have to presuppose the existence of different determinate relations between imagination and understanding, it is possible and even necessary that we should also presuppose the existence of an indeterminate relation which, being independent of any concepts, can only be determined by a feeling. It is reasonable to assume that human beings should be capable of becoming aware of a harmony of their cognitive faculties in the representation of certain objects. This indeterminate harmony must be the same in all subjects, i.e., it must admit of being universally communicated. Now, since we cannot become aware of the harmony of the cognitive faculties in any other way than by feeling, the assumption of common sense is in keeping with the transcendental principles, for it simply means that the indeterminate relation of the cognitive faculties, the mere harmony of which we become aware of by means of feeling, is identical in different subjects. Our question was, have we any reason for presupposing common sense? This question has now been answered. Since transcendental philosophy, unlike sceptical philosophy, is convinced that the universal communicability of knowledge is possible, it can assume, although not prove, that the universal communicability of the feeling which arises from our consciousness of the harmonious play of the cognitive faculties is also possible. It must be noted that transcendental philosophy does not base this assumption upon psychological observations. For these would be of no avail, seeing that psychology is an empirical science which cannot yield any necessary a priori principles. One transcendental philosophy bases its theory on its own principle of the communicability of knowledge, which in fact is a principle assumed by every logic that is not one of scepticism. Now since this harmony, and consequently also the feeling of it arising from a given representation, must admit of being universally communicated, and since, further, the universal communicability of a feeling presupposes a common sense, we have grounds for assuming the latter. We can do so, therefore, without having to rely upon psychological observations. We can assume it as the necessary condition of the universal communicability of our knowledge, and this communicability must be presupposed in every logic and every principle of knowledge that is not sceptical. When we call an object beautiful, we demand that everyone else should agree with our judgment, and we do so in spite of the fact that our judgment is not based on concepts, but is entirely dependent on our own feelings. This implies that we presuppose that our feeling is not a private feeling, but a feeling which ought to be common to all judging subjects. It follows that our judgments about beauty are not empirical judgments. We do not say, this thing is beautiful, for observation has shown that it has generally been held to be so. Empirical observation can only teach us what is, never what ought to be, and such an ought is implicit in every judgment about beauty. The assertion which we make is not that everyone will fall in with our judgment, but that everyone ought to, even if no one ever has or ever will. This shows that, as proved in the last two sections, we presuppose the existence of a common sense. It has also been shown that all our judgments about beauty are singular judgments. It is quite true that in judging an object beautiful we must refer our judgment to the idea of a common sense as the rule to which every judging person is thought to be subject. And yet, since we cannot formulate this rule, and since we cannot determine it by means of objective concepts, it is impossible to attribute to the particular judgment any necessity other than a merely exemplary necessity. When we judge a particular object to be beautiful, we mean by this that we have before us an instance of the universal rule. This shows that the rule which we cannot determine is an ideal norm. We are justified in referring to it, and we are right in ascribing universal validity to a judgment which refers to it, for the principle which we apply is subjectively universal and necessary. Everyone who makes an aesthetic judgment refers to the ideal rule. That there exists such a rule is a necessary idea. We must presuppose the existence of a common sense, and we should be entitled to claim for our judgment not merely subjective universal validity but also objective universal validity, provided we were assured that we had subsumed the particular case in question correctly under the ideal norm. All this is obviously nothing but a restatement of the argument which has been set forth in the preceding sections, with the exception of one point. The description of common sense as an ideal norm is new to the reader of section 22. Unfortunately, Kant does not explain what he means by this. Instead of doing so, he presents us with a series of questions. Does common sense exist as a constitutive principle of the possibility of experience? Or is it perhaps an even higher principle of reason which makes it into a merely regulative principle for producing in ourselves for higher purposes a common sense? He adds a few other questions which are equally unintelligible. We need not concern ourselves with them. For he himself tells us that he is neither willing, nor in a position, to answer any of these questions. Kant will in fact later deal with all of them, and we must remember that so far we know very little about Kant's doctrine of common sense, and must await his further explanations. For the present it suffices to observe that so far he is not really concerned with the question as to whether common sense exists or what its nature is. All he has done so far is to show that the presupposition of such a common sense is not unreasonable and not contradictory to the principles of transcendental philosophy, and that the idea of a common sense is actually presupposed by judgments of taste. 1. General remark on the first section of the Analytic. At the beginning of this general remark Kant states that the result of the foregoing analysis is to show that taste must be regarded as a critical faculty by which an object is estimated in reference to the free conformity to law of the imagination. I shall try to explain this definition. In the first place we have to ask ourselves in what sense the imagination can be said to be free. We remember that according to Kant the faculty of imagination has two entirely different functions, that of reproductive imagination, and that of productive imagination. Neither of the two is free. Reproductive imagination is subject to the laws of association and is dependent on them. We associate one representation with others because in experience we have found them combined. This is a necessary psychological law. To take an example, the representation gold and the representation heavy have in all previous experience accompanied each other. As a result of this we associate the two representations with one another. The representation gold makes us think of heavy. Now it has been shown in the Critique of Pure Reason that we could not make any use of our faculty of reproducing representations unless we assumed prior to actual experience that the objects of our representations were not entirely irregular. This is the principle assumed by productive imagination. We must employ it, and it is to be regarded as an a priori principle, for if we allowed that the objects of experience changed their qualities continuously, experience itself would be impossible. Our faculty of reproducing representations would not find opportunity for exercising its powers. It is a merely empirical law, that representations which have often followed or accompanied one another finally become associated, and so are set in a relation whereby, even in the absence of the object, one of these representations can, in accordance with a fixed rule, bring about a transition of the mind to the other. But this law of reproduction presupposes that appearances are themselves actually subject to such a rule, and that in the manifold of these representations a coexistence or sequence takes place in conformity with certain rules. Otherwise our empirical imagination would never find opportunity for exercise appropriate to its powers, and so would remain concealed within the mind as a dead and to us an unknown faculty. I have dealt before with Kant's doctrine of productive imagination, and it may suffice to state here that according to him both reproductive and productive imagination depend on certain rules or laws, with the one difference that the former depends on empirical laws, the latter on a priori laws. Productive imagination is called productive only in so far as, being independent of previous experience, it is an a priori condition of experience. Experience may therefore be said to be its product. But it must not be forgotten that according to Kant imagination could not exercise its power if it were incapable of being determined by the laws of the understanding. If there were no such laws it could achieve nothing at all. I think that, although Kant does not use the term aesthetic imagination, we may distinguish between three functions of the imagination, namely, reproductive imagination, which is not free since it depends on empirical laws, productive imagination, which is not free either since it depends on the a priori laws of the understanding, and aesthetic imagination, which is the principle that underlies our judgments of taste. It is both productive, not merely reproductive, and free, for it is independent of any determinate laws of the understanding. But here there arises a difficulty. When we judge an object to be beautiful, we are tied down to a definite form of the object, and therefore our imagination to that extent does not enjoy free play, as it would if the object were a product of our own fancy. 1. Kant goes on as follows. It is not really difficult to understand how a given object can make us enjoy the free play of the imagination. For it is easy to understand that the object should provide the imagination with a form containing such a combination of the manifold as the imaginoon, if left free, would design for itself in accordance with the understanding's conformity to law. The last words here are particularly important. Kant is convinced that the imaginoon by itself cannot give us any idea of beauty. In our representation of the object there must be some reference to the understanding. The imagination is free in so far as it is not referred to any determinate law of the understanding, but it is not entirely free. There is an indeterminate relation to the understanding and its principle of conformity to law in general. The imagination as such is according to Kant a sensuous faculty. It is not the imagination as such, i.e., free imagination, which enables us to make judgments of taste. Our judgments of taste depend on a harmony between imagination and understanding. But that the imagination should be free and should yet of itself conform to law, that is to say, that it should possess autonomy, this is a contradiction. The understanding alone gives the law. That the imaginoon cannot be referred to any definite law of the understanding will be abundantly clear by now, since in that case the judgment would not be a judgment of taste. Imagination refers to the principle of conformity to law in general without any further determination. The judgment which is made is a subjective and not an objective judgment. It follows that the only thing that is compatible with the peculiarity of a judgment of taste and with the understanding's free conformity to law, which has also been called purposivenx without a purpose, is a conformity to law without a law and a subjective accord of imagination and understanding without an objective one, which latter would mean that the representation was referred to a determinate concept of an object. The remaining parts of the general remark are so easy that I will not concern myself with them, and I turn directly to the second book of the Analytic of Aesthetic Judgment, the Analytic of the Sublime. Section 23. In this section we find a great many statements which Kant does not make sufficiently clear. This, however, is not very distressing, for most of them will be explained later. I will do no more than give an account of Kant's argument. He begins by comparing the beautiful with the sublime. Our judgments about the beautiful and about the sublime are both pure aesthetic judgments. This can be shown in the following manner. The beautiful and the sublime please on their own account. When we judge a thing sublime we speak of our own delight and do not judge the object as such. Our judgments about the sublime are reflective judgments, Unlike our logical judgments they do not depend upon a definite concept of the object. But although they are subjective judgments we must distinguish them from our judgments about the pleasant, which depend entirely on sensation. Our judgments about the beautiful and our judgments about the sublime are essentially different from our judgments about the good and our judgments about the pleasant. They are different from the former in that they are independent of definite concepts, and from the latter in that they profess to be universally valid. They do so despite the fact that they are both singular judgments and not directed to any knowledge of the object. They ascribe universal validity only to the delight of the subject. It is assumed that the 220 representation of certain objects is necessarily connected with pleasure. We cannot ascribe any universal validity to a subjective judgment unless we refer our representation to a rule valid for all subjects. It follows that our judgments about the sublime, like our judgments about the beautiful, refer in the judging of particular objects to an indeterminate rule which we hold to be valid for all subjects. All this will be fully explained later, but we see already that our judgments about the beautiful and the sublime are in many respects similar to one another. This is due to the fact that they are both aesthetic reflective judgments. Kant goes on to show that there are also important differences between the two kinds of aesthetic judgment. The beautiful in nature is concerned with that form of the object the essence of which is limitation. The sublime, on the other hand, is to be found also in a formless object in so far as it either immediately involves or else provokes an idea of limitlessness, the thought of the totality of this limitlessness being added by the mind. Thus the beautiful seems to be regarded as the exhibition of an indeterminate concept of the understanding, the sublime as the exhibition of a like concept of reason. This is easy to understand so far as the judgments about the beautiful are concerned. We have seen that Kant holds that the imagination alone cannot produce any judgment, because it is a sensuous faculty. In order to be able to make a judgment about beauty, we have to refer to the understanding. An aesthetic judgment about the beautiful does not make use of any definite concepts or rules. The relation between the imagination and the understanding is an indefinite one. The imagination is referred to the understanding only in so far as the latter is the source of the principle of conformity to law in general. We judge an object beautiful on the ground that the imagination in apprehending the object feels it to be not a mere manifold of discontinuous parts. There is some principle of order and limitation present in the apprehended manifold. In the case of a logical judgment, the limitation is due to determinate laws and rules of the understanding. We know why the manifold is subject to order and limitation. In the case of our judgment about the beautiful, we merely feel it. We feel that the object which we present to our eyes is not formless. This is why we come to think of the understanding and its principles of limitation, for it is the function of all the concepts of the understanding to delimit an otherwise disorderly manifold which is apprehended by the imagination. Thus the understanding gives a law to the imagination, which as such is a faculty of mere apprehension. The imagination left to itself merely heaps up a manifold of given intuitions. It does not provide us with any rule which would subject the manifold to such a principle of order as would set limits to the continuous stream of apprehended intuitions. Now Kant's problem here is, it is quite easy to see that a beautiful object, the essence of which consists in limitation, should make us feel a harmony of the imagination and the understanding. It awakens in us a feeling that there is an indeterminate relation between the imagination and the understanding. We cannot derive this from any definite concept of the understanding, and yet it is easy to see why we should believe of the beautiful that it exhibits an indeterminate concept of the understanding. But how can we regard an object which we judge sublime as representing a principle of order? We call an object sublime for the very reason that it is devoid of form, because it contains a greater manifold of parts than our imagination can comprehend. Kant believes, and he will make this clearer later on, that owing to the very fact that the imagination cannot comprehend a given sensible object, the knowing subject feels itself raised above the world of sense. In representing the object to ourselves, we find that we cannot grasp it, and this makes us think of reason and its ideas, which are principles of the supersensible world. An object which we feel to be greater than any other, an object which defies all our attempts at confining it within certain limits, is considered bvs a presentation of an indeterminate concept of reason. This is due to the fact that reason's concepts are concepts of the infinite world of the supersensible. Since however our judgments about the sublime are aesthetic and merely subjective judgments, it follows that in making them we cannot refer to any definite concepts of reason. Our judgments about the sublime are based upon an indeterminate and interminable relation of imagination and reason. We may now continue our explanation of section 23. Kant's argument may be paraphrased as follows. WC have seen that all our judgments about beautiful natural objects involve the idea of a purposiveness of nature. In calling a natural object beautiful, we regard it as purposive in relation to our faculty of judgment. The object seems to be pre-adapted to our faculty of judgment and its principle of aesthetic reflection. Its representation makes us aware of a harmony of our cognitive faculties, and it seems to us as if nature had purposely created certain objects in order that we should become aware of this harmony which gives us pleasure. Therefore we can quite reasonably speak of beautiful natural objects. But how can we ascribe purposiveness to nature when it presents us with objects which we judge sublime, in view of the fact that as regards their form these objects are not only not pre-adapted to our faculty of judgment, but on the contrary are called sublime on the ground that they are ill-adapted to it? An object which is judged to be sublime seems devoid of all form. It seems to do violence to the imagination, and yet it is judged all the more sublime for that. From this it follows that, properly speaking, we cannot call an object of nature sublime. All we can say is that the object is suited to exhibit a sublimity which can be met with in the mind. This feeling of the sublime arises in us because the object which we judge reminds us of our faculty of reason and its concept of the supersensible world. Sublimity is in no way to be regarded as a property of a sensible object. The concepts of reason are products of the mind, and cannot belong to any natural object. We judge an object sublime for the very reason that it is inadequate for the expression of the ideas of reason. From this it may be seen that our aesthetic judgments about the sublime are even more subjective than our judgments about the beautiful. In judging an object sublime we refer our representation of it to something that has nothing whatever to do with the sensible object itself, viz., ideas of reason. Thus the wide ocean disturbed by gales cannot be called sublime. It is terrible to see, and one must have filled one's mind with a number of ideas if such an intuition can rouse the mind to a feeling which is itself sublime in that it stirs the mind to leave sensibility and to occupy itself with ideas which contain a higher purpose of ends. We have stated again and again that our judgments about natural beauty are bound up with a specific principle, the principle of the purposiveness of nature. We conceive the idea of a nature which is more than mere mechanism. Nature is regarded by us on the analogy of an art. All this has been explained by Kant in the introduction to the Critique of Judgment. He has shown there that although the principle of the technique of nature which makes us regard nature as an artist and ascribe purposiveness to it is not an objective principle, it is a necessary and original a priori principle essentially different from the principles of the understanding. For, as he has made clear, we assume it for the explanation of those phenomena which our understanding and its mechanical principles cannot explain. The principle which is assumed by the faculty of judgment is that of the purposiveness of nature relative to the employment of judgment. Kant repeats all this here only to show that the principle of purposiveness does not apply to our judgments about the sublime. We judge those products of nature to be sublime which are ill-adapted to our faculty of judgment. Kant goes on to show that for this reason the concept of the sublimity of nature is far less important than that of its beauty. It gives no indication of a purposiveness on the part of nature. In order to find a thing beautiful we must seek for grounds external to ourselves. In order to judge a thing sublime, we need not look for any external grounds. It is our own mind which introduces sublimity into nature. This is a very necessary preliminary remark which entirely separates the ideas of the sublime from a purposiveness of nature. It makes the theory of the sublime a mere appendix to the aesthetic estimation of the purposiveness of nature, because the sublime represents no particular form in nature but only develops a purposive use which the imagination makes of its own representation. In this section Kant makes a few remarks upon the division of the analytic of the sublime. He states that he will follow the same 224 principle in it as in the analytic of the beautiful. The analytic will be divided according to the classes of categories. The delight in the sublime like that in the beautiful will be shown to be universally valid, to be independent of interest, to contain subjective purposiveness, to be necessary. The only difference will be that we shall begin with quantity instead of quality, since the object which we judge to be sublime may be devoid of all form. It will have been noticed that my exposition of the analytic of the beautiful took no account of the fact that Kant's analysis of judgments of taste proceeds according to the classes of the categories. It is a curious fact that the reader of the analytic of the beautiful might easily fail to notice that the exposition proceeds in this manner, if Kant had not indicated it by the headings which he gives to the main divisions of the analytic. I dare not decide the question whether this division is merely artificial, but it seems to me that if it is, it has had very little influence upon Kant's argument. The same seems to me to hold for the analytic of the sublime, and I shall take very little account of Kant's divisions. Kant goes on to state in section 24 that another division will be required by the analytic of the sublime, namely, a distinction between the mathematically sublime and the dynamically sublime. What this means will be explained by him later. For the present it is enough to state that Kant holds that we may judge nature to be sublime on two grounds, because it presents us with objects which we judge to be infinitely great, and to which therefore we attribute absolute magnitude, and because in some of its products it makes us feel its absolute might over us. This division seems to me a more important one, seeing that Kant actually draws a clear distinction between the two kinds of sublimity and in his exposition takes proper account of it. 1. Kant begins his analysis with a definition of the sublime. It runs as follows. We call sublime that which is absolutely great. Next Kant discusses the question, to which of the faculties of the mind is the concept of the absolutely great to be assigned. He shows that it belongs neither to the understanding nor to sense nor to reason, but to the faculty of judgment. I will try to give an account of his argument. The concept of the absolutely great is not a concept of the understanding. It is true that the understanding produces the category of quantity and that we can assert prior to actual experience that every empirical object will possess magnitude, without any comparison with other things being required. But to be enabled to determine how great an object is, we require something else as a measure and standard of comparison. We see that in this way there can never arise the concept of absolute magnitude. The object is great only in relation to the unit which is taken as the standard of our measurement. From this it follows that the concept of the absolutely great is not a concept of the understanding and must not be confused with the category of quantity. Neither can it be regarded as a concept of reason. For reason and its concepts are concerned with the supersensible, and will never make us judge a sensible object to be absolutely great. In comparison with the ideas of reason, every sensible object is in fact infinitely small. It need hardly be mentioned that the concept of absolute greatness cannot be a concept of intuition or sense, since intuition and sense by themselves can never be sources of a judgment. In order to determine something as a quantity, we have to refer our intuitions to concepts. Sense as such is entirely indeterminate, and the judging subject, in order to be enabled to judge an object, has to refer its sensuous intuitions to concepts. The concept of the absolutely great belongs to the faculty of judgment. A judgment which makes us call a sensible object absolutely great does not involve any principle of cognition. We call 226 objects absolutely great or sublime because we feel that we cannot imagine that any object could be greater. The judgment is not a cognitive but an aesthetic judgment. It may seem as if, when we assert that an object is absolutely great, we have nothing in the nature of a comparison present to our minds. Now, it is quite true that if we took an objectively determined measure as our standard, if we ascertain the quantity of our object by comparison with a fixed unit, we could not call any object absolutely great. It would be great merely by comparison with the unit or with other objects of known size. But there must be some standard. For when we call an object absolutely great, we demand the assent of every other subject. It is easy to see that judgments about the sublime are not objective judgments, and what is predicated in them is merely that we, the judging subjects, find it impossible to imagine that a greater object could exist. We are unable to grasp the objects in its totality. We feel this without being interested in comparing our object with others and ascertaining its objective size. In assigning universal validity to our judgment, we refer to other subjects. We presuppose that everyone else will find it just as impossible as we do to imagine the existence of a greater object, and that in consequence of this everyone will agree with our judgment which calls it sublime. We see that the subjects who judge provide the standard required by the judgment, and that it is not the object by itself which is judged, but the object in relation to the judging subjects. The judgment is a reflective aesthetic judgment, not an objective logical judgment. Thus a standard certainly lies at the basis of the judgment, a standard which one presupposes to be the same for everyone. But it is a standard which is not suitable for a logically or mathematically determined estimation of greatness, but only for an aesthetic estimation, because it is a merely subjective standard that is taken as the basis of the judgment that reflects upon greatness. Another point to be noted is that, although we may have no interest whatever in the real existence of an object, its mere greatness is capable of creating in us a feeling of delight. It is the mere contemplating of the object which gives us pleasure, and we ascribe universal communicability to this pleasure, i.e., we assume that the same pleasure will be felt by everyone else. In all this our judgments about the sublime agree with our judgments about the beautiful. The remarkable difference between the two judgments, however, is that we cannot call an object beautiful without at the same time ascribing a purposive form to the object itself. We call the object itself beautiful because as regards its form it seems pre-adapt to our faculty of judgment. The object which we judge to be sublime on the other hand seems to us devoid of all form. It is ill-adapted to our faculty of judgment. We judge it to be absolutely great for the very reason that we are incapable of grasping it as a whole. In the case of a judgment about the beautiful, our faculty of judgment, in representing the object to itself, becomes aware of a harmony of the imagination and the understanding. This gives us pleasure and makes us assume that everyone else, in representing the object, will take the same kind of pleasure in the object, the pleasure which arises from the subjective purposiveness in the employment of the cognitive faculties. But it seems very difficult to understand how an object which we judge to be absolutely great can give us any kind of pleasure at all. How can our very inability to grasp it give us the feeling that it is purposive in relation to the employment of our cognitive faculties? We understand that our judgments about the sublime are merely reflective judgments and as such must be distinguished from judgments which determine the magnitude of objects by measuring them, and that the idea of purposiveness which lies at the basis of these judgments must be an idea of a very special kind of purposiveness. When without qualification we say of an object that it is great, this is not a mathematically determinate, but a merely reflective judgment concerned with such a representation of this object as is subjectively purposive for a certain employment of our cognitive powers in the estimation of magnitude. In order to understand this, we have in the first place to determine once more the difference between mathematically determinate judgments and reflective judgments which make us judge an object to be absolutely great. As far as mathematically determinate judgments are concerned, no object is ever judged to be absolutely great, for their business is to ascertain objectively how great an object is. They do this by taking other objects as the standard of measurement. The object may be 10 times, 100 times, even 1,000,000 times as great as any other object. And yet the idea of absolute greatness can never arise. For it is clear that nothing can ever be given in nature, no matter how great it is, which regarded in some other relation may not be infinitely small. As soon as we compare an object with other objects, we cannot find it absolutely great. A mountain, for instance, may be great in comparison with any other mountain, but it will be judged to be small when it is regarded in some other relation. The concept of the absolutely great or of that which is great beyond all comparison is an aesthetic concept. When we call an object absolutely great or sublime, we mean by this that for this object it is not permissible to seek an appropriate standard outside itself, but merely in itself. It is a magnitude which is like itself alone. The sublime is that in comparison with which everything else is small. We have stated that no object can be judged absolutely great in comparison with other objects. The idea of absolute greatness refers the representation of the object, not to other objects, but to the subject. It is the subject which feels that the object which it represents to itself is greater than anything else. From this it follows that the sublime is to be looked for not in natural objects, but only in our own ideas. It must be left to the deduction to show on which of them it is based. It is clear that it is very difficult to understand what Kant means by this, but the last words show us that he will explain it later. In our section he gives a mere outline of his argument. We are told that while there is a striving in our imagination towards progress ad infinitum, and while reason demands absolute totality as a real idea, the fact that our faculty for the estimation of things in the world of sense is incapable of attaining to this idea awakens in us a feeling of a supersensible faculty within us. Kant believes that our imagination has a natural tendency to proceed with the apprehension of a given manifold indefinitely. There are certain objects in nature which we cannot comprehend. Our imagination feels itself checked. It cannot reach the totality of the given sensible object. The imagination cannot proceed, and this reminds the subject of reason's idea of totality, and, since reason in conceiving the idea of totality is not concerned with the sensible world but with the supersensible world, our very inability to comprehend the totality of certain natural objects reminds us of a supersensible faculty within us. It is now easier to see what Kant's reasons are for believing that the representation of the mere greatness of an object involves the consciousness of a subjective purposiveness in the employment of our cognitive faculties. The object which is judged sublime is not at all purposive. For the only purpose the object serves is that it makes us think of our faculty of conceiving ideas of reason. Our very inability to estimate the sensible object awakens in us the feeling of a supersensible power within ourselves. The object is purposive only in so far as it gives occasion to the faculty of judgment for referring to that faculty of the mind which alone is concerned with the supersensible, namely, reason. It is not the object of sense which is absolutely great, but the use which the faculty of judgment quite naturally makes of certain objects in order to produce this feeling, and compared with it every other use is small. In other words, it is not the object, but the disposition of the mind brought about by a certain representation engaging the faculty of judgment, which may be called sublime. That is sublime which in the very possibility of its being thought gives evidence of the existence of a faculty of the mind surpassing every standard of sense. The argument set forth in this section may be paraphrased as follows. There are two methods of estimating the magnitude of objects, namely, estimation by means of numbers, which may be called mathematical estimation, estimation by the eye, which may be called aesthetic estimation. As we have already stated, mathematical estimation of a magnitude can progress indefinitely by simply adding one unit to another. It must be noted, however, that the estimation must make use of a fundamental unit as a known quantity, which can be no further determined. How can this irreducible fundamental unit be estimated? 230. How can its magnitude be determined? Obviously only by intuition. We cannot represent to ourselves the first and fundamental unit by means of which we measure in any other way than by grasping it immediately in intuition. It follows that all estimation of the magnitude of natural objects is in the last resort aesthetic, i.e., it is subjectively, not objectively, determined. It is quite true that as far as mathematical estimation of magnitude is concerned we can never come across a greatest possible object. Mathematical estimation is merely progressive. It proceeds from one number to another. It can do this indefinitely, for there is not the slightest difficulty in adding as many numbers to one another as we please. This is not so in the case of aesthetic estimation or estimation by the eye. For aesthetic estimation has to grasp the object in one intuition, to represent it to itself as a whole, and this cannot be done without a reference to the fundamental aesthetic measure, which is to be kept present to the imagination. The greater the object, the greater must be the fundamental measure which we take as the basis of our measurement. In order to judge the magnitude of an object aesthetically, we have to increase the measure in accordance with the magnitude of the object. Otherwise we could not represent the object to ourselves intuitively. Now this cannot go on indefinitely. There exists an absolute measure, i.e., a measure beyond which no greater is possible, subjectively. Why must there be such an absolutely great measure? Kant's answer is that in order to take in a quantum intuitively so as to be able to use it as a fundamental unit for the measuring of a magnitude, the imagination has to perform two operations, apprehension and comprehension. I have here in the first place to explain what Kant means by comprehension. The difficulty is that in English comprehend and comprehension are synonymous with understand and understanding, whereas the German words Zusammenfassen and Zusammenfassung have the original meaning of the Latin comprehendere, thus Zusammenfassen means to put things together. If this is understood, the difference between apprehension and comprehension becomes quite clear. Apprehension is the immediate awareness of an individual representation, and comprehension is the putting together or combining of several representations. In what follows I shall use the words comprehend and comprehension in this sense. My explanation of the meaning of the German words will, I hope, put the reader on his guard against taking the English words in their usual sense. One Kant's argument is that the process of apprehension of intuitions can be carried on indefinitely. It is only comprehension that becomes more and more difficult the more intuitions there are to be apprehend. It soon reaches its maximum, and this maximum is the aesthetically greatest measure for the estimation of a magnitude. For when the apprehension has gone so far that the partial representations of sensuous intuition which have first been apprehended begin to vanish from the imagination while proceeding towards the comprehension of yet others loses as much at the one end as it gains at the other, and in such comprehension a maximum is reached beyond which the imagination cannot go. It may be asked why Kant here attributes both apprehension and comprehension to the imagination, and whether this is in keeping with the doctrine of the critique of pure reason. The answer is simple. As regards apprehension, Kant has shown in the first critique that to speak of mere apprehension by means of intuition is an abstraction. Mere apprehension would be the immediate awareness of an individual representation. In fact, however, no intuition ever is intuition of an individual representation. It is always the intuition of a manifold of representations, and thus, apprehension is always bound up with the imaginative synthesis, which enables us to combine different representations of a manifold to be apprehended in intuition. To be able to perform the synthesis of apprehension we must possess a faculty of imaginative reproduction. The synthesis of apprehension is thus inseparably bound up with the synthesis of reproduction. As regards comprehension, it is clear that it must be attributed to the imagination, for according to Kant imagination is the faculty of the mind which enables us to combine representations. It performs the synthesis of representations, and may in fact be said to be the only active power of the mind, since intuition as such is purely passive. Intuition merely receives impressions, and as we have just seen it is not even capable of giving us apprehension. Understanding on the other hand produces rules of synthesis, and the synthesis itself is performed by the imagination. Here there is a difficulty, for it may be objected to Kant's argument that he has also told us in the first critique that the synthesis of reproduction is always bound up with a synthesis of recognition, or a concept. He has made it quite clear that the putting together of apprehended units would be in vain unless the synthesis of reproduction could be determined by concepts. If it were not so determinable by the concepts of the understanding, the imaginative synthesis could lead to no result. In a very interesting passage in the Critique of Pure Reason, Kant calls the imagination a blind function of the soul, and in the same passage we read the following: "What must first be given with a view to the a priori knowledge of all objects is the manifold of pure intuition. The second factor involved is the synthesis of this manifold by means of the imagination. But even this does not yet yield knowledge. The concepts which give unity to this pure synthesis, and which consist solely in the representation of this necessary synthetic unity, furnish the third requisite for a knowledge of an object." A few paragraphs before this Kant defines synthesis as the act of putting different representations together and of grasping what is manifold in them in one may conform with the understanding's concepts in general without any determination of them. So, in judging a thing sublime, it refers the same faculty to reason in order that it should subjectively conform to reason's ideas, without its being indicated which of them are involved. It is now quite easy to understand why Kant believes that the judgments in which we call objects sublime rest upon a specific idea of purposiveness. The sublime object is purposive only in relation to the mind of the judging subject. It is purposive in so far as it enables the judging subject to bring about an indefinite relation between imagination and reason. The purpose which is ascribed to the object is a purely subjective purpose. Kant is convinced that the human mind has a natural desire to be reminded of the fact that it is possessed of the faculty of reason. Human beings like being made conscious of the fact that they are rational beings, that they are not limited to the world of sense, and can raise themselves above it. The consciousness of this capacity fills them with pleasure, but this feeling is of course, like every other pleasure, purely subjective. Sublimity is a feeling and not a property of any object. We may see from this that true sublimity is to be found only in the mind of the judging subject, and not in the natural object the estimation of which is the occasion of that feeling of the judging subject. For who would call sublime such things as shapeless mountain masses piled upon one another in wild disorder with their pyramids of ice, or the dark raging sea? It is the mind which feels itself elevated in its own estimate when, in contemplating such things without paying any attention to their form, it abandons itself to the imagination and also to reason which is placed in combination with it, reason which extends the imagination, and yet the mind finds the whole might of the imagination still unequal to reason's ideas. We have learned in the preceding section that in making judgments about the mathematically sublime or absolutely great we refer our representation of the object to reason and its idea of absolute totality. It is therefore not surprising that our judgment about the sublime manifests itself in a feeling of respect for our object. Respect may in fact be described as the feeling of our powerlessness to reach an idea that is love for us. It has been shown in the critique of practical reason that when we become aware that we are obliged to act in accordance with the commands of the moral law, and at the same time that as finite beings we can never be in perfect accordance with it, we necessarily feel respect for this law. A finite being who knows that all his actions ought to be determined by the objective law of morality and is at the same time aware that he is incapable of ever realizing the demand made on him feels respect. It is the consciousness of our own incapacity which produces this feeling, a feeling which would not exist in a purely rational being that according to his own nature would be in perfect harmony with the moral law. The feeling which accompanies our judgments about the sublime is of a very similar kind. We say of an object that it is sublime or absolutely great, when we become aware of our inability to comprehend the object in a whole of intuition. Our imagination, despite all its efforts, is unable to comprehend in the whole of one intuition the object which is given to it. This makes us think of reason's idea of absolute totality. It is reason that recognizes no other measure than the absolute whole. From the fact that the respect which we feel for the object arises only because its representation makes us refer to reason and its idea of totality, it follows that properly speaking we do not feel respect for the object, but for the principle of reason of which the representation of the object reminds us. We feel that we ought to realize the idea of absolute totality, and that we are incapable of doing so. The feeling of respect for the sublime in nature is in truth respect for our own destiny, which we pay to a natural object by means of a certain subreption, for we confuse the respect for the idea of humanity in our own self with the respect for the object. This, as it were, places before our eyes the superiority of the rational destiny of our cognitive faculty over the greatest power of sensibility. Further, it has been explained in the critique of practical reason that respect is a feeling of a very special kind. There are contained in it the heterogeneous elements of pleasure and pain. Our respect for the moral law may be regarded as a kind of pleasure in so far as, in making us conscious of our being determined by the law of reason, it elevates us above the sensible world. But there is also an element of pain contained in the feeling of respect. We also feel that in spite of all our efforts we can never fully realize the demand made upon us. The feeling of respect which is bound up with our judgments about the sublime is of a very similar nature. It is a feeling of pain arising from the consciousness of the inability of our imagination to estimate the magnitude of the object and thus to conform to the idea of absolute totality. But it is also a feeling of pleasure, for it is our own reason which makes us judge every sensible object to be infinitely small in comparison with the idea of absolute totality. Thus, the feeling of the sublime is a feeling of pain that arises when we find that there is a lack of harmony between the aesthetic estimation of magnitude as performed by the imagination and the same estimation as performed by reason. But at the same time a feeling of pleasure is aroused in us. This pleasure is aroused when we agree with this very judgment which expresses the inadequacy of even the greatest power of sensibility as compared with ideas of reason. It arises because it is a law for us that we should strive after these ideas. For it is a law imposed upon us by our reason, and it belongs to our destiny, that we should think everything that is great for us in nature small in comparison with the ideas of reason, and everything that excites in us the feeling of this supersensible destiny harmonizes with this law. Now in the greatest effort of our imagination to exhibit a unit for the estimation of magnitude, there is present a reference to something absolutely great. And consequently also a reference to the law of reason which prescribes that nothing is to be accepted as the greatest possible measure of magnitude except the absolutely great. Thus our inner perception of the fact that every sensuous standard is inadequate when compared with the estimation of magnitude harmonizes with the laws of reason. It is a pain which makes us alive to our supersensible destiny, and in this it is purposive, and consequently it is pleasant to find every standard of sensibility inadequate to the ideas of reason. Kant's argument is now quite clear. The human mind, as possessed of the faculty of reason, cannot recognize any other measure than absolute totality. In estimating sensible objects aesthetically, we become aware of the fact that we are quite incapable of fulfilling the demand made upon us. We find that our imagination, in representing certain objects to itself, is incapable of finding among sensible objects an appropriate standard for the measurement of the object. We feel the object to be absolutely great. What is the ground of this feeling? Nothing else than that we become aware of the incapacity of our imagination. This is a feeling of pain. We feel that being sensuous beings we are unable to estimate imaginatively the magnitude of certain sensible objects, let alone fulfill reason's demand that we should recognize as the supreme measure nothing but the totality of the world. At the same time as we become aware of the inability of our imagination to estimate the magnitude of certain sensible objects, which makes us call them sublime, we take pleasure in the fact that a sensuous faculty is incapable of ever conforming to ideas of reason. It makes us alive to our supersensible destiny. We feel raised above the world of sense. We take pleasure in the realization that every standard of sensibility falls short of the ideas of reason. The object which we judge to be sublime may be regarded as purposive in so far as its representation enables us to refer to reason and its principle. We take pleasure in the object because it makes us realize the fact that every object of sense, even those which seem absolutely great to our imagination, fall short of the idea of absolute totality. To become aware of the incapacity of the imagination gives pleasure to a rational being. It feels itself elevated above the sensible world. For although the object which is judged seems repellent to our imagination, which is incapable of comprehending it, it seems attractive to our reason. The transcendent towards which the imagination is driven in the apprehension of the intuition is for the imagination like an abyss in which it fears to lose itself. And yet in relation to reason's idea of the supersensible, it is not transcendent. On the contrary, it is in conformity with the law of reason that such an toward of the imagination should be brought about. In other words i.e., the transcendent is in turn attractive in the same degree as it was repellent to mere sensibility. We must not on any account confuse the purely aesthetic judgments about the sublime with logical or cognitive judgments, and we must remember that in making them we are not at all interested in knowledge of our object. They do not employ any concepts at all, and merely make us feel an indeterminate harmony of our cognitive faculties. And yet this harmony is entirely different from the one which lies at the basis of our judgments about the beautiful. In judgments about the sublime, imagination and reason, which are the two faculties involved, are felt to harmonize in virtue of their contrast, whereas in aesthetic judgments about the beautiful we become aware of a perfect harmony of our cognitive faculties. And we ascribe subjective purposiveness to the object because in representing it to ourselves we feel that the two faculties of the mind involved accord with each other. The idea of subjective purposiveness in our judgments about the sublime, on the other hand, arises from our consciousness of the discord of imagination and reason. The consciousness of this disharmony gives us pleasure because in our capacity as rational beings we enjoy representing to ourselves the complete diversity of our sensuous and our rational faculties. For just as in the estimation of the beautiful imagination and understanding produce a subjective purposiveness of the powers of the mind through their harmony, so imagination and reason produce the same result here through the discord between them. They awaken in us a feeling that we are possessed of a pure and independent reason or of a faculty of estimating magnitudes whose excellence cannot be made evident except by representing the inadequacy of that faculty which by itself has an unlimited power of exhibiting the magnitude of sensible objects. The remaining parts of this section add very little to what has already been said, and I will do no more than quote two passages in which Kant's main idea becomes particularly clear. The quality of the feeling of the sublime may be described as follows. It is a feeling of pain, a pain which we feel because of our power of estimating an object aesthetically. And yet this pain is represented as purposive, which is possible only because our own inability helps us to become conscious of an unlimited faculty which we, the same subject, possess, and because the mind can estimate the latter aesthetically only by becoming conscious of the former. Now when a magnitude reaches almost the limit of our faculty of comprehension in one intuition and yet our imagination is required by numerical magnitudes to proceed to an aesthetic comprehension in a greater unity, we feel that aesthetically our minds are confined within limits. And yet we should extend our power of imagination so as to make it adequate to that which in our faculty of reason is unlimited, namely, the idea of the absolute whole. In other words, the very fact that our power of imagination is not suited to its purpose makes us regard it as purposive in relation to reason's ideas which it awakens in us. Thus it is that the aesthetic judgment becomes purposive for reason as the source of the ideas, that is to say, it becomes purposive in relation to that intellectual comprehension compared with which all aesthetic comprehension is small, and the object is received as sublime by means of a pleasure which is possible only through the medium of a pain. Kant's theory of the dynamically sublime, which is set forth in this section, is so much easier to understand than his theory of the mathematically sublime that I will discuss only the main points of his argument without concerning myself with details. The terms mathematically sublime and dynamically sublime are easily explained. The mathematically sublime is an object which seems to the judging subject to possess infinite magnitude. The dynamically sublime is an object which seems to the judging subject to possess infinite power. Kant's argument runs as follows. In order to be enabled to estimate nature as dynamically sublime, WC must represent it to ourselves as a source of fear. In representing the object to ourselves we feel that even to try to offer any resistance to it is quite impossible. The object is thought to be infinitely superior to ourselves. It must be noted, however, that if we are to judge an object to be infinitely powerful or dynamically sublime we must not be in an actual state of fear, for when we are afraid of something we cannot judge it at all. The feeling of the sublime arises in us when we put ourselves in the position of a person who would have to offer resistance to the object and feel that any such attempt would be futile. We must not actually be in such a situation. We must not be afraid of our object. We look upon our object as fearful and yet are not afraid of it. It is clear, however, that this feeling of imaginary helplessness alone cannot be the only condition of our judging objects dynamically sublime. We have seen that the judgments about the mathematically sublime or absolutely great rest upon two conditions. In the first place we have to become aware of the incompetence of our imagination. The imagination, being unable to comprehend the object, feels it to be absolutely great, and the judging subject becomes in that way aware of its limitations as a sensuous being. But we have also seen that in becoming aware of this incompetence of its imagination the subject refers to its rational faculty, which gives it a standard compared with which every sensible standard is infinitely small. The subject feels that as a rational being it is infinitely superior even to the greatest natural object. In the immensity of nature and the incompetence of our faculty to supply a standard which in the sphere of nature would be appropriate for the aesthetic estimation of magnitude, we discovered our own limitations. And yet at the same time we found in our rational faculty a non-sensuous standard containing as its fundamental unit that very infinity compared with which everything in nature is small. In other words, we found in our minds a superiority to nature in its very immensity. Our judgments about the dynamically sublime are based upon a very similar principle. The object which we judge sublime makes us conscious of our own helplessness as sensuous beings. We feel that physically nature is infinitely superior to us, that every attempt to offer resistance to it would be in vain. But we also feel that there is within us a faculty infinitely superior to nature. The object which is called sublime reveals to us our faculty of thinking ourselves independent of nature. Physically we are helpless. Nature may deprive us of everything, but it has no power over our moral personality. The feeling of our physical inferiority excites a feeling of our moral superiority. Nature is therefore called sublime here merely because it urges the imagination to represent to itself those cases in which the mind can make itself feel the sublimity of its own destiny, which raises it even above nature. Thus it becomes clear once more that sublimity is in no sense a property of natural objects, and that it belongs to the human mind alone. We call things sublime on the ground that they make us feel the sublimity of our own minds. It will be obvious that Kant's theory of the dynamically sublime agrees in every respect with his theory of the mathematically sublime. He states once more that the idea of sublimity arises from the fact that in representing the object to ourselves we feel the preeminence of our rational nature over physical nature even in its immeasurability, and he sets forth the view that it is our consciousness of the incapacity of our imagination which makes us feel this. Kant does not explicitly state it, but it is clear from the context that he also believes our judgments about the dynamically sublime to contain the two elements of pleasure and pain. The pain is felt because our imagination presents to itself the infinite superiority of nature, the pleasure because this makes us think of our existence as rational beings. Kant might again have said, as in the preceding section, that the object is received as sublime by means of a pleasure which is possible only through the medium of a pain. I should like to discuss one more point. On page 262 Kant says that the principle from which he has derived the judgment about the sublime may appear to be too far-fetched and subtle, and so be thought to be beyond the reach of an aesthetic judgment. He goes on to say that this is not really the case, and that observation of men proves the reverse. The principle may be the foundation of the commonest judgments, although one is not always conscious of its presence. This is somewhat misleading, as the reader may infer from it that Kant believes himself to have derived the principle of aesthetic judgments about the sublime from empirical observation of actual judgments. But Kant does not really mean this, for, as has become clear from the preceding sections, he holds that the principle which underlies our aesthetic judgments about the sublime is an a priori principle, and, as we have seen, it is one of the fundamental doctrines of Kant's philosophy that no a priori judgments can ever be derived from empirical observation. In the next section he will deal with the question as to what kind of necessity and a priori validity can be ascribed to aesthetic judgments about the sublime. He will show that everyone who is susceptible to ideas of reason must necessarily judge certain objects sublime and is entitled to presuppose that every other subject will agree with him, and we shall see that in Kant's opinion it is only the a priori character of the judgments which makes transcendental philosophy concern itself with them. As he puts it, it lifts them out of the sphere of empirical psychology, in which they would otherwise remain buried among the feelings of pleasure and pain, all that we could say of them being that they belong to the more cultivated feelings which would tell us nothing. I think Kant must understand in section 28 by observation of men transcendental analysis of their judgments and not empirical observation of them. Section 29. The following are the main points of the argument set forth in this section. It seems to be impossible to concede to a judgment about the sublime any claim to universal validity and necessity. How can a person who makes such a judgment demand everyone's agreement? How can he claim that everybody ought to call certain objects sublime? Such a claim seems unwarrantable. As shown above, the feeling of the sublime depends on the susceptibility of the mind to ideas, and how can we presuppose that this susceptibility will exist in every human being? It seems obvious that in fact, it can exist only among the highly civilized. Such people judge objects sublime which would merely terrify the savage and uncivilized. How can a claim to universal validity and necessity be made for a judgment which presupposes a special disposition of the mind on the part of the judging subject, viz., culture? Kant's answer is that, although culture is necessary for the making of a judgment about the sublime, this does not involve its being an original product of culture. One feeling for moral ideas is not introduced into society in a conventional manner. It has its roots in human nature. Every human being is subject to the moral law, and owing to this we may expect from every human being that he will possess a feeling for moral ideas. When we find that a man is insensitive to beauty, we reproach him with lack of taste, and when we find him indifferent to an object which we consider sublime, we say of him that he has no feeling. We demand both taste and feeling of every man, and the only difference is that, whereas in the case of an aesthetic judgment about the beautiful we demand agreement as a matter of course, we demand agreement with our aesthetic judgments about the sublime on a certain subjective assumption. What we assume is the existence of moral feeling in every human being, and on this assumption we attribute necessity to our judgment. I should like to add a remark on one point which, although not made explicit by Kant, seems to me to be implicit in his argument. According to Kant, all aesthetic judgments, whether they are judgments about the beautiful or judgments about the sublime, are singular judgments, they are concerned with only one object and refer the representation of this object to a rule which cannot be determined. All aesthetic judgments possess exemplary universal validity, i.e., we judge the given object beautiful or sublime because we consider it to be an instance of a universal exemplary rule. Although we can never prove in a particular case that we have subsumed the object correctly under the indeterminate rule, we nevertheless presuppose that the indeterminate principle itself must be acknowledged by every judging subject. This means in the case of the judgments about the sublime that only a subject possessing the faculties of imagination and reason must necessarily take pleasure in becoming conscious of the harmonious relation of these two faculties. We have seen that the consciousness of this harmony, which is a harmony through contrast, arises in us when, in representing a sensible object to ourselves, we feel that we are rational beings and as such infinitely superior to nature and all the objects contained in it. Aesthetic judgments about the sublime rest upon the presupposition that this feeling will be shared by every finite rational being, by every being which belongs to two worlds, the world of sense and the intelligible rational world. The capacity to feel this pleasure is not due to psychological peculiarities of the individual. The principle on which the judgment rests is a subjectively necessary a priori principle. In this modality of the aesthetic judgments, namely, in the necessity which they claim, lies what is of chief importance to the critique of judgment. For it is this modality which indicates that they possess an a priori principle. It lifts them out of the sphere of empirical psychology in which they would otherwise remain buried among the feelings of pleasure and pain, all that we could say of them being that they belong to the more cultivated feelings which tells us nothing. Thus it becomes passable to place the judgments, and with them the faculty of judgment, in a class with those judgments and faculties which have a priori principles. In this way they can be introduced into transcendental philosophy. I may now conclude my exposition of Kant's theory of the sublime, disregarding the passage headed General Remark upon the exposition of aesthetic reflective judgments. The rest of the analytic of aesthetic judgments consists of two parts. In the first part Kant deals with the deduction of aesthetic judgments, and in the second he sets forth his theory of art and the artist. It is easy to see why Kant deals with the deduction of aesthetic judgments and with the problem of art after his account of the judgments about the sublime. His reason for doing so seems to be that he wants to bring the analysis of aesthetic judgments to an end before concerning himself with their deduction and discussing the problems of art and the artist. Or, as he will explain in section 30, he believes that the deduction of aesthetic judgments is concerned only with judgments about the beautiful and not with those about the sublime. It is also clear that the problem of art and artistic production does not concern judgments about the sublime, but only those about the beautiful. We see that the remaining parts of the analytic of judgment will be concerned with the beautiful alone and will have nothing whatever to do with the sublime. This makes it all the more difficult to understand why Kant continues giving the heading analytic of the sublime to these parts of the analytic of aesthetic judgment. I must confess that one cannot find any explanation for this. We have stated time and again that our judgments of taste, i.e., our judgments about the beautiful, are fundamentally different from logical judgments. In making them we are concerned not with properties of the object which we judge, but merely with our own subjective feelings about the object. And yet there is some reference to the object present in our judgment. When we call an object beautiful, we presuppose that it possesses certain qualities which make the subject that represents it to itself take pleasure in it. It is true we are not at all concerned with these properties. but we ascribe to it a form which makes the judging subject conscious of a harmony of its faculties of representation. We have called this subjective purposiveness. We see that judgments of taste are referred to their object in the sense that they ascribe to it a form which necessarily gives every subject pleasure. The purposiveness which we ascribe to the object is merely subjective, and yet we cannot but derive it in some way from the object. For the purposiveness has in this case i.e., the case of our judgments about the beautiful in nature its foundation in the object and its form, and this is so although the purposiveness does not indicate a relation of the object to other objects in accordance with concepts, but merely concerns the apprehension of that form in so far as this form shows itself in the mind to be adequate both to the faculty of concepts and to the faculty of the exhibition of concepts. It is easy to see that, since our judgments of taste are concerned in this way with their object and its form, the question may be raised, what is the cause of this purposiveness? Or, why does nature present us with objects which make us feel a harmony of our faculties of cognition? It follows that a mere analysis of the judgments of taste cannot be considered satisfactory. We have also to answer the question, how are judgments of taste possible, i.e., how can we make an a priori judgment which presupposes that nature will present us with subjectively purposive objects? Having analyzed the judgments of taste into their elements, we have now to concern ourselves with their deduction, i.e., we have to ask, have we the right to make judgments of taste? We have to justify the claim to universality and necessity which is implied in them. This does not apply to our aesthetic judgments about the sublime, for unlike judgments of taste they are in no way concerned with the form of their object. They are entirely subjective. Sublimity, as we have seen, cannot in any sense be regarded as a property of objects. It is a property of the mind, as may be inferred from the fact that the idea of the sublime arises in us when nature presents us with an object which we cannot comprehend. Therefore it is obvious nonsense to raise the question, why does nature present us with objects which we judge sublime? The consciousness of a purposive relation between imagination and reason, that consciousness which lies at the basis of our judgments about the sublime, is not in any way referred to an object. All the object does is to give us occasion for becoming conscious of a capacity of our own minds. It is not the object itself but our own mind which makes us think of our being possessed of reason and thus being able to conceive ideas of a supersensible world. And it is clear that, since the object which is judged is a sensible object, it can in no way be held responsible for the pleasure which we take in our becoming conscious of our superiority over the sensible world. Judgments about the sublime are a priori and necessary judgments. The claim made by them is that every object which makes the judging subject aware of its rational character will give pleasure to it. The exposition of the judgments about the sublime has shown that the human mind, as possessed of imagination and reason, is capable of relating them to each other, of becoming aware of its supersensible capacity on the presentation of a sensible object. By showing that this is possible, we have established the universal validity and necessity claimed by the judgments. It follows that their exposition is at the same time their deduction, for the former has shown that the subject, without attributing to nature any purpose, is capable of bringing about a purposive relation of its cognitive faculties. When we speak of the sublime in nature, we express ourselves improperly, for, properly speaking, sublimity can be attributed only to the attitude of mind, or rather to that element in human nature which is the foundation of the attitude. The apprehension of an object otherwise formless and not suited to any purpose merely gives us occasion to become conscious of this attitude, and to that extent we use the object in a subjectively purposive manner. The object is, however, judged subjectively purposive neither by itself nor on account of its form. Therefore our exposition of the judgments about the sublime in nature was at the same time their deduction. For, in analyzing the act of reflection performed by the faculty of judgment when it makes such judgments, we discovered a purposive relation of the cognitive faculties, a relation that must be brought into an a priori connection with the faculty of purposes, namely, the will, and which is therefore by itself a priori purposive. This, then, immediately involves the deduction, that is to say, the justification of the claim to universally necessary validity which is made by such a judgment. We see that it is only the judgments of taste which require a deduction. Our first business is to find out what method this deduction will have to follow. Only those judgments require a deduction which lay claim to some kind of necessity. This is the case with judgments of taste. They lay claim to subjective universal validity, and in making them we demand that everyone should agree with our judgment. Judgments of taste differ from logical judgments in that the predicate of the judgment of taste does not make an assertion about the object as such, whereas in a logical judgment the predicate stands in necessary connection with its subject because it is attributed to it as a property. To take an example, when we say, "the table is round," we mean by this that the predicate of the judgment is necessarily connected with its subject. Now this subject is the object about which an assertion is made in the judgment and to which a certain property is attributed. Judgments of taste, on the other hand, do not attribute any properties to their objects as such, and yet there is a claim to necessity implicit in them, for when we call a thing beautiful we mean by this that the object judged must produce pleasure in every person who judges it. The pleasure which is claimed is of a specific kind. It is the pleasure in the consciousness of the subjective purposiveness which arises when we present the object to ourselves. A judgment of taste claims subjective universal necessity, and in doing so has to vindicate the claim made by it. We have to ask ourselves the question, when we judge a thing beautiful on the ground that we take pleasure in it, what right have we to assume that everyone else will take the same pleasure in it and as a consequence of this will agree with the judgment? Before proceeding, we have once more to draw a clear distinction between subjective aesthetic judgments and objective cognitive judgments. There are two kinds of cognitive judgment: theoretical judgments, which are based upon concepts of the understanding; practical judgments, which are based upon a priori concepts of reason. It is not difficult to understand how cognitive judgments may claim universal validity, for once the universal validity and necessity of the concepts on which they rest has been established, it is easy to see why the judgments which make use of these concepts are necessary and universally valid. But it seems very difficult to understand how a judgment which does not make use of any concepts at all can lay claim to universal validity and necessity. A judgment of taste is always a singular judgment. The subject that makes it does not compare the object with any other object, and what is asserted by the subject is merely that the form of the object which it represents to itself makes it aware of a specific state of mind which it presumes is necessarily the same in every other subject which represents the same object to itself. The curious fact is that universal validity is attributed to a singular judgment, and a judgment which is made independently of concepts. Another remarkable thing is that when we make a judgment of taste we do not take any account of the judgments made by other people in the past. It is clear why this must be so, for if we made our judgments dependent on other people's opinions we could never ascribe any necessity to them. We could find out in that way what things are generally found beautiful, but such a judgment, which would be based on a collection of votes and on the interrogation of others as to what sort of sensations they experience, would clearly be an empirical and not an a priori judgment. It is strange that an a priori judgment which claims universal validity bases this claim, as it were, upon an autonomy which the subject exercises in judging about the feeling of pleasure which it finds in the given representation, that is to say, upon the subject's own taste, and yet this universal validity is not to be derived from concepts. We see that a judgment of taste is, as regards its logical character, fundamentally different from every other judgment. For, first, there belongs to it universal a priori validity, which, however, is not a logical universality according to concepts, but the universality of a singular judgment. Secondly, there belongs to it a necessity, but it is a necessity which is independent of any a priori proofs the production of which would compel the assent that the judgment of taste imputes to everyone. The deduction of the judgments of taste will have to deal with the question as to how judgments which possess such peculiar logical characteristics are possible. But before proceeding to the deduction we have once more to bring out and illustrate with the help of examples the two logical peculiarities implicit in our judgments of taste. The first peculiarity of the judgment of taste is as follows. The judgment of taste determines its object, as a thing of beauty, according to the delight that is taken in it, and it makes a claim to the agreement of everyone, as if it were an objective judgment. We have seen that a claim to universal validity is implied in every judgment of taste. This is why we speak of the beautiful as if it were a property of the object. We express our judgment as if it were a logical judgment. To take an example, we say, "This flower is beautiful," t.e., we speak of its beauty as if beauty were an objective quality. That there is such an objective element present in every judgment about the beautiful becomes obvious when we compare it with our judgments about the pleasant. We may indeed say of the same flower that it is pleasant. But in doing so we do not regard pleasantness as a property of the object, for we do not expect others to agree with us. We should not protest at all if another person objected to our judgment and asked you to formulate it in a different manner. We should have no objection if someone made us say, "The flower pleases us," instead of saying, "It is pleasant." This raises a difficulty regarding the judgments about beauty. It seems as if it were necessary to regard beauty as a property of the object which does not conform to the diversity of persons and sensations, but to which different persons must conform if they are to judge it. It is, however, quite easy to show that this also is impossible, for we call a thing beautiful for no other reason than that it gives us pleasure. Beauty cannot possibly be attributed to the object as such. We see what the difficulty is. We formulate our judgments of taste as if they were logical judgments, and on the other hand the predicate of our judgment is devoid of all meaning unless it is referred to the individual person who makes it. When we make an aesthetic judgment, we ground it on our own individual pleasure. How then can we regard our judgment as universally valid? Besides, it is required of every judgment that is to prove the taste of the subject, that the subject should judge for himself without having to grope about empirically among the judgments of others or to seek for information from them in advance as to the satisfaction or dissatisfaction which they find in the object to be judged. When we call a thing beautiful we do not and cannot consult other people, for if we did we could never think of our judgment as a necessary a priori judgment. We should make a merely empirical judgment, which would state what in most cases, perhaps even in every case, actually takes place, but not what in every case ought to take place. It is difficult to understand how we can first formulate our judgments about beauty as if they were objective judgments and then believe that we are justified in doing so for the very reason that without consulting other people we rely entirely upon our own subjective feelings. We do not allow ourselves to be dissuaded from our judgment. We behave as if it were based upon objective concepts, as if we could prove that we are right and everyone else wrong. We feel the object to be beautiful, and relying upon nothing but this purely subjective feeling we demand that everyone else should feel as we do. Section 33 The judgment of taste cannot in any way be determined by proofs. This is the second peculiarity of judgments of taste. It indicates more than anything else their character as subjective judgments. After what has been said, it is easy to show why aesthetic judgments are incapable of being made valid by proofs. We have seen that when we judge a thing to be beautiful we do not take any account of the judgments of others but rely upon our own feelings. Logical judgments are of an entirely different kind. We can make others agree with the logical judgment, for we may be able to prove to them that we are right and they are wrong. The truth of logical judgments is independent of the subject who makes them. They are universally valid and necessary, and they hold for every judging subject. We can enforce our judgment upon others by proving to them that the property which we ascribe to the object really belongs to it, and if they examine our proof and find it logically sound they will agree with us. With aesthetic judgments the position is quite different. W.C. may illustrate this by an example. Let us assume that someone judges that a poem is not beautiful, on the ground that it has not given him pleasure. However many people may disagree with him, he cannot change his opinion about it. He will abide by his judgment even if others adduce against it all sorts of rules laid down by the most celebrated critics. He may begin to harbor doubts as to whether he has cultivated his tastes sufficiently. but unless the poem gives him pleasure he cannot call it beautiful. Other people's judgments cannot make him appreciate what in fact he does not appreciate. When the judgment of others is unfavorable to ours, this may quite rightly make us doubt our own judgment. But it can never convince us of its falsity. It follows that there can be no empirical proof capable of coercing anyone into a judgment of taste. Kant says that this would appear to be one of the chief reasons why the faculty of aesthetic judgment has been given the name of taste. A man may enumerate to me all the ingredients of a dish, and may remark of each of them that it is something which I usually find pleasant. Moreover, he may justly praise to me the wholesomeness of the food. And yet I am deaf to all these reasons, and must try the dish with my own tongue and my own palate, and it is according to this, and not according to universal principles, that I make my judgment. Thus it seems as if our judgments of taste were merely subjective judgments dependent entirely on the personal taste of the individual making them. As a matter of fact, as has often been stated before, a judgment of taste is always a singular judgment. It is a judgment about a particular object made by a particular person. It takes no account whatever either of other persons or of other objects. It is of course possible for us to compare several singular aesthetic judgments and make a universal judgment out of them. For instance, we may say, all tulips are beautiful, because we have found that every tulip we have seen so far has given us pleasure and as a result of this been judged beautiful. But such a judgment is clearly no longer an aesthetic but a logical judgment. A judgment of taste, as has been stated again and again, is concerned with a particular object and with the feeling of a particular person about it and nothing else. But only the judgment which makes me find the individual given tulip beautiful, i.e., which makes me find my delight in it to be universally valid, can be a judgment of taste. What is so strange about a judgment of taste is that although it is merely subjective, i.e., entirely dependent on the feeling of a particular person about a particular object, it lays claim to universal validity for every person. It does so without any qualification, just as if it were an objective judgment resting upon cognitive grounds and capable of being enforced by proof. We have seen again and again that the difference between logical and aesthetic judgments is that the latter do not make use of concepts. How essential this difference is may be seen from the fact that, as has been shown in the Critique of Pure Reason, a logical judgment depends entirely on the universal concepts of the understanding. It has been proved that the understanding provides the human mind with certain necessary universal rules, that intuition provides it with particulars, and that the faculty of judgment enables us to relate particulars and universals to one another, to subsume a particular case under a universal rule, and thus to arrive at an objectively necessary and universally valid judgment. We have learnt that aesthetic judgments do not employ any concepts at all and are therefore incapable of being proved. But we have also seen that the two kinds of judgment agree on one point. They both lay claim to universal validity and necessity, with the difference that the universality claimed by logical judgments is objective, that claimed by aesthetic judgments subjective. If it be asked, what is the subjective condition of all judgments? The answer must be, it is the judging faculty itself. The faculty of judgment, as has been pointed out several times before, is not an independent faculty of the mind, and never does more than merely relate two other faculties of the mind to one another. In the case of a logical judgment, it brings about a determinate relation between the imagination and the understanding. It is clear that in the case of a merely subjective or testheric judgment the faculty of judgment cannot bring about such a determinate relation between imagination and understanding. In making such a judgment the subject does not know of any definite relation between the particulars given to it and universal rules. We merely feel that there exists some such relation, and we judge an object beautiful on the ground that in representing it to ourselves we become aware of a harmony of our faculties of representation. In the case of a logical judgment the faculty of judgment is provided with particulars given in intuition and synthetized by the imagination on the one hand and universal concepts produced by the understanding on the other. Judgment does nothing but subsume the given particulars under the universal concepts. But we have seen time and again there exists yet another kind of judgment, different from determinate judgment, namely reflective judgment. Reflective judgment does not relate imagination and understanding in a determinate manner. It does not subsume the intuitions which have been synthesized by the imagination under given universal concepts. It is concerned with an indefinite relation between imagination and understanding, and in applying its principle there is no assumption that the given manifold is determined by definite concepts of the understanding. All that is assumed is that there is some reference to understanding and its principle of unity. The judgment of taste is distinguished from the logical judgment in that the latter subsumes a representation under concepts of an object, whereas the former does not subsume it under any concept, because, if it did, then the necessary and universal assent could be enforced by proofs. And yet it is similar to the logical judgment in that it claims universality and necessity, although not according to concepts of the object. It follows that the universality which it claims is merely subjective. Now, since in a judgment the concepts const, *utc the content, and since the judgment of taste is incapable of being determined by concepts, it follows that it must be grounded in the subjective and formal conditions of our judgment in general. The subjective condition of all judgment is the power itself whereby we judge, 9. The faculty of judgment. When this faculty is to be used in respect of a representation whereby an object is given, it requires the harmony of the two faculties of representation, the imagination, and the understanding. Now, since in our case the judgment is not based upon a concept of the object, what takes place can only be that the imagination itself, at the instance of a representation by which an object is given, is subsumed under the general conditions which the understanding requires in order to pass from intuition to concepts. In other words, since the freedom of the imagination consists in the very fact that it schematizes without a concept, it follows that the judgment of taste must rest upon mere sensation. This sensation makes us aware that the imagination in its freedom and the understanding with its conformity to law reciprocally enliven one another. Thus the judgment of taste rests upon a feeling which allows us to judge the object according as the representation serves the purpose of assisting the cognitive faculties in their free play. Taste, therefore, as a subjective power of judgment, contains a principle of subsumption. Yet it is a subsumption, not of intuitions under concepts, but of the faculty of intuitions or exhibitions under the faculty of concepts, in so far as the former in its freedom harmonizes with the latter in its conformity to law. 1. Section 36. In the preceding sections we have discussed the logical peculiarities of the judgments of taste. We had to do so because the deduction of these judgments will have to use as its guiding principle their logical form. In fact, it will be concerned with nothing else. In order to discover by means of a deduction the legitimacy of the claim made by the judgments of taste, we can take as a clue nothing but the formal peculiarities of these judgments, that is to say, we can do no more than consider in these peculiarities the merely logical form of the judgments. Before proceeding to the deduction, it is necessary to be quite clear as to the task before us. We have to state what the problem of a deduction of judgments of taste is and what exity we mean by the deduction of a judgment. The deduction in the Critique of Pure Reason was a deduction of the concepts on which our cognitive judgments are based. It has been shown that all our knowledge of objects depends on two faculties of the mind, namely, intuition and understanding. The Critique of Pure Reason has succeeded in establishing the objective validity and necessity of the concepts of the understanding. This was done by showing them to be necessary conditions of experience. Every judgment about objects, whether it be an empirical or an a priori judgment, depends on the a priori concepts of the understanding. They are necessary a priori because they are conditions of the manifold of intuitions being united in one consciousness. To arrive at a cognitive judgment we can connect the concept of an object in general immediately with the perception of an object. This perception contains the empirical predicates of the object, and in this way a judgment of experience can be produced. This judgment of experience rests upon a priori concepts which are concerned with the synthetic unity of the manifold of intuition, by means of which it becomes possible to think the manifold as the determination of an object. These concepts, namely, the categories, require a deduction, which was given in the Critique of Pure Reason, and by means of which we succeeded in solving the problem, how are synthetic a priori cognitive judgments possible? Our problem was thus concerned with the a priori principles of pure understanding and its theoretical judgments. That the deduction of judgments of taste will have to follow an altogether different principle is obvious from the fact that these judgments are not based upon any objective concepts. They are not concerned with objects as such but only with their relation to the subject. What exactly is the assertion made by a judgment of taste? What do WC mean when we say, this thing is beautiful, or ugly? It is clear that what is implied in such a judgment is that the representation of the object excites a feeling of pleasure or pain in the subject which pronounces the judgment. What is asserted in it is that there is a connection between the representation of an object and a subjective feeling. Besides judgments of taste, there are other judgments in which the same connection is expressed, namely, our judgments about the pleasant. When we judge a thing to be pleasant, WC presuppose that there is a connection between the representation of the object and a subjective feeling. The essential difference between the two judgments is that when we assert of a thing that is pleasant, we do not attribute any necessity to this connection. We merely state that it exists in ourselves. But we in no way demand that another person should take the same pleasure in the object. As has often been pointed out, such a claim to necessity and universal validity is implicit in our judgments of taste. It follows that judgments of taste require a deduction. The task of this deduction is to show how a subjective judgment can lay claim to necessity. How can we presuppose that the pleasure which we take in a given object must necessarily be felt by everyone else? We may state our problem as follows. How is a judgment possible that makes us judge, merely from our own feeling of pleasure in an object independently of its concept, that this pleasure should be bound up with the representation of the same object in every other subject, and how is it possible that such a judgment should be an a priori judgment, i.e., a judgment which need not wait for the agreement of other people? The fundamental problem of the Critique of Pure Reason was, how are synthetic a priori judgments possible, i.e., how are judgments possible the predicate of which is not implicitly contained in the subject concept so as to require only to be extracted from it? As regards judgments of taste, with which we are here concerned, it is easily shown that they are synthetic and not analytic judgments. For it is self-evident that their predicate is not implicit in the concept of the object. When we assert that we take pleasure in the object, we do so without being in the least interested in knowing what the object itself is, i.e., we do so irrespective of any concept. It is equally clear that the judgment of taste goes beyond the intuition of the object which is judged. Intuition is an element of knowledge. It enables us to know what the sensible qualities of an object are. A judgment of taste, on the other hand, joins as predicate to our intuition of the object something that has nothing whatever to do with the object. For, by asserting that in intuiting the object we feel pleasure, we connect our intuition of it with something that has reference only to the subject, viz., our own feeling of pleasure. The problem to be solved is, how are such a priori synthetic judgments possible? It is easy to see that judgments of taste are synthetic judgments, for they go beyond the concept and even the intuition of the object in order to add as predicate to that intuition something that has no reference to knowledge at all, namely, the feeling of pleasure or pain. But although the predicate, the individual pleasure connected with the representation, is an empirical predicate, the fact that the judgments claim the agreement of everyone shows in the very expression of their claim that the judgments are either a priori or at least desire to be regarded as such. Thus our problem belongs to the critique of judgment, and is part of the general problem of transcendental philosophy: how are synthetic a priori judgments possible? In this section, which is headed "What exactly is asserted a priori of an object in a judgment of taste?" Kant merely repeats things which have been stated before, and with which I have dealt on several occasions. He states once more that the synthesis of a representation of an object with pleasure can never be known a priori. A judgment which determines such a connection between representation and pleasure is an empirical judgment. The only connection between a representation and a feeling which can be determined a priori is that between the representation of the moral law and the feeling of respect for the moral law. But, as far as this feeling is concerned, there is grounded in reason an a priori principle that determines the will. Moreover, the moral feeling is, strictly speaking, a mere consequence of the determination. 262. Of the will. Therefore it cannot be compared with the feeling of pleasure, on which judgments of taste are based. Moral feeling requires a determinate concept of a law, whereas the pleasure is supposed to be connected immediately with the mere act of judging prior to any concept. For the same reason all judgments of taste are singular judgments, they unite the predicate of delight not with a concept but with a given empirical representation. Why Kant repeats all these things becomes clear from the last paragraph of our section. He wants to emphasize once more that the pleasure which is felt in the beautiful object can never be determined a priori. It is by experience that we find out what objects give us pleasure. What the deduction will have to concern itself with is not the pleasure of which we speak when we call a thing beautiful. It is the fact that we attribute universal validity to our pleasure which alone indicates that we refer our judgment to an a priori principle. The problem to be solved is, are we justified in attributing universal validity and necessity to our pleasure in the beautiful or are we not? Thus it is not the pleasure, but the universal validity of this pleasure, perceived in the mind to be connected with the mere estimate of an object, that is represented in a judgment of taste as an a priori universal rule for the faculty of judgment, a rule which is supposed to be valid for everyone. When I assert that one perceive and judge an object with pleasure, my judgment is an empirical judgment. But when I find an object beautiful, that is to say, when I assume that I am entitled to impute my delight to everyone as being necessary, then my judgment is an a priori judgment. In this section we find the deduction of judgments of taste. Kant's argument may be paraphrased as follows. It has been shown that we judge an object to be beautiful when in representing it to ourselves we become conscious of a harmonious relation of our cognitive faculties. It is the faculty of judgment and its principle of reflection which enables us to become aware of this. Judgment relates imagination and understanding to one another without making use of any definite concept. It is an entirely indeterminate relation of the two faculties in which we take pleasure. On the other hand, our judgment is just as independent of sensation as it is of concepts. It is the mere contemplation of the object which gives us pleasure. We are in no way interested in knowing what the object is. Neither do we take pleasure in its sensible properties. The judgment is essentially different from our judgments about the pleasant. It is a judgment of reflection. We possess a faculty of aesthetic reflection, i.e., a faculty of becoming aware of a harmony of the faculties of the mind which are the conditions of knowledge in general. We call an object beautiful because it makes us feel this harmony. We have shown that our pleasure in the object arises from its subjective purposiveness for the faculty of judgment. We take pleasure in the object only because its representation brings the subjective conditions of knowledge in general into a harmonious relation. Kant's argument goes on as follows. We are entitled to presuppose that the accordance of a representation with these conditions of the faculty of judgment will be the same in all men and that therefore these conditions must admit of being assumed valid a priori for everyone. In other words, we are entitled to impute to everyone the pleasure, which pleasure is in fact the subjective purposiveness of the representation in respect of the relation of the cognitive faculties, in the estimate of a sensible object in general. What is so strange about this so-called deduction, for which Kant has prepared us from section 30 onwards, is not so much that it is so short. Neither is it that Kant expects the reader to understand his terms, that he presupposes, for instance, that we shall find no difficulty in understanding what he means by expressions like subjective purposiveness in respect of the relation of the cognitive faculties, etc., for all this has been explained so often that Kant can expect us to understand him. But it is very strange that he fails to put forward what is really the main point of his argument. Unless he had told us before, we should find it impossible to understand on what grounds he believes that the subjective conditions of 264 Judgment in general must necessarily be supposed to be the same in all men. We understand this only because Kant has told us in the Analytic of the Beautiful that, since for the sake of the communicability of objective knowledge it is necessary that determinate relations between imagination and the understanding should be the same in every subject, it follows that their indeterminate relation is also identical and therefore that aesthetic judgments may rightly claim universal validity. It is true that Kant touches upon this point in a note on page 290. His words are, to be entitled to claim universal assent for a judgment made by the faculty of aesthetic judgment and resting upon merely subjective grounds, it is sufficient if it is allowed, that the subjective conditions of this faculty, which concerns the relation of the cognitive powers brought into action with a view to a cognition in general, are the same in all men, and this must be true, as otherwise men would be incapable of communicating their representations or even their knowledge to one another. But I think no one will deny that it would be almost impossible to understand this unless Kant had explained it before, especially in view of the fact that the most important point of the argument is contained in the last few words. I may mention that what I am criticizing here is Kant's manner of exposition. It seems to me beyond all possibility of doubt that so far as the doctrine is concerned the deduction is in the strictest accordance with what has been said before in the Critique of Judgment, and also with the general principles of transcendental philosophy. Remark. I will now proceed with my exposition. The chapter on the deduction is followed by a section headed Remark, in which Kant makes a few interesting observations. He points out that the reason why the deduction of judgments of taste is so easy in comparison with the deduction of the categories is that it does not have to justify the reality of a concept. A judgment of taste is not a cognitive judgment, and therefore to establish its validity we need do no more than show that we are justified in presupposing that the same subjective conditions of judgment exist in every judging subject. Another condition of the validity of a particular judgment of taste is the correct subsumption of the particular case under the universal rule. This of course presents a difficulty which does not in the same way affect a logical judgment. In a logical judgment we subsume the particular instance under definite universal concepts, whereas in the case of an aesthetic judgment we subsume it under an indeterminate subjective rule which cannot be thought but merely felt. It is clear that as a consequence of this the subsumption may easily prove fallacious. We may easily be led to believe that a particular object fulfills the conditions of the rule when in fact it does not do so. It must be noted, however, that, just as the difficulty and uncertainty concerning the subsumption of a particular case under the logical principle does not in any way affect the logical principle as such, so the same difficulty, however great it may be, does not affect the aesthetic principle. All we assume is that provided a particular case has been subsumed correctly we can count upon universal agreement. The principle upon which aesthetic judgments rest is that an individual person who judges an object to be beautiful is justified in referring to a universal indeterminate subjective rule which is valid for all judging subjects. Section 39. The problem discussed in this section is the problem of the communicability of a sensation. There is hardly anything in it that has not been said before. And yet it is interesting, because Kant states his case more clearly than anywhere else. His argument runs as follows. Sensation would be universally communicable if we were entitled to assume that everyone has the same kind of sensibility. This however cannot be allowed. We are in no way entitled to suppose that organic sensation is identical in all men. It depends on the sense organs of the individual, and it is quite impossible to suppose that the impression one person receives from an object is exactly the same as that of another person. To illustrate this by an example, we cannot communicate to a person who is deprived of one of the senses the nature of the impressions which we receive from the objects of this sense. But even if there is no such deficiency, if for instance there are two persons possessed of the sense of smell, they can never be sure that the sensation they receive from the same object is precisely the same in both of them. Just as little can we assume that the feeling of pleasantness and unpleasantness should be identical in different individuals. Whether different people feel a thing to be pleasant or do not depends entirely on their individual nature. In respect of pleasantness and unpleasantness, the mind of the individual is entirely passive. Certain objects give pleasure to certain persons and do not give it to others. Therefore it is quite impossible to claim that a particular feeling of pleasantness or unpleasantness should be acknowledged by everyone. Now there is yet another kind of pleasure, namely, the delight which is taken in an action on account of its being a moral action. This pleasure may be presupposed to be identical in every subject. It has however been shown in several places that this feeling is an immediate consequence of our consciousness of the moral law. We can determine it by means of concepts of reason. And this is the reason why it is universally communicable. Thus it cannot be universally communicated except through reason, and if the pleasure is to be of the same kind in everyone, this must take place through very definite concepts of practical reason. Further, in the analytic of the sublime it has been shown that our pleasure in the sublime may also claim universal validity and communicability. But we have also seen that, in order to ascribe this to it, we have to refer to the moral foundation of human nature. We have to presuppose that every moral being will take pleasure in becoming conscious of its moral destiny. We see that we are entitled to demand that everyone will take the same pleasure in the sublime. But we can do so only through the moral law which, in turn, is based upon concepts of reason. The only kind of sensation which is universally communicable is the pleasure in the beautiful. It is neither purely sensuous like the pleasure in the pleasant, nor is it referred to determinate concepts like the pleasure in the good, nor is it indirectly referred to concepts of reason like the pleasure in the sublime. It is a pleasure of mere contemplation, which does not rest upon any objective principle. According to transcendental principles, ordinary apprehension of an object depends on two subjective conditions, two faculties of the mind, namely, imagination one and understanding. The connection of these two faculties is brought about by the faculty of judgment. But whereas in the case of an empirical cognition the faculty of judgment recognizes the relation between the two faculties by subsuming particular intuitions under determinate concepts of the understanding, it takes quite a different course in aesthetic appreciation. All that sensation. What is interesting in this section is the fact that Kant's theory of fine art is obviously entirely dependent on his theory of our judgments about the beautiful. He is convinced that there is no other way to determine what is the nature of fine art than to refer to the judgments about the beautiful. If we are to understand what a beautiful thing is and how it is produced, we have to know what are the conditions which make us judge a thing beautiful. What they are has been made clear in the analytic of the beautiful. The doctrine of art and the artist has to conform in every respect to the analysis of aesthetic judgments. Kant is convinced of this. That his theory of art and the artist is in every respect dependent on his analysis of judgments of taste will become quite clear in the subsequent sections. We have seen that the idea of beauty arises out of an awareness of a harmonious relation of the faculties of representation, a relation which is independent of any concept. There are no rules of the understanding which would explain to us this purposive relation. The purposiveness of the representation is without a purpose, and asterisk cannot be determined by concepts or rules. From this it follows that a work of art gives us the impression not of having been created by a human being for a definite purpose but of being a product of nature. For in order to find it beautiful we must have the feeling that it is free from the constraint of rules imposed upon it by a consciously acting human intellect. It seems to us as if the product of fine art were produced unintentionally, as if it just existed. In order to be capable of enjoying it, we must not think of any definite intention on the part of the artist, for if we were to do this we should at once cease to enjoy it aesthetically. The consciousness of the free play of our cognitive faculties would not be brought about. Our imagination would be fettered by definite concepts. The product of art seems to us free from a definite human purpose. It looks to us as if it were a product of nature. It is a strange fact that in order to be enabled to feel a natural object to be beautiful we must regard nature as if it were an artist. THIRD means that in representing the object to ourselves we must think of a nature whose products are determined by a principle other than merely mechanical principles. Nature is viewed as productive in an aesthetic sense. It produces objects artistically. It gives them a form which we find beautiful, and in this it is implied that we ascribe to nature the principle of purposiveness without a purpose. \VE conceive the idea of a technique of nature. We regard nature. 272. Not as mere nature but as an artist. Nature was beautiful when at the same time it looked like art, and art can be called beautiful only if we are conscious that it is art although it looks to us like nature. But here there is a difficulty, for it is clear that no product of human art can be regarded as having been produced quite unintentionally. It is a product of the human mind, and we cannot but assume that there was some intention in the mind of the artist. Art has always got a definite intention of producing something. But if this something were mere sensation, that is to say, something merely subjective which is supposed to be bound up with pleasure, then it would be only through organic sensation that the object would please us when we judge it. As has been shown, we should attribute no universal validity to such a feeling at all. We should merely state, the artist intended to give us pleasure, the object pleases us, the definite purpose which he had in mind has been achieved. Were the intention of the artist, on the other hand, directed to the production of a definite object, this object would please us by means of a concept, and we should again not call it beautiful. It would please us in the same manner as a product of mechanical art pleases us. To take an example, a watchmaker has the intention of making a watch. In order to be able to carry out this intention, he must have a definite purpose in mind. He intends the object to serve this purpose. In the case of a watch, the purpose would be that it should indicate the time of day. The watchmaker, to be enabled to produce a watch, must represent to himself quite clearly what purpose it is meant to serve, and must act accordingly, and in order to take pleasure in this product we have to set before us the purpose which was present in the artist's mind. We approve of the object, it pleases us, on the ground that it serves the purpose it has been made for. The beautiful is of an entirely different kind. We call an object beautiful when it pleases us in the mere act of judging, i.e., when it conforms to our principle of aesthetic reflection without any reference to mere sensation or to definite concept. We see that the beautiful object must be regarded as intentionally produced in so far as the artist intended it to be an object the representation of which should make us conscious of a harmony of our cognitive faculties, i.e., which would make it seem to be a case to which we could apply our principle of aesthetic purposiveness. Thus, although the purposiveness in the product of the fine art is actually intentional, it must not appear to be so, that is to say, fine art must admit of being regarded as nature, although we are conscious of it as being art. It is clear that we must ascribe to the artist some kind of intention. We must assume that he intends to present us with an object which we shall find beautiful. He must apply some rules for the production of his work, but he must not be conscious of the precise nature of these rules, and this is true also of the person who finds his work beautiful. Just as we can enjoy beauty only when our imagination and understanding are in an indefinite relation without being determined by any definite rules, so the artist himself must enjoy freedom in his faculties of cognition. He must be capable of producing his work in accordance with the rules without being fully conscious of what they are. This point will be made clearer in the subsequent sections. We have seen that a man who produces beautiful things cannot act according to any definite rules, and that on the other hand a work of art must be dependent on some rules. It follows that the rules which the artist applies belong to his own individual nature. He must possess a capacity for producing things which will be judged beautiful. The rules cannot be determined either by the artist who produces the work of art or by those who judge it. They are an expression of the individual nature of the artist. The productive faculty of the artist may be called genius. Genius is the talent or natural gift which gives the rule to nature. But since talent, as an innate productive faculty of the artist, itself belongs to nature, we may define genius also in this way: genius is the innate ability of the mind through which nature gives the rule to art. Every art presupposes rules, for otherwise its products would be products not of art but of mere chance. But since the concept of 274 Pure art does not permit the judgment about the beauty of its product to be derived from any rule that has a concept as its determining ground. It follows that the artist himself is not conscious of the rule which he applies. It is the nature of the individual artist which supplies the rule. Fine art is only possible as a product of genius. Since no definite rules can be given for producing beautiful objects, and since consequently the artist himself is not conscious of how he creates them, he can neither teach others the rules which will enable them to make beautiful things, nor can he learn it from others. Thus originality must be the primary property of the artist. But since there must be some rule present in every work of art, originality cannot be regarded as the only condition of the production of works of art. There is such a thing as original nonsense. The products of fine art, in spite of their originality, must at the same time be models, that is to say, they must be exemplary, and so, although they are not themselves products of imitation, they must serve others for this purpose, i.e., as a standard or rule according to which they can be judged. The creator of a work of art is incapable of indicating scientifically the rules which he applies. He gives the rules as nature. He does not himself know how he produces his work. That he can produce it he owes to his innate ability. Hence the author of a product which he owes to his genius does not himself know how the ideas for it came to him, and he is powerless to invent such a thing at will or methodically, nor can he give to others such precepts as would enable them to create similar products. It is important to note that nature prescribes the rule through genius, not to science, but to art, and to the latter only in so far as it is fine art. Neither science nor mechanical art are products of genius, for they follow determinate rules which can be set down in a formula and can be both taught and learnt. This will be explained in the following section. That genius and imitation are fundamentally opposed to each other is a point on which everyone is agreed. It is clear why it must be so, for we have seen that genius creates according to indeterminate rules which cannot be learnt and therefore cannot be imitated. The case is quite different in the domain of science, for the scientist, knowing how he arrives at his conclusions, can prove the truth of his argument and set down definite rules which others can learn. They have nothing to do but to follow his argument step by step, and they can acquire knowledge of it by industry and perseverance. In matters of science therefore the greatest inventor differs from the most pitiful imitator and apprentice only in degree and not in kind, for what the former has accomplished is something that could equally well have been learnt. The same does not hold for fine art. Talent for art cannot be learnt. It must be bestowed directly upon each individual by the hand of nature, and so it dies with him until one day nature endows another in the same manner, and this man requires nothing but an example, to be able to put in action in a similar way the talent of which he is conscious. We have seen that, although a product of art is not determined by any definite rule which could be expressed in a formula, there is some kind of rule implicit in it. This is the reason why it can, and in fact must, be regarded as a model. It is an example of the indeterminate rule according to which it has been produced. The rule as such cannot be specified, and the product cannot be imitated, but it is possible that the artist's ideas, which are expressed in his work, will arouse similar ideas on the part of his pupil, presuming nature has endowed the latter with a talent for art. But these ideas are to be met with nowhere except in the individual work of art, and so an artist will never merely imitate another artist. The work of art by which the productive capacity of the pupil is excited serves as a model, not for imitation but for following. An artist following another artist will produce a work of art stimulated by the work of his master. But his own work will be original. As has been said before, originality, although an indispensable condition of the production of a work of art, is by no means its only condition. However different mechanical art and fine art may be, there is something mechanical also in the latter, something that can and in fact must be learnt, certain rules which must be obeyed, and to aim at originality at all costs, merely for the sake of being different from everyone else, is foolish. Genius and originality are necessary conditions of fine art. But they can do no more than furnish material. How to give an appropriate form to this material is something that must be learnt, and there are certain rules which must on no account be violated. Now since originality of talent is an essential element, although not the only one, in the character of the genius, shallow pates believe that they could not prove more effectively that they were budding geniuses than by emancipating themselves from the academic constraint of all rules, and they imagine that one makes a better show on an ill-tempered horse than on a trained one. Genius can do no more than furnish rich material for fine art. For the working up of this material, and for giving to it a form, there is required talent which must be cultivated by instruction so that we shall be able to make use of it in a way that will stand the test of the faculty of judgment. But if a man talks like a genius in matters that require the most minute rational investigation, he is perfidly ridiculous. We are at a loss to know whether to laugh more at the conjurer who spreads so much mist around him that we cannot judge properly but may imagine all the more, or at the ingenuous public which believes that its inability to perceive and grasp the masterpiece of insight with sufficient clarity is due to the fact that masses of new truths are thrust upon it, in comparison with which the explanation of details by means of precise definitions and the methodical examination of principles is the concern of a mere bungler. At the beginning of this section Kant distinguishes between taste and genius, and points out that for the judgment of beautiful objects only taste is required, whereas for fine art, i.e., for the production of beautiful objects, genius is needed. This is easy enough to understand. The passage which follows is more difficult. Kant speaks of the difference between the beauty of nature and the beauty of art, and declares that whereas we can appreciate the former independently of any concept of the sort of thing the object was intended to be, i.e., without any reference to a purpose, we must, in appreciating a beautiful work of art, presuppose a purpose, i.e., a concept of what the object is to be. In the appreciation of a beautiful work of art, its perfection must be taken into account. This is a most surprising statement, seeing that Kant has told us again and again that our judgments about beauty in no way presuppose a definite concept of the object and that beauty is a quality which is fundamentally different from perfection. I think, however, that it is comparatively easy to solve the difficulty. Kant is here contrasting the beauty of art with the beauty of nature. What he is trying to show is that in estimating a beautiful product of art we have to refer our representation of it to the will of a human being who intended to give beauty to his product. The purpose which the artist has in mind and the perfection he seeks to realize is beauty. This is his only intention. And yet we must ascribe to him a will to make his work beautiful, for otherwise it would be a product not of art but of pure chance. We cannot but assume that its beauty has been given to a work of art intentionally, that the artist intended it to possess perfect beauty. To nature on the other hand we cannot ascribe any such purpose. In order to find natural objects beautiful, we need not presuppose that nature intended to present us with beautiful objects. We ascribe beauty to certain natural objects, but we cannot say that nature has given them their beauty intentionally. This is in fact impossible, since we have no knowledge of an intelligent nature. We do know, however, that there exist human beings, namely artists, who produce things with the intention of giving them a beautiful form. It follows that in comparison with our judgments about beautiful natural objects, our judgments about beautiful products of art presuppose the idea of a purpose. But this does not alter the fact that even in the case of beautiful artistic products the purpose involved is not a definite objective purpose, and the concept is not a definite concept. The principle which underlies all our judgments about beauty is the principle of subjective purposiveness, or purposiveness without a purpose. 1. I will not concern myself with the remainder of this section, but turn at once to section 49, which as we shall see is both extremely interesting and extremely difficult. It is headed "The Faculties of the Mind which Constitute Genius." The analysis of the judgments of taste has shown that for the making of these judgments we depend on certain cognitive faculties and their relation. The question which has to be answered now is, what are the faculties of the mind which enable the artist to produce a work of art, and what is their relation to each other? We have seen that for the production of a work of art there is required more than mere taste. In order to be able to create things which will be judged beautiful, the artist must possess a productive capacity which has been called genius. The question to be answered now is, what are the faculties of the mind which constitute genius? Let us assume we have before us a work of fine art, i.e., a work which lays claim to beauty. It is possible that, so far as the rules of taste are concerned, we may find nothing to censure in it, and yet we may miss something in it. Kant calls this element of beauty Geist. It is difficult to find an English equivalent of the German Geist, and the main reason for this is that the German word Geist is quite vague. What is characteristic of the word is its indefiniteness. Geist is a quality that is felt rather than thought. It is strictly indescribable. I shall render it by soul, and the phrase ohne Geist by soulless, but I may state that in my opinion the translation spirit and without spirit would do at least as well, or rather as badly. Kant states at the beginning of our section that we may say of a product of fine art that it is ohne Geist. For instance, we may think of a poem that it is very pretty and elegant but that it is soulless. We may say of a story that it has precision and method, and yet we find it soulless. A speech made on some festive occasion may be held to be methodical and graceful, and yet soulless. A conversation, frequently, is not devoid of entertainment and yet is soulless. Even of a woman we may say she is pretty, that she talks and behaves nicely, and yet that she is soulless. Now, what do we mean by grist in the cases mentioned? Kant gives a definition which runs as follows. By soul in the aesthetic sense I understand the principle that animates the mind. But that by which this principle animates the mind, and the material used by it, is the very thing which produces the harmonious motion of the powers of the mind, i.e., which brings about such a play of the faculties as maintains itself and strengthens the powers which are involved in it. Although it is difficult to translate into English Kant's definition of grist, its meaning can be explained with comparative ease. Grist is nothing else but the indefinite harmony of the mental powers, their subjectively purposive relation. Further, as we may remind ourselves, Kant has told us, in section 12 of the Critique, that formal purposiveness which expresses the free play of the cognitive faculties involves a certain form of causality. It fills us with a desire to preserve the feeling of the harmony of the cognitive faculties. As Kant has explained, we dwell on the contemplation of the beautiful because this contemplation strengthens and reproduces itself. Grist is simply that which brings about this harmony of the faculties of the mind. It gives life to the work of art, and a work of art which is ohne grist is lifeless since, although in accordance with the rules of taste, its representation does not make us feel the harmonious relation of our mental powers. As long as the artist does no more than not disobey the rules of taste, he cannot produce a genuine work of art. He himself is soulless. What he lacks is grist, the animating principle of the mind. Now I maintain that this principle is nothing but the faculty of exhibiting can ever be adequate to it. It follows that no language can ever fully express it or make it intelligible. It is easy to see that an aesthetic idea is the counterpart of a rational idea, which, in turn, is a concept to which no intuition can ever be adequate. The main difficulty in the passage just quoted is to understand what Kant means by an aesthetic idea. I will try to give an explanation. An idea of reason one is a concept to which no intuition can ever be adequate. For an idea of reason transcends the world of sense. Since an idea of reason transcends the world of sensible intuitions, it may therefore be defined as a concept to which no intuition can ever be adequate. It may seem difficult to understand how Kant can say of aesthetic ideas that they are representations of the imagination to which no concept can ever be adequate. But it is possible to explain it. Let us assume that a representation of the imagination contains more than can be contained in a concept. In that case, imagination, which is the faculty of apprehending sensible intuitions, and understanding, which is the faculty of concepts, are again separated from each other. In order to explain this to ourselves, we have once more to transcend the world of experience, in which every concept is adequate to intuitions and every intuition to concepts. As long as we are concerned with nothing but objective knowledge of the world of sense, we can refer every representation of the imagination to concepts. It is only aesthetic imagination which is really productive and whose representations may contain more than can be comprehended by any concept of the understanding. This is explained by Kant in the paragraph which follows the passage we have just quoted. In order to understand his argument, we must mention one point about which we have spoken several times before. In the Critique of Pure Reason, Kant distinguishes between reproductive imagination, which is dependent on empirical laws of association, and productive imagination, which depends on the a priori laws of the understanding. Neither of these is free. Aesthetic imagination, on the other hand, with which we are here concerned, is free and truly productive. It must, however, be borne in mind that the imagination, being a merely sensuous faculty, must, if it is to be capable of creating anything, be in some way referred to the understanding and its concepts. Kant is convinced that there is always some such reference. The artist does not merely imagine something. His work represents a concept, but this concept is an indeterminate one. In conceiving it, the artist transcends the sphere of empirical nature. The imagination, as a productive faculty of knowledge, is very powerful in creating, as it were, a second nature out of the material with which real nature provides it. We entertain ourselves with it when experience seems to us too commonplace, we perhaps even transform experience. It is true that we do so in accordance with laws which have some analogy, but we also employ principles which lie beyond the sphere of experience and have their seat in reason. These principles are quite as natural to us as are those by which the understanding grasps empirical nature, and in employing them we feel our freedom from the law of association which attaches to the empirical employment of the imagination. For, although we borrow material from nature according to the law of association, we can work it up into something that surpasses nature. If, now, we refer a representation of the imaginoon to a concept, and if this representation, although the exhibition of the concept is involved in it, causes us by itself to think more than could ever be comprehended by a determinate concept, the result being that the concept is aesthetically enlarged beyond limit, then the imagination is creative, and it sets in motion the faculty of intellectual ideas, namely, reason. What happens is that, at the instance of a representation, the imagination makes reason think about this representation, and, although this thought belongs to the concept of the object, it is more than can be grasped or made distinct in the representation. These two passages may show us once more how closely Kant's theory of art is connected with his analysis of aesthetic judgments. He has told us again and again in the analysis of the beautiful that to make a judgment about beauty we must refer in some way to the understanding as the faculty of concepts. He now shows that the creative artist, if he is to be able to produce a work of art, must also use his understanding, that he must have a definite conception of his intention. Further, we are told that since the imagination of the artist is not limited to any definite concept, it displays a creative activity. The artist's representation of the thing he is to produce contains more than belongs to its empirical concept. In this way his imagination leads the artist beyond the world of sense. He creates a second nature. His imagination is free, but not in the sense that it is completely independent of any concept. On the contrary, his work expresses more than can be comprehended by any empirical or a priori concept of the understanding. The imagination is creative, and it sets in motion the faculty of intellectual ideas, namely, reason. In a word, the aesthetic idea is a representation of the imagination which becomes associated with a given concept. In making free use of it, the imagination connects it with such a manifold of partial representations as makes it impossible to find a definite expression for it which could be signified by a determinate concept. Thus, it becomes possible to add in thought to a concept much that cannot be expressed in language, and when we feel this our faculties of knowledge are enlivened, and language, as a mere thing of the letter, is connected with the spirit. At the end of the first part of section 49, Kant explains once more that it is a certain relation between imagination and understanding which constitutes genius. Since the imagination is not restricted to any definite concept, and can by itself bring about the harmony with the understanding, it can provide an abundance of undeveloped asterisk material to which the understanding in its concept paid no attention. The understanding employs this material, not so much in order to obtain a cognition, as to enliven the cognitive faculties subjectively. Thus the understanding employs the material also indirectly for the sake of obtaining cognitions. Thus, properly speaking, genius consists in a happy disposition which cannot be taught by science or acquired by industry, a disposition which enables us to find ideas for a given concept, and moreover to express those ideas in such a way that the subjective state of mind accompanying the concept can be communicated to others. C of / 317. I think that neither this nor the rest of the first part of section 49 now requires any explanation, and we may turn to the second part. Kant begins by bringing out once more the main points of his theory of genius. He states that genius is a talent not for science, which follows clearly known rules, but for art. This point has already been made sufficiently clear. The second point is more difficult. Kant asserts that a talent for art presupposes a definite concept of the product as its purpose. What is difficult in this is that it seems inconsistent with Kant's fundamental doctrine that neither our judgments about beauty nor the principles of artistic production are referred to a definite concept. In my exposition of section 48 I have already dealt with this difficulty and tried to show that all that Kant means is that the artist, being a consciously acting human being, must have one definite purpose in mind, namely, to give beauty to his product. This may be called a definite concept of the product as a purpose. Kant is very far from modifying his fundamental position that, although understanding is a necessary condition of the production of a work of art, what is characteristic of the work is not a definite concept or a definite purpose. This may be seen from the rest of the sentence, in which he states that although the talent for art presupposes understanding, it requires in addition a representation, although an indeterminate one, of the material, that is to say, of the intuition to be employed for the exhibition of this concept. In other words, what is presupposed is a relation between imagination and understanding. We must remember that Kant's doctrine is that it is the imagination which supplies the material for a work of art. The concept of the understanding is exhibited in an indefinite manner. The artist himself cannot have precise knowledge of this material, for his imagination gives him a greater wealth of material than can be comprised in any definite concept. This is the reason why, although there is a relation of imagination and understanding, it is an indefinite relation. This is expressed once more in the following passage. Thirdly, genius shows itself not so much in the attainment of the purpose which is pursued in exhibiting a determinate concept, as in an ability to bring forward or express to the exhibition of the given concept. It is well to remember here that Kant has defined an aesthetic idea as a representation of the imagination which gives rise to a great deal of thought, although no definite thought, i.e., no concept, can ever be adequate to it. He has shown that imagination in producing an aesthetic idea creates, as it were, a second nature out of the material with which real nature provides it, and further that such representations of the imagination may be termed ideas, chiefly because no concept can ever be fully adequate to them as internal intuitions. Kant is firmly convinced that the indeterminate and interminable harmony of the imagination and the understanding, of which the artist becomes conscious, arises in him when he feels that his representations contain more than can be determined by rules of the understanding. Kant insists not only that there must be some reference to the understanding and its rules, but also that there must be more in the representations which are produced by the artist's imagination than can ever be made explicit or expressed in words. This is what gives life to the products of art. The free harmony of imagination and understanding and its principle of conformity to law cannot be brought about by any observance of rules. It belongs to the nature of the individual artist and expresses itself in his work in an original manner. The following are Kant's own words: fourthly, and lastly, genius shows itself in a subjective purposiveness which is not brought about consciously or intentionally. It expresses itself in the fact that the imagination freely harmonizes with the understanding's law, and thus it presupposes such a proportion and disposition 1's Timian, of these faculties as no mere obedience to rules, whether rules of science or of mechanical imitation, can ever effect, and which cannot be produced by anything but the nature of the subject. In accordance with these presuppositions, genius may be defined as the exemplary originality of the natural endowments of a subject in the free employment of the cognitive faculties. Thus, the product of a genius is not an example to be imitated, for that would mean the loss of the essence of genius and of the very soul of the work. It is an example to be followed by another genius who is awakened by it to a feeling of his own originality. It rouses him to exercise his art, free from the constraint of rules, so that art itself gains a new rule in which the exemplary character talent manifests itself. In this section, the last of the analytic of /aesthetic judgment with which I shall deal, the question is raised whether taste or genius is more essential in matters of fine art. Kant says that this is the same as to ask whether more turns upon imagination or judgment. It is easy to see why he believes this. He has pointed out that genius is the faculty of conceiving aesthetic ideas, and further that aesthetic ideas are representations of the imagination. To decide whether these representations harmonious with the understanding and its principle of conformity to law, judgment is required. This follows from what has been said throughout the analytic of /aesthetic judgment. It has been shown that it is our faculty of reflective judgment which makes us conceive the indeterminate harmony of imagination and understanding. A judgment of taste is a product of the faculty of judgment, and from this it is clear that the artist himself, if he is to be able to decide whether his product conforms to the requirements of taste, must employ this faculty. Kant's answer to the question as to whether genius or taste, imagination or judgment, is the more important in matters of fine art is contained in the following passage, which presents no difficulty. Now imagination rather entitles an art to be called an inspired art, but it is only in so far as the faculty of judgment is involved that an art may properly be called a fine art. It follows that it is to the faculty of judgment, at least as the indispensable condition of fine art, that we have to pay most attention in judging art as fine art. To be able to produce beauty, it is not so necessary that we should be rich and original in ideas. But it is necessary that the imagination in its freedom should conform to the understanding's conformity to law, since all the riches of the imagination, if left in lawless freedom, can produce nothing but nonsense. But the faculty of judgment is the faculty of adapting the imagination itself to the understanding. Before leaving the analytic of aesthetic judgment, I should like to say that I hope I have succeeded in showing that Kant's doctrine of art and the artist agrees in every detail with his analysis of judgments of taste, and that in both parts of the critique of judgment Kant follows precisely the same principles. There is yet another thing I should like to mention. While reading Kant's exposition of judgments of taste, the reader is apt to forget a very important point which was made in the introduction, namely, that all our judgments about beauty point to something beyond the world of sense. Kant frequently draws attention to this in the introduction. He points out that aesthetic judgments rest upon the idea of a technique of nature which refers natural objects to a supersensible principle. I think that Kant deliberately avoids touching upon this problem in the analytic, for before proceeding with the discussion of his problem he has to show that not only the beautiful products of nature, but also the works of fine art, point to a supersensible principle. This has now been done. Kant has shown us that the artist's imagination must transcend the world of nature, that it creates a second nature out of the one that is given to him, that he possesses a faculty of conceiving aesthetic ideas. Anyone who understands the transcendental philosophy will see at once that in conceiving an idea the human mind necessarily transcends the world of sense, the world to which all our objective knowledge is limited. The problem to be discussed in the dialectic of /aesthetic judgment is, how are judgments possible which necessarily refer to a supersensible principle, and how are objects possible which correspond with these judgments? What Kant's problem is and what he understands by a dialectic of aesthetic judgment is clearly stated in this section. We shall merely have to follow his argument. It runs as follows. if there is to be a dialectic of the faculty of judgment, the judgments concerned must lay claim to a priori universal validity. It must be a specific kind of judgment which gives rise to the dialectic, namely, rationalizing judgment. Aesthetic judgments about the pleasant, being purely subjective and not laying any claim to universal validity or necessity, can never produce a dialectic, i.e., there can never be involved in them propositions which are seemingly or actually incompatible with one another, for we speak of the dialectical opposition of two propositions in the event of our being confronted with two propositions which both claim absolute universal necessity and validity and yet seem or are contradictory to one another. A purely subjective judgment will never lead up to objective propositions, i.e., propositions which claim universal validity for every judging subject, the irreconcilability of which would give rise to a dialectic. Hence there is nothing in the irreconcilability of aesthetic judgments of sense, i.e., judgments about the pleasant and unpleasant, which would give rise to a dialectic. As regards the other kind of aesthetic judgments, namely judgments of taste, judgments about the beautiful, it is clear that the subjective element in them cannot produce a dialectic. In so far as a judgment about the beautiful is concerned with nothing but the subjective feelings of the individual who makes such a judgment, the irreconcilability of different judgments made by different individuals will not lead to a dialectic, for every judging subject is concerned with his own judgment alone, and if another person's judgment contradicts it, this is of no interest at all. We see that it is only their claims to universal validity, i.e., their objective element or principle, which may involve judgments of taste in a dialectic. Kant says, thus, the only remaining concept of a dialectic concerning taste is that of a dialectic of the critique of taste in respect of its principles, and there is no such thing as a dialectic of taste itself. The dialectic of the critique of taste arises because conflicting concepts concerning the ground of the very possibility of judgments of taste naturally and unavoidably present themselves. The critique of taste has resolved taste into its elements. We have discovered that there is implicit in every judgment of taste a subjective and an objective principle. The analysis of judgments of taste has revealed, on the one hand, that every judgment of taste is made as a merely subjective judgment, a judgment about the pleasure felt by the judging subject, and, on the other, that every judgment of taste is made as an objective judgment, if we understand by the objectivity of a judgment its claim to universal validity. Now it is possible that in considering the two sides of the judgment we may conclude from its first peculiarity that it is a purely subjective judgment, and from the second peculiarity that it is purely objective. The two concepts contradict each other. They are based upon irreconcilable principles. There arises an antinomy of the principles of the judgment which makes their possibility doubtful. The appearance of such an antinomy would raise the question of the ground of the possibility of judgments of taste in the transcendental critique of taste will, therefore, contain a part which will deserve the name of a dialectic of aesthetic judgment, only if we discover an antinomy between the principles of this faculty which makes it doubtful whether the faculty conforms to any principle of law at all and therefore also makes its inner possibility doubtful. Now is there such a necessary antinomy of taste? Kant's answer is in the affirmative. He argues as follows. There exists a maxim regarding taste. We say, every man to his taste. A man whom we reproach with having no taste may answer us, and rightly, that a judgment of taste is a purely subjective judgment, a judgment about the feelings of the individual person who makes it, about his gratification or pain. And that therefore a judgment of taste has no right to claim the necessary agreement of others. But there is another maxim to which even those agree who do not deny the right of the judgment of taste to universal validity. It may be stated thus, there is no arguing about taste. It is obvious that the two maxims in no way contradict one another. On the contrary, the second may be regarded as the necessary consequence of the first, since from the fact that everyone has his own taste it can, and in fact must, be inferred that there can be no arguing about taste. It must not be forgotten however that the second maxim may mean nothing else, namely, that although arguing about taste is impossible, although the judgments are not based upon determinate concepts, the judgments are based upon indeterminate concepts, to which they may be referred. If this is supposed, the judgments of taste are not held to be purely subjective, and it is admitted that, although decisions as to which particular objects are to be judged beautiful cannot be reached, judgments of taste may nevertheless be right or wrong. It may be impossible to decide by proofs which they are, but it is possible to quarrel about it. What Kant believes to be the difference between quarreling and arguing may be seen from the following passage. For quarreling about judgments and arguing about them are the same in this, that in both cases we seek to bring about the agreement of the judgments by contradicting one another's judgments. There is, however, a difference between the two, in so far as in the latter case we hope to obtain this agreement in accordance with determinate concepts as proofs, and in doing so we assume that the judgment is based upon objective concepts. He goes on to explain that it is obvious that between the two maxims an intermediate proposition is missing. It is not explicitly asserted, although virtually contained in the second maxim. It may be formulated thus: there may be quarreling about taste. It is clear that this flatly contradicts the first maxim, which regards taste as purely subjective, for there is implied in it that judgments of taste possess more than merely private validity. If we admit that a judgment of taste may be contradicted by others, we concede to it a certain amount of objectivity and universality. In this way the antinomy of taste is brought about. From the first maxim it follows that judgments of taste are not based upon concepts at all, from the second that they are based upon concepts. Thus, in respect of the principle of taste there emerges the following antinomy, thesis. The judgment of taste is not based upon concepts, for, if it were, it would be possible to argue about it, its truth could be determined by proofs. Antithesis. The judgment of taste is based upon concepts, for otherwise, in spite of the diversity of judgments of taste, it would not even be possible to quarrel about it, it would not be possible to claim for such a judgment the necessary agreement of others. Kant's solution of the antinomy of taste follows, as we might expect, the same principles as his solution of the theoretical and practical antinomies in the first two critiques. We may remember that Kant solves the theoretical antinomies by showing that the contradiction between two apparently incompatible propositions arises from the fact that the object to which the propositions refer is not taken in the same sense. As long as this is not realized, the two propositions must necessarily seem incompatible. To take an example, in solving the third antinomy of theoretical reason, Kant shows that the thesis of the antinomy refers to the world regarded as a thing in itself, and the antithesis refers to the world of appearances. As we have seen, he also believes that the semblance of incompatibility between the two propositions is natural and unavoidable. Every human reason must, according to its very nature, arrive at seemingly incompatible propositions. There is no other way of solving the antinomies than by applying the fundamental transcendental principle according to which the world of empirical objects is regarded as a world of mere appearances as distinct from the world of things in themselves. The solution of the antinomy of taste follows the same principle. There is no possibility of removing the conflict between the principles which underlie every judgment of taste, except by showing that the concept to which the object is referred in such judgments is taken in two different senses in the two maxims of aesthetic judgment. Further, we must show that this double sense, or aspect, in our judging is necessary to our transcendental judgment, and, moreover, that the illusion which is brought about by confusing the one with the other is natural and unavoidable. We may remind ourselves of the two peculiarities of the judgment of taste. The judgment of taste determines its object, as a thing of beauty, according to the delight that is taken in it, and it makes a claim to the agreement of everyone, as if it were an objective judgment. The judgment of taste cannot in any way be determined by proofs, in this it is like a merely subjective judgment. The order of the two principles is reversed in the dialectic of aesthetic judgment. It is the thesis of the antinomy which declares the judgment of taste to be subjective, i.e., not based upon any concept, and the antithesis which regards it as objective, i.e., based upon definite concepts. The question which we have to answer is it really true that the judgment of taste must either be referred to no concept at all or to a definite concept? It is clear that if the judgment of taste is to be valid at all, if its claim to universal validity is to have any meaning, it must have reference to some sort of concept, and it is equally clear that according to transcendental principles, it is quite possible to allow that the judgment of taste refers to a concept, even if this concept be essentially different from the concepts of the understanding. It is asserted in the thesis that the judgment refers to no concept, and in the antithesis that a reference to a concept is implied in the judgment. Both assertions are in a sense true and false. It is a specific kind of concept to which the judgment of taste refers, viz., an indeterminate concept, and it is not true that every concept must be necessarily determined and determinable. Concepts which are to give us knowledge must of course be determinate concepts, for, as shown in the Critique of Pure Reason, it is their funedin to determine intuitans and in turn to be determined by them. This holds for empirical concepts quite as much as for a priori concepts. Both kinds of concept are determinate and determinable concepts. But it must not be forgotten that the validity and universality of the categories is limited to the world of sense. To acquire knowledge of this world, the human mind must determine intuitions by concepts. And yet these concepts are devoid of all meaning unless they are referred to intuitions, so that it may be said that our intuitions in turn determine our concepts. They are, as Kant puts it here, determinable by predicates of sensible intuition, which is capable of corresponding to them. 1. But have we not also shown that the existence of a world beyond the world of sense must necessarily be assumed? We cannot understand our own world unless we contrast it with another world, the world of things in themselves, and we cannot properly understand the nature of our knowledge unless we contrast it with a different kind of knowledge, a knowledge which would know things as they are in themselves. It has also been shown in the Critique of Pure Reason that the human mind produces concepts of a kind essentially different from the categories, viz., ideas. These ideas cannot give us knowledge, and yet they are necessary products of our reason, since reason by its very nature must form concepts of supersensible objects. In the case with which we are at present concerned, it may be asked, is it impossible that the concept to which our judgments of taste refer may be of a similar kind, i.e., that it may be a theoretically interminable concept of the supersensible? This is Kant's solution of the problem, but as his own words are not easy to understand, I may, in order to explain them, make use of an argument which, although not made explicit by him, seems to me to be implicit in his reasoning. Let us assume that our understanding gives us absolute knowledge of things in themselves. In that case we could not make a judgment which referred to an indeterminate concept. For we should have absolute knowledge of objects, every object which we represented to ourselves would be known by us as what it is. There could not be different ways of judging one and the same object. We could not attribute to an object any properties except those which we know by means of pure thought. It would be impossible to believe that the object possesses properties other than those which we know theoretically. In other words, there would not be aesthetic judgments, t.e., judgments which derive certain characteristics of the manifold from the indefinite concept of the supersensible. It is easy to see why, for there would be no such thing as an interminable supersensible substratum, and all our judgments would be cognitive, judgments based upon determinate concepts. This however is not the case. We do not possess an infinite power of cognition, and we do not know things as they are in themselves, and this is why we can on the one hand make judgments which are merely subjective judgments, not cognitive judgments, and why we can on the other hand refer our representation of the object to the indeterminate concept of the supersensible. We do not know of any objective reasons why our aesthetic judgments should be universally valid. But we are entitled to ascribe to them subjective universal validity by referring our representation of the object to the supersensible substratum. I think this explains why Kant believes that it is only on transcendental principles that the nature of a judgment of taste can be explained and the antinomy of taste solved. It is only on principles which allow, and in fact presuppose, the existence of an unknowable supersensible world that the nature of such a peculiar faculty of the mind as taste can be explained, a faculty which contains such different elements as mere subjectivity on the one hand and reference to the indefinite concept of the supersensible on the other. Now, the judgment of taste is concerned with objects of sense, but it is not its aim to determine a concept of them for the understanding, for it is not a cognate judgment. As an intuitive individual representation referred to the feeling of pleasure, it is therefore a merely private judgment, and to this extent it would be limited in its validity to the individual judging person. The object is an object of delight for me. For another it may be different, everyone has his own taste. And yet there is no doubt that the judgment of taste contains an enlarged reference of the representation of the object, and it is on this that we base our right to extend such judgments and to believe them to be necessary for everyone. It follows that some kind of concept must necessarily lie at the basis of our representation. But this must be a concept which is incapable of being determined by intuition, and by which no knowledge can be obtained. Consequently, it is impossible that we should be able by means of it to prove a judgment of taste. Now, such a concept is the pure rational concept of the supersensible as such, the concept of that which lies at the basis of the object regarded as an object of sense or as mere appearance. For, unless such a point of view were taken, the claim which the judgment of taste makes to universal validity could not be maintained. It may seem difficult to understand why Kant believes that the judgment of taste contains a reference to the supersensible on the part of both the object and the subject. But it really is quite easy, for we need only remember that he has explained to us again and again that the principle which underlies our judgments of taste is the principle of a subjective purposiveness of nature. An aesthetic judgment is a judgment of reflection. It is our faculty of reflective judgment which makes us conceive the idea of a nature which adapts itself to our needs. In order to conceive this idea we have to go beyond nature as it is known by our understanding. The principle of subjective purposiveness is a supersensible principle, a principle which our understanding cannot comprehend, since it is concerned with nothing but nature and its mechanical laws. Our understanding cannot explain to us why there should be beautiful objects in nature, and in judging an object to be beautiful we enlarge our representation of it. We attribute more to it than our understanding can comprehend, and in order to account for beauty we have to refer to a supersensible principle of nature and at the same time to a supersensible principle within ourselves. In conceiving the idea of a technique of nature, the mind becomes conscious of the fact that it can look at nature in a special way, that within itself it possesses a capacity for transcending nature. In making use of the principle of aesthetic reflection, it refers to the indeterminate and interminable concept of the supersensible. That a judgment of taste cannot determine the concept of the supersensible follows from the fact that it is a merely subjective judgment, a judgment which is not concerned with cognition. But although every judgment of taste is a strictly singular judgment, a judgment which immediately accompanies the intuitive representation of the object, it is yet referred to the indeterminate concept of the supersensible, for it is implied in it that the judgment should be valid for everyone, i.e., for every human being, who can, and indeed must, make use of the principle of our aesthetic reflection. We can never understand why we possess this faculty, and we can never prove objectively either that it exists or that a particular aesthetic judgment is objectively valid, but we can reasonably presuppose that the ground of the judgment, i.e., the ground of the assumed agreement of every subject, lies in a sphere of which we have no knowledge, in the supersensible substrate of humanity. All contradiction disappears, however, when we state the matter as follows. The judgment of taste is based upon a concept. The concept involved is the concept of the general principle of the subjective purposiveness of nature or the faculty of judgment. Nothing, however, can be known of the object by means of this concept, and nothing can be proved by it, as it is absolutely incapable of being determined and is thus useless for knowledge. And yet the concept confers upon the judgment a claim to validity for everyone. Because its determining ground may perhaps lie in the concept of that which may be regarded as the supersensible substrate of humanity. The antinomy of taste has now been solved in the most satisfactory manner. For to solve it we had only to show that two apparently contradictory propositions are in fact consistent with each other, although the explanation of the possibility of their concept transcends our faculty of knowledge. It has also been proved that for human reason the antinomy is natural and unavoidable, and this was possible because we could apply the fundamental principle of transcendental philosophy, according to which we assume that there is a sphere which human reason cannot know, the sphere of the supersensible, which includes the supersensible substrate of nature on the one hand and of humanity on the other. Both the thesis and the antithesis of the antinomy require emendation. The thesis should read, the judgment of taste is not based on determinate concepts, and the antithesis, the judgment of taste rests upon a concept although an indeterminate one, and all semblance of incompatibility between the two propositions disappears. We cannot do more than eliminate this contradiction in the claims and counterclaims made by taste. It is absolutely impossible to indicate a determinate objective principle of taste by which judgments of taste could be guided, examined, and proved. For, if that were possible, the judgment would no longer be a judgment of taste. The only key to the mystery of that faculty whose sources are hidden from us is the subjective principle, namely, the indeterminate idea of the supersensible within us. There is no other way of making it more intelligible. The rest of this section is quite simple. Kant declares that his exhibition and solution of the antinomy rests upon the proper concept of taste as a. What serves as a standard must be the element of mere nature in the subject, something that cannot be expressed in rules or concepts, i.e., the supersensible substrate of all the faculties of the subject. It is our highest purpose to bring about the complete harmony of all our cognitive faculties in relation to this supersensible substrate. This is a purpose given to us by the intelligible part of our nature, and thus the supersensible substrate serves as a subjective standard for that aesthetic and unconditional purposiveness in fine art which can have a legitimate claim to please everyone. Thus alone is it conceivable that art, for which no objective principle can be prescribed, should be based upon a subjective and yet universally valid a priori principle. It is clear that Kant here expects the reader to have followed his argument throughout the critique of aesthetic judgment. He presupposes that he will be familiar with all his technical terms and the meaning attached to them. And indeed anyone who has studied the critique carefully will find little difficulty in understanding him here. There are only a few points I should like to discuss. In the first place, we must note that once more Kant derives the product of fine art from our judgments about it. He argues that since our judgments about beauty are independent of a concept, since in making them we do not employ objective principles but merely speak of the harmony of our cognitive faculties, the work of art which is to be 304. Judged beautiful cannot be produced according to any definite purpose or a definite concept of what it is to be. This is natural, for if we derived it from a purpose we should not judge it beautiful. From this it follows that the artist can give no definite rule to art. The rule must belong to the nature of the individual artist. But what does Kant mean here by nature? Obviously not nature as it is known by every human being. He is not thinking here of nature as an object of sense experience which we determine according to the rules of the understanding, and which every human being can know by determining his intuitions by means of the concepts of the understanding and thus bringing intuition and understanding into a determinate relation. It is nature in a special sense, viz., the ultimate nature of the individual, his faculty of bringing about the harmonious relation of the cognitive faculties, which has also been called subjective purposiveness. The artist himself does not know how he achieves it, nor does the man who judges his work to be beautiful, i.e., to be in accordance with the subjective and yet universally valid principle of aesthetic reflection. All objective knowledge of nature can be determined by rules and concepts, but the subjective principle of the indeterminate harmony of the cognitive faculties which has to serve as a subjective standard for that aesthetic and unconditional purposiveness in fine art which can have a legitimate claim to please everyone cannot be determined in this way. We have to find a point of reference for the harmony of all our cognitive faculties, and this point we can find only in a supersensible faculty of the subject, its faculty of producing aesthetic ideas. In order to explain to ourselves how a human being can produce a work of art which is judged beautiful by everyone, we have to refer to a specific faculty of the subject that produces it, and we cannot derive the rule according to which he produces the work from anything but the element of mere nature in the subject, something that cannot be expressed in rules or concepts, that is to say, the supersensible substrate of all the faculties of the subject which cannot be reached by any concept of the understanding. It will be obvious that all this is in harmony with what has been said before. Remark 2. In this section Kant compares the three kinds of antinomy with one another, viz., theoretical antinomies, practical antinomies and antinomies of aesthetic judgment. He begins as follows. The following important observation presents itself naturally here. Antinomies of pure reason are of three blinds. They agree in this, that they force reason to give up the otherwise very natural assumption that the objects of sense are the things in themselves. They force reason to regard these objects as mere appearances, and to assume the existence of an intelligible substrate, that is to say, of something supersensible, the concept of which is only an idea and does not admit of knowledge in the proper sense. But for the appearance of such an antinomy, reason could not be prevailed upon to accept a principle that narrows the field of its speculation so much, or to make sacrifices which cause so many brilliant hopes to disappear completely. For even now that its loss is compensated by the fact that there is opened up to it a field for its power of practical action that is all the wider for the narrowing of its theoretical field, it seems as if it could not without pain part from those hopes or free itself from its old attachment. This will be understood by anyone who has studied the critique of pure reason and the critique of practical reason. I may refer here to my exposition of the first two critiques. There is, however, one difficult point. It may be asked why Kant speaks here of three antinomies of reason. Does he really believe that all the antinomies are caused by reason, even the antinomy of aesthetic judgment? That this really is his opinion may be seen from the passage which follows the one we have just quoted. The reason for there being three kinds of antinomy is that there are three cognitive faculties, namely, understanding, judgment and reason, each of which as a higher cognitive faculty must have its a priori principles. In passing judgment upon these principles themselves and upon their employment, reason unrelentingly requires of all of them the unconditioned for the given conditioned. This, however, can never be found as long as we consider the sensible as belonging to things in themselves and do not make it depend as mere phenomenon upon something supersensible, that is to say, on the intelligible substrate of nature within us and without us which we take to be the thing in itself. What is the difficulty here? We do not find it difficult to understand that there are three higher faculties of cognition and that they all have their a priori principles, for we know this from our examination of the introduction to the Critique of Judgment. We also know why Kant believes this. The difficulty is to understand how he can set forth the view that all the antinomies are brought about by reason passing judgment upon the a priori principles. 1. In order to understand why Kant attributes the antinomy of aesthetic judgment to reason, we may first remind ourselves that he has told us in section 45 that there is no such thing as a dialectic of taste itself, but only a dialectic of the critique of taste in respect of its principles. The transcendental critique of taste will contain a part called dialectic only if we find an antinomy of the principles of taste. In the subsequent section, in which Kant sets forth the antinomy of taste, he explains that it is not really the principles of taste which lead to the antinomy, but the conclusions which are drawn from them. The antinomy arises because from the fact that the principle of taste is purely subjective it is inferred that the judgment of taste is not based upon concepts at all, and from the fact that the judgment of taste claims universal validity the opposite inference is drawn, namely, that the judgment of taste is based upon definite objective concepts. It is obvious that according to Kantian principles these inferences are drawn by reason. Reason, in considering the subjective side of the judgment and ascribing to it absolute unconditional validity, arrives at the conclusion that judgments of taste are not based upon any a priori principle, that they are independent of concepts. In Considering the other side and applying the same principle, it arrives at the opposite conclusion. We may now proceed with our examination of the present section. Kant goes on as follows. There is, then, an antinomy of reason for the cognitive faculty which is concerned with the theoretical employment of the understanding extended to the unconditioned, an antinomy of reason for the feeling of pleasure or pain which is concerned with the aesthetic employment of the faculty of judgment, and an antinomy of reason for the faculty of desire which is concerned with the practical employment of self-legislative reason. For an explanation of this I may refer to my exposition of section 11 of the Introduction to the Critique of Judgment. A brief recapitulation of the main points of the argument set forth there will be sufficient for our present purpose. Kant believes that there are three faculties of the mind: the cognitive faculty, the feeling of pleasure and pain, and the faculty of desire. Further, there are three higher cognitive faculties: understanding, judgment, reason. The faculties of the mind and the cognitive faculties stand in a necessary connection. It appears that understanding has a priori principles only for the cognitive faculty, judgment only for the feeling of pleasure and pain, and reason for the faculty of desire. I have tried to explain before why Kant believes all this, and all that is necessary here to state is that the argument set forth in our section is in harmony with what has been said in the introduction. This will be seen from the following passage. The reason for there being three kinds of antinomy is that there are three cognitive faculties, namely, understanding, judgment and reason, each of which as a higher cognitive faculty must have its a priori principle. The remainder of our section is easy. Kant says that it has been shown that two of the antinomies are inevitable and insoluble unless the theoretical and practical judgments are referred to a supersensible substrate, but that they can be solved the moment this is done. The same method must be applied to the solution of the antinomy of aesthetic judgment, that is to say the method of reference to the supersensible. 308. For otherwise there would be only two alternatives: it must be shown that judgments of taste are not a priori judgments at all, that they are purely subjective, and that the judgments of taste deserve to be regarded as correct only because it happens that many people agree about them. If this were so, the agreement would be due to a similar organization of the different subjects. Or judgments of taste must be declared to be disguised judgments of reason, i.e., teleological judgments about the perfection of a thing, which are called aesthetic only on account of the confusion attaching to our reflection. It has, however, been shown several times in our exposition of judgments of taste how unsatisfactory as a means of escape both of these alternatives are. Kant concludes as follows: if, however, it is conceded to our deduction at least that it has been worked out on correct lines, even although the details may not have been sufficiently clear, then we are confronted with three classes of ideas: the idea of the supersensible in general, without further determination, as the substrate of nature, the idea of the supersensible as the principle of the subjective purposiveness of nature for our faculty of cognition, and the idea of the supersensible as the principle of the purposes of freedom, and of the conformity of these purposes with freedom in the moral sphere. 1. I may now leave the critique of aesthetic judgment and turn to the critique of teleological judgment. What the connection between aesthetics and teleology is Kant has explained to us in the introduction to the critique of judgment. In the first section of the critique of teleological judgment he recapitulates what has been worked out in detail in the introduction. I shall follow his argument, but for a full understanding it is necessary that the reader should refer to the introduction. Kant's argument in this section may be paraphrased as follows. According to the principles of transcendental philosophy we have sufficient reasons to ascribe to nature subjective purposiveness in respect of its particular laws. It has been shown that according to a necessary a priori principle we must presuppose that nature will meet the demand made upon it by our faculty of judgment. We must assume that nature will present us with a system of particular laws. Such an assumption is necessary, since otherwise we could not make nature intelligible to ourselves. If we are to understand nature, its particular laws must not be absolutely heterogeneous, but must be so related to one another as to enable us to arrange them in a logical system. We have seen that the human mind necessarily employs this subjective principle of logical reflection. We ascribe to nature logical purposiveness. We cannot but conceive the idea of a nature which adapts itself to the requirements of our judgment. 1. It has also been shown that we are entitled to ascribe to nature a principle of aesthetic purposiveness, that is to say, we may expect that nature will present us with objects which look to us as if nature had designed them for the express purpose of conforming to the demands of our judgment and its principle of aesthetic reflection. In other words, we are justified in assuming that nature will present us with forms which we shall judge beautiful, i.e., with such forms as bring our faculty of aesthetic reflection into play. It is not impossible to understand how we can suppose, prior to actual experience, that nature will present us with forms in which there expresses itself such a principle of unity as can awaken our faculty of aesthetic reflection. We do not of course know a priori which objects will be judged beautiful by us. The objects must be given to us in experience in order that we may be enabled to judge them aesthetically. But the principle of aesthetic reflection itself is an a priori principle. That it is so follows, if from nothing else, from the fact that we should be unable to judge a given object to be beautiful, i.e., to correspond to the principle of aesthetic reflection, unless the principle itself were assumed beforehand. In other words, although only the empirical object can make us aware of beauty, the principle according to which it is judged cannot be derived from it. It is a product of the mind. It is an a priori principle. 1. It is clear that the only reason why we can make use of the a priori principles of logical and aesthetic reflection is that they are both merely subjective principles. In applying them we do not assert anything about the objects themselves. We are concerned with their purely formal characteristics, whether logical or aesthetic, i.e., with their relation to the human mind which judges them to conform to its own principles. The question arises, is it possible to regard the objects of nature themselves as purposes of nature? It seems as if the answer would have to be in the negative. But that natural objects should serve one another as means to ends, and that their very possibility should be sufficiently intelligible only if we assume this kind of causality. For such an assumption we have no grounds whatever in the universal idea of nature as the totality of objects of sense. For since in the case above mentioned the representation of the things is something in ourselves, there was no difficulty in thinking it even a priori as suitable and adapted to bring about the internally purposive harmony of our cognitive faculties. But how can we assume a priori with any degree of probability that purposes, which are neither our own purposes nor attributable to nature, nevertheless can, and even must, constitute a particular kind of causality or at least make nature conform to a special principle of law? This passage will for the most part be readily understood by anyone who has read the introduction to the Critique. Kant's problem is, how is it possible to regard certain objects as purposes of nature? It seems to be impossible to do anything of the kind, for nature as an object of experience, as the totality of objects of sense does not give us any indication that it obeys yet another principle, that it produces objects purposively. It is not impossible to understand how we can ascribe to nature a principle of subjective purposiveness, for this principle is thought to be valid only in relation to the human mind. But how can we ascribe to nature purposes of its own? How can we make use of the idea of nature as an intelligent being? It is obvious that such a conception of nature is fundamentally different from the one which is thought by the principles of the understanding. It attributes to nature a special kind of supersensible causality. We assume that there exists beyond the world of sense an intelligent being which produces objects according to a special kind of causality, namely, causality according to purposes. Before going on, there is a difficulty that we must deal with. Kant says, in the passage which we have just quoted, that there is no reason for assuming either that natural objects serve one another as means to ends or that their possibility can be made fully intelligible only through this kind of causality. This is obscure, but we shall see later that he distinguishes between two kinds of purposiveness, viz., extrinsic purposiveness and intrinsic purposiveness. He will show that it is only the latter assumption which can be made with any degree of probability. We can now go on with our interpretation. As we have seen, Kant's problem is that it seems to be impossible to ascribe purposes to nature. He goes on to adduce another argument. But what is more, the actual existence of those purposes cannot be proved by experience unless a dialectical process has preceded our experience. This process merely reads the concept of a purpose into the nature of the things, and does not borrow it from the things or from empirical knowledge of them. In other words, the concept is used in order to make nature intelligible to ourselves by analogy with a subjective principle governing the connection of our own representations rather than to gain proper knowledge of it in accordance with objective principles. We may remember section X of the introduction, in which Kant has shown that the teleological principle is not an empirical principle. It cannot be derived from experience of natural objects. In order to judge a material object teleologically, our minds have to read something into it. The difficulty is that it seems as if this were also impossible, as if we were in no way entitled to read purposes into nature, simply because the teleological principle conflicts with. In this is implied the belief that nature, regarded as mere mechanism, might have formed itself in 1,000 different ways without coming across the unity of a principle like this, and that, therefore, if we are to have the slightest hope of finding any a priori ground which would explain this unity, we must look for it outside the concept of nature and not within it. This again will be readily understood by anyone who has read the introduction, and the same holds for the remainder of section 61, in which Kant explains that we can make use of the teleological principle regarding nature only if we do not pretend to explain nature by means of it. It can be employed only problematically, that is to say, for the sake of our own investigation into nature, not for a determination of nature as such. In other words, it is a principle that belongs to reflective and not to determinant judgment. It gives us at least one more principle for our inquiry into nature, which we apply to those cases in which mechanical principles are deemed insufficient. In applying it we regard nature on the analogy of our own faculty for producing things purposively. We regard nature as possessed of a faculty of acting technically. But, although the assumption of such a regulative principle is legitimate, it must not make us ascribe to nature purposes of its own. We must not ascribe to it definite intentions, for in doing so we should substitute for a merely regulative principle a constitutive principle which we should use for the determination of nature as such. The concept of a purpose of nature would be employed not for reflective but for determinant judgment. It would be an objective concept of reason by means of which we transcend nature and ascribe to it a supersensible causality. We should introduce a new causality into science, and to do so can in no circumstances be allowed. In this section Kant distinguishes between two kinds of objective purposiveness, namely, formal objective purposiveness and material. 314. Objective purposiveness. As we shall see, the analytic of teleological judgment will be concerned only with the latter. To explain section 62 we have to understand what Kant means by formal objective purposiveness. He says at the beginning of the section, all geometrical figures drawn according to a principle show an objective purposiveness which expresses itself in many ways and has often been admired. It shows itself in the fact that the figure is suited to the solution of many problems according to one principle, or even in the fact that each problem can be solved in an infinite number of ways. We can see from this that formal objective purposiveness is the purposiveness of geometrical figures. These may be called purposive, because they are adapted to the solution of various problems. Why does Kant call this purposiveness? What is the purpose to which the figures are supposed to adapt themselves? This may be seen from Kant's examples. Let us assume that we are called upon to construct a triangle, of which the base and the vertical angle are given. It is clear that this problem admits of an infinite number of solutions, and yet we find that all the possible triangles are determined by the circle as their geometrical locus, so that our problem is simplified in the most surprising manner. Our purpose was to find all possible triangles which fulfill the conditions, and this purpose is easily accomplished as the circle embraces them all. In order to understand this better we have to remember what Kant has told us about logical purposiveness in the introduction to the Critique. Why does the idea of logical purposiveness arise in us at all, and what is the situation in which it arises? We are called upon to arrange the particular laws of nature systematically, and our difficulty, so far as our understanding is concerned, is that it remains possible that we might find all the particular laws to be absolutely different from one another, so that their systematization would become quite impossible. We find, however, in studying nature that this is not the case, that the particular laws of nature are not totally heterogeneous, that nature adapts itself to our own purpose, of arranging its particular laws systematically. The realization of this fact produces necessarily, as has been shown, a feeling of admiration in us, or does so at least in the transcendental philosopher, who knows that the a priori principles of the understanding cannot account for such a systematic unity of nature in respect of its particular laws. We admire nature's purposiveness, its adaptation to the human mind. Nature seems to conform to the desire of the subject for a knowledge of nature, the possibility of which depends on its being a system. 1. The purposiveness of geometrical figures is a similar case. We find once more that the objects comply with our own wishes. We seek to solve a geometrical problem, and we find that the properties of our objects, geometrical figures, make this possible and even easy. No wonder we admire them for their purposiveness. Kant says of the old geometric eons that they delighted themselves with a purposiveness belonging to the nature of the things, which they could yet demonstrate in its necessity completely a priori. He goes on as follows. This original constitution of things which we can discover without any appeal to experience, and the power of the mind to derive the harmony of things from their supersensible principle, filled Plato, himself a master in this art, with such enthusiasm that rose above the empirical concepts to the ideas, which seemed to him inexplicable except on the assumption of an intellectual communion with the origin of all things. What has the transcendental philosopher to say about this purposiveness of geometrical figures and numbers, the observation of which made Plato think that the human mind was capable of deriving it from the supersensible? In the first place, he observes that the purposiveness which is assumed is manifestly objective and intellectual, not subjective and aesthetic. This is clear, for in assuming it we are concerned with the cognition of objects, and not merely with this seems difficult to understand. For from the fact that the purposiveness is objective, i.e., that it concerns properties of objects, it seems to follow that it must be derived from a definite objective concept. It seems permissible, even necessary, to derive objective formal purposiveness from the supersensible. The solution of this problem is given in the passage which follows the one which we have just quoted. Kant points out that a geometrical figure, example a circle, is an intuition which the understanding has determined according to a principle. The unity of this principle, which is arbitrarily assumed and used as a fundamental concept als Begriff zum Grande Leg, is applied to a form of intuition, namely, space, which also is a mere representation and is to be met with a priori in our minds. This makes it possible to explain the unity of the many rules, which result from the construction of that concept and which are purposive from many possible points of view, without it being necessary to ascribe the purposiveness to a purpose or to any other ground. This will be readily understood by anyone who is familiar with the doctrine of the critique of pure reason concerning geometry. According to this doctrine, a geometrical figure is not a thing in itself, it is a mere representation, and as such must necessarily conform to the a priori conditions of intuition and thought. A geometrical figure is not an external object. It is a product of the mind, it must necessarily conform to the objective conditions of outer experience. Because this is so, it is easy to see how the unity of the rules resulting from the construction is brought about. It is due to the fact that every geometrical construction must necessarily conform to the a priori forms of thought. The purposiveness is not real but merely formal, because the object is a product of the mind and as such is purposive merely in so far as it conforms to the forms which are imposed by the mind. Now the question arises, why do we admire this purely formal and intellectual purposiveness? It is quite easy to answer this question in accordance with transcendental principles. We need only remember that it has been shown in the first critique that the rules which guide geometrical constructions are synthetic a priori rules. The properties of a geometrical figure cannot be brought out by mere analysis. To take an example, in order to know what properties a circle possesses, we must do more than simply analyze the concept. We must apply the concept to intuition. We must construct it in space. This makes it appear as if the unity of the rules were empirical and had an external ground independent of our power of representation. Thus it seems as if it were contingent that the object should conform to our desire for rules, a desire which is peculiar to our understanding. Depends on a purpose expressly directed to its production. 1. Kant's argument proceeds as follows. The existence of this /1 priori purposiveness should make us realize that space, through the determination of which the object is alone possible, is not a characteristic of things external to us but a mere mode of representation. The necessary conformity of the object to space and the mathematical concepts ought to make us realize that the principle of unity does not belong to the figure as such, but has been introduced by the mind into it. But such a reflection requires, as Kant puts it, a critical use of reason. Since it is only on the principles of transcendental philosophy that formal intellectual purposiveness can be explained, it is quite natural that we should admire geometrical objects for conforming to our own a priori principle. He goes on, now, astonishment is a shock which the mind receives when a representation and the rule given through it seem to be incompatible with principles which are assumed by us, and this makes us doubt whether we have perceived and judged rightly. Admiration, on the other hand, is an astonishment which recurs continually in spite of the disappearance of that doubt, and so it is an entirely natural effect of that purposiveness which we observe in the nature of things as appearances. We cannot be blamed for feeling it, in so far as the agreement between that form of sensible intuition, namely, space, and the faculty of concepts, namely, the understanding, is inexplicable. What is relevant here is not only that we cannot explain why the agreement should have the form it has and no other, but also that our minds are roused to a vague feeling of something beyond those sensuous representations, in which, although unknown to us, the ultimate ground of that agreement may be found. That we should know this ground is not necessary when we are concerned only with the formal purposiveness of our a priori representations, but even the fact that we should have to look out in that direction fills us at the same time with admiration for the object which compels us to do so. This passage is far more important than it may seem at first sight. In order to understand what Kant's problem is, we have to remember that, as he told us in the introduction to the critique, the conception of the logical purposiveness of nature is necessarily bound up with a feeling of pleasure. Further, we have been told that the transcendental philosopher, in finding objects of nature in conformity with the principle of logical purposiveness, will necessarily admire nature for being a system according to particular laws. Why is this feeling of admiration restricted to the transcendental philosopher, so that, as Kant says, hardly anyone but a transcendental philosopher would be capable of it? We know the answer already. The transcendental philosopher will admire nature for being a logical system because he knows that the objective principles of the understanding cannot account for this. As far as these principles are concerned, nature may be a chaotic aggregate. It is a merely subjective principle which makes us assume that it will not be so, and every time we find this principle confirmed by the facts we necessarily admire nature for it. This is because we know of no necessary reason why nature should be a system. The systematic order of nature is merely contingent. We do not know a priori whether such an order exists, and, when we find in experience that it does, our reason, or at least the transcendental philosopher who has made a critical use of his reason, will admire it for conforming to the merely subjective principle of reflection. The very opposite may be said of the material objective purposiveness of nature. Anyone but a transcendental philosopher may admire geometrical figures for their purposiveness. For he alone knows that it is our own minds which introduce purposiveness into them. Making a critical use of reason, he knows that geometrical figures are mere representations and that they must necessarily conform to the forms of intuition and the forms of thought. Why should he admire them when he finds that this is actually the case? And yet even from the point of view of transcendental philosophy nothing can be said against such an admiration, for although the transcendental philosopher knows that the human mind requires for knowledge both intuition and a faculty of thought, he cannot explain either why space is the form of our outer intuition or how the human mind can unite that form of sensuous intuition with the faculty of concepts. There must be some ground for their agreement, but this ground has to be looked for in the supersensible, of which we can have no knowledge. The observance of formal objective purposiveness will give us no more knowledge of this supreme ground of the agreement between intuition and thought, but it will fill us with admiration for the object which makes us think of it. 1. We may now bring our exposition of section 62 to an end. We have learned from it what Kant understands by objective formal purposiveness, and we have also learnt that the analytic of teleological judgment has to concern itself with a different kind of objective purposiveness, namely, material objective purposiveness. What Kant understands by objective and material purposiveness may be seen from the following passage. There is only one case in which experience leads our faculty of judgment to the concept of an objective and material purposiveness, that is to say, to the concept of a purpose of nature. This happens only when we have to judge a relation of cause and effect whose conformity to law we cannot explain to ourselves except by regarding the causality of the cause as dependent on the idea of the effect. We thus regard the idea of the effect as the fundamental condition on which the cause itself depends if it is to be capable of making the effect possible. In a note to this passage Kant explains once more that the purposiveness with which pure mathematics is concerned is a merely formal purposiveness. Mathematics is not concerned with the real existence of things. Hence it cannot touch the question of cause and effect, and the purposiveness observed does not lead to the concept of a purpose of nature. We now have to explain Kant's exposition of objective and material purposiveness. This is not really difficult. In the first place, we have to ask, what is the relation between cause and effect which is involved in the principle of mechanical causation? Kant would say that in applying it we regard the effect as being dependent on the cause without assuming that the cause is in any way dependent on the effect to be produced. This may be illustrated by an example. What do we mean, for instance, when we judge that the sea is the cause of the fertility of the land? Obviously that the effect is dependent on what is said to be its cause. This connection is thought to be necessary. The land would not be fertile if the sea had not inundated it. But we do not assume that the sea has inundated the land with the intention of making it fertile. The connection between cause and effect is judged to be contingent in so far as the cause is quite independent of the possible effect. The case is quite different when we further assume that the sea has inundated the land for the sake of making it fertile. Here we are applying the teleological principle which regards cause and effect as mutually dependent. The effect would be impossible but for the cause, and the cause for its part would not have come into action but for the representation of the effect to be produced. What use we can make of the teleological principle will be explained later. We must first distinguish between two kinds of objective and material purposiveness, viz., intrinsic purposiveness and extrinsic purposiveness. Kant says, we may regard the effect either directly as a product of art or as mere material which may be used by other possible natural beings for the purposes of their art. In other words, we may regard it either as an end or as a means used by other causes in the pursuit of their own ends. The latter purposiveness is called utility in the case of human beings, and adaptability in the case of every other being. It is a merely relative purposiveness, whereas the purposiveness first mentioned is an intrinsic purposiveness of the natural being. It would be difficult to understand this if Kant did not illustrate it by examples which make it quite clear. We may ascribe to nature purposiveness on the ground that it produces things which serve the purposes of other natural objects. Example, we may say nature produces vegetables for the purpose of preserving the existence of animals. Or else we may say that nature produces certain things for the purpose of making the existence of human beings possible and preserving it. In both cases the purposiveness assumed is external and concerns a relation between different objects of nature. Kant argues that we cannot ascribe to nature any such principle, for to be enabled to assert that nature produces certain things for the sake of others we should have to prove that the latter ought to exist. This, however, is quite impossible even as regards human beings. Mere observation of nature can never justify us in coming to the conclusion that certain things ought to exist. It can teach us only what is, not what ought to be. Even of human beings we cannot say that nature wishes them to exist, that its purpose in producing other things is to preserve their existence. From what has been said, it can easily be seen that we should be entitled to regard external purposiveness as an external purpose of nature only if we could show that the existence of that in relation to which another thing is either directly or indirectly adapted was in itself a purpose of nature. Since, however, it is impossible to decide this by mere observation of nature, it follows that relative purposiveness, although on a certain supposition it points to the existence of purposes of nature, nevertheless does not entitle us to make any absolute teleological judgment. Without concerning ourselves with every detail of this section, we may state Kant's general idea as follows. We cannot ascribe intrinsic or relative purposiveness to nature. It is only particular/natural objects which we can judge teleologically. The question to be answered is, what are the objects of nature in respect of which we are entitled to make absolute teleological judgments? This question will be answered in the next 3 sections. This section is headed What are the specific characteristics in virtue of which we call things purposes of nature? Kant begins as follows, in order to understand that a thing is possible only as a purpose, that is to say, that the causality to which it owes its origin is to be looked for, not in the mechanism of nature, but in a cause whose faculty of action is determined by concepts. For this it is required that it should be impossible to explain the form of the thing in accordance with laws of mere nature, that is to say, with such laws as can be known by the understanding alone and applied to the objects of sense. It is required that, even to gain empirical knowledge of such a thing in respect of its cause and effect, we should have to assume concepts of reason. The specific form of the object seems to us to owe its origin to mere chance when it is considered by reason, however many empirical laws of nature we may have applied for its explanation. For reason, which in every form of a natural product must recognize also the necessity of that form, if only in order to understand the conditions connected with the production of the object, nevertheless finds it impossible to attribute such a necessity to the form given to it. This is in itself a ground why reason must regard the causality of the object as if it were possible only through reason. Now, is the faculty of acting according to purposes, i.e., a will, and the object which is represented as owing its possibility to a will at the same time be represented as possible only as a purpose. In order to understand this very abstract description of a purpose of nature, we have to anticipate one point that is not made clear here, namely, that it is only organisms that we can, and indeed must, judge to be purposes of nature. Kant tells us here that a thing is to be regarded as possible as purpose of nature only if its origin cannot be explained on mechanical principles. Every object of sense is a manifold of parts. What can the understanding and its principle of mechanical causality tell us about the origin of such a manifold? Kant would say that the understanding, as long as it makes use of no other principle than its own principle of mechanical causation, can explain to us no more than that the parts of the object have combined necessarily. The object which is given to us owes its origin to the fact that its parts have combined. One part has been added to another according to the law of causality, and the manifold which we find owes its origin to the coming together of its material parts. It is clear that the whole of the object as we find it is here regarded as nothing but a mere result of material processes, and that it is in no way assumed that the parts have any necessary connection either with each other or with the whole of the object which has been produced as the result of the material processes just mentioned. We find in nature, however, certain objects, namely organisms, which we cannot explain to ourselves in this way, as every part contained in the manifold given to us is related to every other and the whole. Therefore we cannot allow that the coming together of the parts should be purely accidental. The objects given to us have a form which makes us assume that they are not mere products of mechanical causes, but that on the contrary the idea of the whole existed first and made the parts combine so as to produce the form which we find. Our understanding and its principles cannot explain to us why the parts of our objects should be related to one another in such a way that it seems as if each of them existed only for the sake of the others and the whole to which they all belong, as if each of them existed not merely through the others but also for the others. In order to explain to ourselves such a connection, we have to make use of concepts of reason. For reason, as has been explained in the Critique of Pure Reason, is the faculty of principles, i.e., concepts which fully determine the particulars which come under the universal concept. 1. To the question, what is the origin of this product of nature and its specific form? We answer that nature first conceived the idea of what the thing was to be, and then in accordance with this universal idea arranged material parts so as to make them all serve one and the same purpose. In other words, we represent nature to ourselves as if it were an intelligent being possessed of a will. We ascribe to it a causality fundamentally different from mechanical causality. As Kant has told us several times before, the difference between the mechanical and teleological principles is that, whereas in applying the former we merely assume that effects are dependent on their causes, in making use of teleological principles we make the further assumption that the causes are necessarily determined by the effects to be produced. It is assumed that what leads the cause to act is the representation of the desired effects. Thus in all those cases in which we find it impossible to explain to ourselves the given effect in any other way than by deriving it from a cause which intended to bring it about, it is clear that we must make use of the idea of an intelligent nature. To what extent we are entitled to make use of such a conception will be made clear in the sequel. For the time being it is sufficient to state that in regarding objects as purposes of nature we ascribe to nature a special kind of causality we regard it as a rational being possessed of a will which produces certain things according to the idea of their purpose. All this will become sufficiently clear in the next two sections, and we may now go on with the examination of section 64. Suppose, Kant continues, someone found a geometrical figure, say a regular hexagon, drawn in the sand in a country which he believed to be uninhabited. In trying to explain to himself the possibility of this figure, in asking himself what its origin was, he would find it impossible to derive it from merely mechanical causes. The object on whose origin he is reflecting shows such a form as to make it impossible for him to believe it could be a product of mechanical causes alone. In accordance with he would find it impossible to regard the sand, the neighboring sea or the footprints of animals, or any other irrational cause as a ground of the possibility of such a form, because the coincidence that any of these should conform to a concept like this, which is possible only through reason, would seem to him so infinitely improbable that it would be just as well to believe that there was no natural law involved at all. The object which he finds, namely, the geometrical figure, seems so manifestly the product of a definite concept present in the mind of a rational being that he cannot but believe it has been produced purposely in accordance with this concept. That no cause belonging to merely mechanical nature could contain the causality which produced such an effect, and that only the concept of such an object, as a concept which reason alone can supply for purposes of comparison with the object, could contain such a causality. It is clear why he must ascribe the production of the object to a rational being, why in explaining it to himself he must refer to a concept of reason. For there is no other faculty of the mind which regards particulars as dependent on universal concepts or ideas, and causes as dependent on the representations of effects to be produced. What happens is that the person who is reflecting upon the object finds it dependent on a concept. From this he infers that it has been produced according to such a concept, that it was its origin to a rational being who first conceived the concept of the thing and then acted accordingly, i.e., that he drew the geometrical figure in order to make it correspond to the concept in his own mind. In other words, the effect depends on the cause and the cause in turn is determined by the representation of the desired effect. On these grounds it would seem to him that the effect could without qualification be regarded as a purpose, although not a purpose of nature. In other words, he would regard it as a product of art vestigium hominis video. We see that the term art is here used by Kant, as often in the Critique of Judgment, in its widest sense denoting the capacity of the human mind for producing things purposely, i.e., according to ideas of what they are to be. Kant's problem here is, how can nature be regarded as containing a principle which corresponds to the principle underlying human art? How can we ascribe to nature a causality according to ideas or purposes? Something more is required, however, if we are to be able to believe of a thing which we recognize to be a product of nature that it could also be judged to be a purpose, and consequently a purpose of nature, unless perhaps our very assertion involves a contradiction. I would say provisionally, a thing exists as a purpose of nature if it is both cause and effect of itself. For in this assertion it is implied that we attribute to it a causality which cannot be connected with the mere concept of nature without at the same time ascribing a purpose to nature. But even so, that causality, although capable of being thought without contradiction, cannot be fully understood. At the present stage of the argument we cannot hope to understand fully Kant's definition of a purpose of nature as a thing which is both cause and effect of itself. But we can see already what his problem is. It seems impossible, even absurd, to regard anything in nature as a purpose, for this involves a concept of nature, the concept of a consciously acting nature, which is diametrically opposed to our ordinary concept of it as mechanical. A judgment based upon such a concept of nature seems to involve a contradiction. Whether it really does so remains to be seen. It is clear, however, that, even if we are entitled to make some use of the teleological principle, it can never be applied in the same sense as the mechanical principles of the understanding. Another point to be noted is that to be able to judge a thing to be a purpose of nature, something more is required than when we regard a thing as a product of human art. It is obvious why this must be so. For that human beings are capable of producing things for certain purposes we know from experience. We have, however, no such experience of nature. Nature as it is known to us is determined by mechanical laws. How then can we regard it as an intelligent being? How can we say of it that it applies a principle of art? Kant's answer to this question is that we can do so in respect of those of nature's products which are both cause and effect of themselves. It is impossible to understand this fully and we must await Kant's further explanation. But we see that to be entitled to judge natural objects teleologically it is necessary that a special causal connection should be present in the natural objects themselves. It is the observation of this connection which justifies us in assuming the teleological principle. What the special causal connection is to which we apply the teleological principle, Kant illustrates by an example. The example chosen by him is a tree. He argues as follows. A tree, according to a law of nature with which we are familiar, produces another tree. It produces itself generically one and is thus to be regarded as cause and effect of itself. Secondly, a tree produces itself even as an individual. This is generally called growth. And yet we must distinguish growth from a merely material process, from a mere increase in bulk. We have to regard it as a kind of generation, for the plant prepares the matter that it assimilates and works it up in a specific manner. It gives to the matter which it adds to itself a form which the mechanism of nature outside it cannot supply, and it develops itself by means of a material which, in its composite character, is its own product. The tree, in so far as it grows, generates itself. It is cause and effect of itself. Thirdly, as regards its parts, a tree produces itself in such a way that the preservation of one part is dependent on the preservation of all the others, and vice versa. For instance, we may regard the leaves of a tree as its products, and yet they help in turn to preserve the tree itself. For repeated defoliation of the tree would kill the trunk of which the leaves are products, so that the leaves depend on the trunk on the leaves. The tree as regards its parts is both cause and effect of itself. At the beginning of this section, Kant indicates that his definition of a purpose of nature is in need of further elucidation. According to what has been said in the preceding section, a thing which, although a product of nature, has yet to be recognized as possible one generically because in its product it preserves the genus to which it belongs. 328. Only as a purpose of nature, must be both cause and effect in relation to itself. This, however, is a somewhat inappropriate and inaccurate expression, and the representation of this possible income was the cause of the building of the house. A causal connection of this kind is termed that of final causes. Perhaps it would be more appropriate to call the former causal principle the nexus of real causes, the latter that of ideal causes, since this would indicate at once that there cannot be more than these two kinds of causality. Having dealt with this passage before, I may dispense with an explanation here. But I wish to make a few remarks on Kant's terminology. It must be noted that the terms practical and art are here used by him in their widest sense. By practical, Kant understands here every kind of doing as distinct from knowing. It must not be confused with practical in the narrow sense in which practical is identical with moral. By art, Kant understands the capacity of human beings for making things for certain purposes. Why Kant believes the nexus finalis to be a principle of reason will be easily understood. He has told us several times that a purpose is a mere idea, a universal concept produced by reason. In regarding something as a purpose, we derive every particular contained in it. 1 See above, pages 201-2. From this universal concept every part from the idea of the whole. We explain to ourselves the origin of such a thing by saying that the idea of it preceded its actual existence. A rational being is thought to have conceived the idea of the thing first and then to have produced it in accordance with this idea. In order that a thing should be a purpose of nature, it is necessary, in the first place, that the parts, in their existence and their form, should be possible only through their relation to the whole. For the thing itself is a purpose, and the refor is embraced in a concept or an idea, which must determine a priori everything that is to be contained in it. On the other hand, in so far as a thing is regarded as being possible only in this way, it is simply a work of art, that is to say, the product of a rational cause which is separate from the matter or parts of the thing. It is assumed that the causality of the cause is determined by the idea of a whole, to be made possible in this way, and consequently that it is not determined by external nature. One point here is difficult. It may be asked, why does Kant hold that a thing so considered is simply a work of art? In other words, why is art regarded by him as less than nature? I think the answer is simple. As far as human art is concerned, the purpose of the product is external to the product determined by it. Let us take an example. A watch is a product of human art made for a purpose. There is no doubt that the watch would neither exist nor have the form which it has but for the idea in the watchmaker's mind. This is the nexus finalis. The cause is dependent on the representation of the desired effect. The watchmaker would not have made the watch unless he had desired to produce the effect. The cause is dependent on the effect, or rather its representation, and at the same time, obviously, the effect depends on the watchmaker's art as its cause. Doubtless there exists the reciprocal connection between causes and effects which is required by the nexus finalis. And yet the connection is merely external. The intelligent cause acts from outside. It arranges and combines the parts according to the idea of the whole, and yet in the product itself we do not find the reciprocal relation of effects and causes. It is clear that in the case of human art we are perfectly entitled to presuppose the existence of an external rational agent. For we know from our own experience that human beings are capable of producing things in order to make them serve a purpose. But it is equally clear that we cannot in the same way regard nature as an artist, for we have no knowledge of a nature acting according to purposes. It follows that there must be something present in the material object itself which makes us regard it as a purpose. What is this something? Kant says, if, however, a thing, in spite of its being a natural product, is yet to contain in itself and in its inner possibility a relation to purposes, that is to say, if it is to be regarded as possible only as a purpose of nature without any reference to the principle of a causality through concepts, according to which it would be held to be dependent on rational beings external to itself, a further condition must be fulfilled. It is necessary for this that its parts should combine to form the unity of a whole by being reciprocally causes and effects of each other's form. For only in that way is it possible that the idea of the whole should in turn determine the form and combination of all the parts. The idea of the whole must not, however, be regarded as the cause of the thing, for in that case the thing would be a product of art, but as its cognitive ground, that is to say, such a ground as makes it possible for the person who judges it to gain knowledge of the systematic unity which first gives objective reality to the concept of a purpose which is to be, not a practical purpose, but a purpose of nature. Thus they justify science in assuming teleology, that is to say, in assuming a special principle by which its objects are to be judged. But for this, we should not be entitled to introduce such a principle into science, since we are incapable of understanding a priori the possibility of such a causality. This section is headed "The Principle on which the inner purposiveness in organized beings is judged." Kant's definition of this principle is as follows. We understand by an organized product of nature a product in which everything is reciprocally end and means. Nothing in it is in vain or without a purpose, and nothing can be ascribed to a blind mechanism of nature. This is easy and does not require explanation. Kant goes on to state that, although the occasion for adopting this principle arises in experience, the principle itself is an a priori principle, although a merely regulative one. This is an important point, for in reading the preceding section the reader may easily have been misled into believing that Kant holds the teleological principle to be derived from empirical observation of organisms. This, of course, is not really his opinion. What he actually believes is that the teleological principle is an a priori principle, and that observation of organisms merely gives us occasion to apply it. It is quite true that objects must first be given to us in experience before we can apply the principle, for, since it is a merely subjective or regulative principle, we cannot know a priori that experience will present us with objects which will justify its employment. And yet it cannot be derived from observation, for the human mind, unless it possessed such a principle for the estimation of natural objects, could never discover the objects to which this principle could be applied. All this may seem difficult, but it has in fact been made quite clear by Kant in section X of the first introduction of the Critique. There Kant has shown that teleological judgments are a priori judgments. What Kant's general idea is may be seen from the following passage. Similarly, it must be admitted that the teleological judgment is based upon an a priori principle, and would be impossible without it. This is so in spite of the fact that we discover the purpose of mature only by experience and, but for such experience, could not even know if things of that kind were possible at all. Returning now to the section with which we are at present concerned, we find that according to Kant the assumption of the teleological principle as a maxim for the estimation of organisms is absolutely necessary. We cannot help assuming that nothing in such a product of nature is purposeless. In estimating organisms we can abandon the teleological principle just as little as in judging objects other than organisms we can abandon mechanical principles, which are the general principles of science. As the abandonment of the latter would leave us without any experience at all, so the abandonment of the former would leave us with no clue to assist our observation of a certain type of natural things which have come to be thought under the concept of purposes of nature. It is clear why this must be so. In judging a thing to be a purpose of nature we derive its possibility from an idea. It is true that the principle which makes us assume this is a principle of mere reflection. And yet the concept which is employed is fundamentally different from the concept of cause which is employed by the mechanical principle. Kant says that it leads reason into a quite different order of things from that of the mere mechanism of nature, and goes on as follows. But since contains an absolute unity of the representation absolute Einheit der Vorstellung ist, whereas matter contains a mere plurality of things which cannot by itself provide us with any definite unity of combination, it follows that if that unity of the idea is to be regarded as the ground, and even as the a priori ground, of a natural law determining the causality which brings about such a form of combination, the purpose of nature must be made to extend to everything that is contained in its product. This is clear enough. We see that Kant is convinced that, in its character as a regulative principle, the teleological principle must be applied throughout to the objects to which it is applied at all. We cannot but assume that the objects which we estimate in this wave are entirely dependent on teleological causation. This point is made clearer in the last paragraph of the present section, where Kant points out that it may be the case that certain parts of an animal body could be explained on mechanical principles as mere accretions. And yet the cause which procures the appropriate material, modifies it, forms it and deposits it in its proper place must always be judged teleologically, so that everything contained in it must be regarded as organized, and must therefore, in a certain relation to the thing, be itself in turn an organ. The dialectic of teleological judgment, with which we have now to deal, is one of the most interesting passages in the whole of Kant's critical system. What makes it so interesting is the fact that it is Kant's last and most mature statement of the fundamental principles of his philosophy. It is a special problem which is discussed in it, the problem of the possibility of teleological judgments. And yet the solution of this problem is given in the strictest accordance with the fundamental principles of Kant's philosophy, so much so that a reader who is not familiar with every part of Kant's critical philosophy will find it quite unintelligible. The view has been put forward by many of Kant's commentators that, since Kant was unfortunately incapable of understanding his own philosophy, it is the duty of his commentators to understand his philosophy better than he did himself. The reading of the commentaries which have been written in this spirit has failed to convince me of the truth of so bold an assertion. In fact, I have found them more difficult to understand than Kant's own philosophy. They are full of those inconsistencies which are alleged to be one of the distinguishing features of Kant's system. No one could be more willing than I am to admit that Kant's philosophy is difficult to understand, and that the passage with which we have to deal now is particularly difficult. In spite of my continuous study of the dialectic, I still find it full of difficulties, and many of Kant's statements remain to me obscure. And yet if I have succeeded in grasping his general idea, as I think I have, and in explaining some of the difficulties of his argument, this is due to the method which I have followed. My study of Kant's philosophy has convinced me more and more that there is only one way of understanding it, and that is by taking it as a whole, no part of which is irrelevant to the understanding of the others. This holds in particular for the dialectic of teleological judgment. The first question is, why is there such a thing as a dialectic of teleological judgment? I am sure that many of Kant's commentators would assert that the reason was that there had been a dialectic of pure reason, a dialectic of practical reason, a dialectic of aesthetic judgment, and that Kant, owing to his devotion to symmetry or to what is commonly termed his architectonic, had to write a dialectic of teleological judgment as well. It would be difficult to defend such a view, seeing that in the dialectic of teleological judgment Kant is concerned with the problem of the apparent incompatibility of the mechanical and teleological principles. No one can reasonably hold that this problem has been invented by Kant. As a matter of fact, it is not even a purely philosophical problem. Natural science has at all times been concerned with it. Both before and after Kant there have been scientists and philosophers who have held that mechanical principles are the only principles which natural science can employ, that they alone give us a true explanation of natural phenomena, and that to introduce the teleological principle into science is to destroy its scientific character and to assume an arbitrary and unwarrantable principle. Others, chiefly philosophers, have believed that the teleological explanation of natural phenomena is the only satisfactory explanation, and that it is only our inquiring into the final causes of things which gives us insight into their real nature. A third type of thinkers, the type, as we shall see, to which Kant belongs, holds that natural science must make use of both principles, each in its proper place. Kant's problem in the dialectic is, why is this so? How is it possible that the human mind can view natural phenomena in two different ways? Do the two principles not contradict each other? Docs the assumption of two fundamentally different principles of natural inquiry not give rise to a dialectic which is based upon an antinomy of the two principles? Kant is convinced that such an antinomy must necessarily arise, and he explains this in the first section of the dialectic. It is headed, "What is an antinomy of the faculty of judgment?" Kant's argument runs as follows. Determinate judgment cannot give rise to an antinomy of its principles, for a very simple reason, namely, that it does not possess any. Determinate judgment, as has been shown before, is not an independent faculty of the mind. Its only business is to subsume given intuitions under given universal principles of the understanding. The principles belong to the under. 338. Standing and not to determinate judgment. It is the understanding which gives the necessary laws for the determination of intuitions. Determinate judgment is the faculty of subsuming intuitions under concepts, of subsuming particular cases under universal rules. It thus gives reality to the concepts of the understanding, which, considered apart from their application to intuitions, are mere forms of thought, devoid of all objective meaning. And yet it may rightly be asserted that determinate judgment does not possess any independent principle and does not produce laws. It is, as Kant puts it here, not independently nomothetic. Thus, as we have shown, transcendental judgment, which contains the conditions of subsumption under categories, is not independently nomothetic. It merely specifies the conditions of sensuous intuition under which a given concept is capable of being given objective reality, that is to say, it specifies the conditions under which the concept can be applied. With regard to this, the faculty of judgment can never come into conflict with itself, at least not so far as its principles are concerned. The case of reflective judgment is quite different. As has been shown, it possesses a special principle. This principle, the principle of reflection, belongs to LHV faculty of judgment exclusively. We may remind ourselves what this special principle is which made us draw a distinction between determinate and reflective judgment. It is a principle employed by us in our inquiry into the empirical laws of nature. The human mind, in studying nature, must presuppose that the particular and empirical laws of nature are not a chaotic aggregate, that there is a system of the particular laws of nature. This principle, as has been shown, cannot be regarded as a principle of the understanding, which is concerned with the universal laws of nature alone. It is a subjective principle, a product of our faculty of judgment. We assume it on merely subjective grounds, namely, because we suppose that nature will comply with our wish to bring about the systematic connection of empirical laws. Further, Kant has told us that judgment, being here incapable of relying upon objective principles of the understanding, must be a principle to itself. All this is repeated by him in this section, as will be seen from the following passage. Reflective judgment, on the other hand, has to subsume under a law which is not yet given. In other words, it contains a principle which enables us merely to reflect upon objects. It is applied to those objects which we are either completely unable to determine objectively by a law or in regard to which we are at least without a concept of the object which would be adequate to serve as a principle covering the particular cases that come before us. Now, since we cannot employ our cognitive faculties without principles, it follows that in those cases the faculty of judgment has to serve as a principle for Ioclef. Since, however, the principle is not objective, and since, as far as our purpose is concerned, we cannot base our inquiry into the object upon a principle of cognition which would be adequate to that purpose, it follows that the principle must be employed as a merely subjective principle which enables us to use our cognitive faculties in a purposive manner. In other words, it serves us to reflect upon a certain kind of object. The reader who has not read the introduction to the critique very carefully may find many difficulties here. In the first place, he may find it impossible to understand why Kant believes that there is a necessary connection between the principle of reflection as applied to the study of the particular laws of nature and the teleological principle which is employed by us in reflecting upon objects of a particular kind. As we have followed Kant's argument through the introduction, we shall find it easy to understand him here. He has told us that in applying the principle of logical reflection we form the idea of the purpose events of nature. For the verve reason that our understanding cannot explain to us the existence of a system of particular laws, which, however, we find it necessary to assume, we present to ourselves nature as an intelligent being that has produced the system. In our own interest, that is to say, in order to make it possible for us to acquire knowledge of nature which otherwise would be impossible, nature is conceived by us as a whole every part of which is related to the others, a whole produced by an intelligent being. The idea of such a nature is a concept of reason. To conceive it we must transcend the world of mere nature and derive it from a supersensible source, and yet the system of particular laws itself is thought to be present in the world of experience. The case of the teleological principle is very similar. Again we derive what is given to us in experience from an idea of reason, only now we are not concerned with empirical laws of nature and their relations but with the particular natural objects which we find in experience. In other words, we regard the particular object given to us as a system. There is another point which requires discussion. Kant tells us in the passage which we have quoted that the principle of reflection, being unable to give us objective knowledge, must serve as a merely subjective principle for the employment of our cognitive faculties in a purposive manner. What does he mean by this? To give an answer we have to remember that, as he has told us in the introduction, in order to make a teleological judgment our faculty of judgment has to relate two other faculties of the mind to one/another, viz., the understanding and reason. We have just explained why reason and its concept of a purpose is involved in every teleological judgment. With the question as to why Kant believes that the understanding is also involved in such a judgment we have dealt already when we discussed the introduction. As we have seen, Kant believes that in order to judge an object teleologically we must first represent it to ourselves as an object of ordinary experience, as determined like every other object of experience by mechanical principles. Only after having done so can we apply our principle of teleological reflection, which makes us derive the object which is determined by mechanical laws from a higher principle, the principle of reason. The relation between understanding and reason which lies at the basis of our teleological judgments may be called a purposive relation. The purpose which it serves is merely subjective. As will be shown in the dialectic of teleological judgment, it is only owing to the specific character of human knowledge, to the nature of the faculties which are employed by the human mind for cognition, that we must judge certain objects teleologically. But it will also be shown that, our faculties of cognition being what they are, we cannot dispense with the teleological principle. Owing to the fact that our understanding does not give us a principle for the estimation of certain natural objects we have to employ the principle of teleological reflection. The necessity of the teleological method of inquiry, in its character as a subjective principle of reflection, has been established. The difficulty which faces us now is that the principle seems to be incompatible with the principle of mechanical causation. There arises a natural and unavoidable dialectic between the two methods. This dialectic is based upon the antinomy of judgment which will be set forth in the next section. Although it is easy enough to follow the general trend of the argument in this section, it is unfortunately exceedingly difficult to understand it in detail, and I am fully aware that I have not been able to explain it satisfactorily. Kant begins as follows. Reason, in so far as it is concerned with nature as the totality of objects of outer sense, can rely upon laws. These laws are either laws which the understanding itself prescribes to nature a priori or such laws as the understanding, through the empirical determinations occurring in experience, can increase indefinitely. To be able to apply the first kind of law, namely, the universal laws of material nature in general, the faculty of judgment does not require a special principle. For since the understanding provides it with an objective principle, judgment is here determinant. If viewed as regards the particular laws, with which we become acquainted only through experience, there might be such a diversity and heterogeneity in them that the faculty of judgment must serve as its own principle, if only so that it can look for a law in natural phenomena and track it down. The principle is needed by judgment as a guiding principle if it is to have any hope of bringing about systematic empirical knowledge, that is to say, knowledge that is to be in accordance with the thoroughgoing uniformity of nature or, in other words, of nature's unity according to empirical laws. Now, since the unity of particular laws is contingent, it may happen that the faculty of judgment in its reflection proceeds in accordance with two axioms. One of these is supplied a Ryan by the understanding alone. The other is occasioned by particular experiences which bring reason into play and see us the faculty of judgment to judge physical nature and its laws according to special principle. Thus it happens that it seems as if the two maxims were hardly compatible. The first difficulty here concerns Kant's terminology. At the beginning of this passage the term reason is used in its widest sense, meaning human reason in general insofar as it is concerned with external objects and the inquiry into their nature. Later the term reason is used in a narrower sense. When Kant says that in the estimate of particular experiences reason is brought into play, he is obviously thinking of the principle of reflection, and is repeating what has often been stated by him before, that the principle of reflection, the principle by means of which the human mind seeks to bring about the empirical unity of nature, must itself make use of concepts of reason. The concept of a purposiveness of nature regarding its particular 1a\v.s is a concept of reason which in our reflection upon nature we must assume and by means of which we refer given natural objects to a supersensible principle. This at once raises another difficulty. We should expect Kant to draw a distinction between the objective principles of nature on the one hand, i.e., those principles which the determinate judgment has merely to apply to given intuitions without making use of a special principle, and the subjective principle of reflective judgment on the other, i.e., that principle which is concerned with the empirical unity of nature. We should not even be surprised at the fact that Kant identifies the principle of our reflection upon the particular laws with the teleological principle, for he has sufficiently explained the nature of the correxio between the teleological principle and the principle of our reflection upon the particular laws of nature, and the fact that they have both their root in the same faculty of the mind, viz., reflective judgment. The difficulty which faces us is of a different kind. In his exposition of the antinomy, Kant speaks of the mechanical and teleological principles as if they were equivalent to one another. Instead of drawing a distinction between objective mechanical principles, which are based upon the concept of natural causality and thus derived from the understanding, and the subjective teleological principle, which is a product of reflective judgment, he treats both mechanical and teleological principles as principles of reflection. He calls them both 7na, or nes 7 teleolative and not constitutive principles. He argues that so long as the TW maxims of our inquiry into nature are regarded as what they are, namely, principles of reflection, they do not contradict each other. We are entitled to employ them both at the same time. It does not involve a contradiction when we say each must estimate all production of material things and their forms as possible in accordance with merely mechanical laws, and at the same time that some products of material nature cannot be estimated as possible on merely mechanical laws, that we must assume quite a different kind of causality, the causality of final causes. It is only when these regulative principles are converted into constitutive principles, i.e., principles of the possibility of the objects themselves the and fumi between them arises. TK thesis of such an antinomy would be, all production of material things is possible in accordance with merely mechanical laws, and the anti-T thesis, some production of such things is not possible in accordance with merely mechanical laws. Kant goes on to argue that as objective principles for the determinate judgment the two propositions would contradict one another. One of them would necessarily be false. Now this would certainly be an antinomy, though not one of judgment but rather a conflict in the legislation of reason. Reason, on the other hand, can prove neither of these principles, because it is impossible for us to have an a priori principle which would determine the possibility of things in accordance with merely empirical laws of nature. Why does Kant say here that the antinomy is not one of judgment but is a conflict in the leg of reason? We recall that he has told us in the dialectic of aesthetic judgment that it is our reason which gives rise to all the antinomies in whatever form they appear. We have told member also why he believes this to be the case. According to his philosophy, reason only of the mind which conceives the idea of the unconditioned or absolute. The various antinomies arise because reason, in applying it principle, passes judgment upon each of the two propositions which Kant 344 institute the antinomy and ascribes to them absolute or unconditioned validity. In the case with which we are at present concerned, this would mean that, on the one hand, the assertion made by the thesis is absolutely true of things which are taken to be things in themselves. In considering the antithesis, on the other hand, and attributing to it absolute validity, reason would assert that some products of nature are not determined by mechanical principles, that the causality by which some things in nature are produced is quite a different causality, namely, causality for F and G to purposes. We see that the teleological principle is also taken to be a principle applying to the things in themselves, although, not a principle applying all things generally. What is difficult here is that the term reason is now used by Kant in a third sense. As we have seen, at the beginning of the section Kant employs it in a very vague sense. Later he speaks of reason as an elemio in conflictly judgments. And now he is concerned with reason as the faculty which passes judgment upon the propositions which constitute the antinomy and ascribes to each of them absolute validity so that they are considered to be incompatible with each other. That two different principles cannot apply to things in themselves is clear, and therefore reason, which takes them to apply to the J things in themselves, must find the two principles incompatible. Seeking to determine the real causes of natural phenomena, it is undecided as to which of the two principles to assume, wavering between two alternatives, at one time recognizing mechanical causation as the only real explanation of things and at another asserting that the teleological causation alone gives a true account of the laws which govern the production of these things. As we have seen, Kant's solution of the antinomy is this. Mechanical and teleological principles are both merely regulative principles. They are both mere subjective principles of reflection, and in applying them we do not assert anything about things as they are in themselves. The view which is put forward by him in our section is that the human mind may employ both principles, each in its proper place. But, as regards the maxim of reflective judgment which W.C. mentioned first, it does not in fact involve any contradiction. For when we assert that all events in material nature, and therefore also all forms in material nature, are to be judged in respect of their J-stability in accordance with merely mechanical laws, we do not mean to say that THIRD-WORLDISM fetal in that way alone, so that every other kind of causality would have to be excluded. All we indicate is that we ought at all times to reflect upon them according to the principle mere mechanism of nature. What we want to express, therefore, is that we offload to inquire into the mechanism as much as we can, because unless we make it the basis of our study of nature there can be no knowledge of nature in the true sense at all. But this need not prevent us from using the second maxim on certain occasions, that is to say, we may in the case of certain natural forms look for and reflect upon nature in accordance with a principle which is fundamentally different from the one that is applied by us when we explain nature mechanically, namely, the principle of final causes. This passage raises the most serious difficulties. For, as mentioned before, W.C. must ask ourselves, how can Kant treat the mechanical and teleological principile as reflective principles? Such an assertion is obviously contrary to the fundamental principles of his philosophy. According to him the mechanical principles are derived from the universal law of causality this locks_a_ product of the understanding TLT is an objective J's principle. Means of it we know prior to all actual experience that every event in nature must be determined by mechanical causes. This has been made quite clear by Kant in the Critique of Pure Reason, and it will be sufficient to refer to his discussion of the second analogy, which is formulated as follows. Principle of succession in time, in accordance with the law of causality. All alterations take place in conformity with the law of the connection of cause and effect. Now it might be thought that in the Critique of Judgment Kant had changed his doctrine, and that he now believed that the mechanical and teleological principles were identical in character, both of them being principles of reflective judgment. Such an interpretation of Kant's doctrine is, however, quite impossible. We have seen already, and it will become clearer and clearer as we go on, that in the Critique of Judgment Kant adheres strictly to his distinction between the constitutive principles of the understanding and the regulative principle of teleological reflection. In fact, the Critique of Judgment in general, and the dialectic of teleological judgment in particular, remains quite unintelligible if this distinction is not taken into account. 1. But how are we to solve our present difficulty? I will try to put forward what seems to me at least a partial solution. Our kuxuan is, in what sense can mechanical causality and teleological causality be called regulative principles belonging to reflect judgment? I think the answer is, in so far as neither of them gives us any insight into the nature of the things as they are in themselves. It is true that we can't have no experience of natural objects at all unless we apply the principle of mechanical causality to every object of experience. This principle may thus be said to be an a priori and constitutive principle. And yet the objects of our experience are not things in themselves, they are mere appearances, and the principles which we employ for our knowledge of them do not give us any insight into their real nature. The ultimate grounds of appearances are to be sought for in the supersensible, of which the human mind can have no knowledge whatsoever. If therefore by a constitutive principle we understand a principle that gives us absolute knowledge, a principle that determines the things as they really are and does not merely give us rules for the synthesis of our sensuous intuitions, then all the simples of the understanding may be called regulative principles. And in fact the reason why we can make use of the teleological principle is that the mechanical principle does not give us any information as to what our objects really are and by what causes they are ultimately determined. I offer this explanation for what it is worth and willingly admit that many points of Kant's argument remain obscure. I find it especially difficult to understand why Kant speaks here of mechanical principles as if they belong to the faculty of reflective judgment and not to the understanding. Kant gives us in our section once at least an indication of the fact that he does not regard mechanical and teleological explanations of phenomena as being of equal value. He tells us in the passage above quoted that unless the mechanical principle is taken as a basis of our research there can be no knowledge of nature in the true sense at all. That this is his firm conviction he will make clearer and clearer throughout the dialectic. This point is later emphasized by Kant so much that many of his statements give the reader the impression that he believes that the real explanation of things is to be found in mechanical causation, that the mechanical principles are principles applicable not only to phenomena but also to things in themselves. Our interpretation of section 70, defective as it is, will have served one useful purpose if it has guarded us against such a misconception of Kant's doctrine. At the end of our section Kant states that by assuming the teleological principle WC do not assert that those forms which we judge teleologica LLY are not possible in accordance with the mechanism of nature. What is asserted is merely that no human reason can ever understand on mechanical principles the specific character of the things which are judged to be purposes of nature. Whether the physic-mechanical and the teleological principle do not cohere in a single principle remains an open question which cannot be decided. All we can say is that the human mind cannot unite them, and that therefore to be enabled to estimate certain objects in nature it must conceive a principle different from that of mechanism. At the present stage we cannot yet understand this argument. But we already see that Kant believes that it is the nature of human knowledge which makes it impossible for us to unite the mechanical and teleological principles, and that as a consequence of this we must employ the latter as a principle of reflection. The heading given by Kant to this section is, Introduction to the Solution of the Above Antinomy. We must therefore not expect to find it in Kant's final solution of the antinomy of judgment. In fact, owing to the introductory character of the section, many of Kant's statements remain obscure and ambiguous. At the beginning, Kant asserts that it is impossible to prove that the production of organized products of nature according to mere mechanism is impossible. The reason this is so is that we cannot have osidnodile, which constitutes the ultimate inner ground the multiplicity of particular laws of nature, since those laws are known by us only empirically and are therefore contingent for us. And so we are absolutely incapable of extending our knowledge to inner and all-sufficient principle which explains the possibility of a principle which lies in the supersensible. It is very important to note here that Kant does not mean that the mechanical principle as it is applied by the human mind might perhaps be the all-sufficient explanation of natural objects. What he means is that an understanding different from our own might find in the material world itself the causes both of what we regard as mechanically produced and of what we regard as dependent on purpose. Such an understanding would have to employ a principle fundamentally different from our principle of mechanical causation. It is owing to the nature of the mechanical principle as employed by us that we must make use of an entirely different principle for the judging of certain products of nature. Since our mechanical principles do not give us insight into the inner nature of the things, and since, so far as they are concerned, particulars and universals, parts and wholes, are not regarded as standing in any necessary connection, we must, in order to explain to ourselves the nature of certain natural objects, which show such a connection, have recourse to an entirely different principle, viz., the teleological principle. We cannot but judge that the inner connection of parts and whole which we find present in certain objects, namely, organisms, is dependent on an external cause, that it is due to an intelligent being which desired it to exist. 350. This is no reason why we should assert that it is absolutely impossible to unite the mechanical and teleological principles, or say that no being could find the real explanation of things in the things themselves unless he derived them from a cause which acts intelligently. But of course that is not to say that certain things are not what we take them to be, namely, purposes of nature determined by a special kind of causality. The only answer which can be given to the question as to what of reflection. Thus the door is left open to every sort of mechanical explanation, and we are not in any danger of losing ourselves outside the world of sense. In the second case, the principle would be an objective principle prescribed by reason. The faculty of judgment would have to subject itself to that principle, and in accordance with it determine its objects. But in so doing it would leave the world of sense and get lost in a transcendent sphere, and thus might be led astray. Kant's general idea is clear. The antinomy arises because a principle of reflective judgment is confused with one of determinate judgment. This is stated again in the last paragraph of this section. I find, however, some difficulties in it. Kant says that the autonomy of reflective judgment, which is valid merely subjectively for the use of our reason in respect of particular empirical laws, is mistaken for the heteronomy of determinate judgment, which has to conform to the laws either universal or particular of the understanding. Now this may seem easy. Reflective judgment is rightly said to possess autonomy. For, as has often been pointed out, it to itself a principle independently of the understanding, and, as has also been explained often before, the fundamental principle of reflection is that principle which makes us assume that nature is a system according to empirical laws. To determinate judgment, on the other hand, mere heteronomy may be ascribed, for it possesses neither principles nor laws. It merely subsumes under laws which are given by the understanding/kfy. Difficulty is that Kant seems to me to be implying here what in fact I should have liked him to have said all the time, namely, that it is determinate judgment which is involved in mechanical explanation of objects. In explaining things mechanically, our determinate judgment employs laws given to it by the understanding. Every object of experience must be explained on these principles. Although not applicable to things in themselves, they are not subjective in the sense of the teleological principle, which employs undemonstrable concepts of reason. imavkjore the passage. Kant says, there is only one reason why there should appear to be an antinomy between the maxims of a strictly physical or mechanical explanation on the one hand and the maxim of teleological or technical explanation on the other, and the reason is that we confuse a principle of reflective judgment with one of determinate judgment. We confuse the autonomy of reflective judgment with the heteronomy of determinate judgment, which has to conform to laws given to it by the understanding, whether universal or particular. Now it may be that the explanation which I have given is correct, and Kant means here that the strictly physical explanation of nature is given in accordance with laws of the understanding, and that it is determinate judgment which applies these laws to all given appearances. In that case it would contradict what has been said in the preceding section, namely, that the maxim which makes us estimate things as possible on merely mechanical laws is a maxim of reflective judgment. It may be, however, that he does not mean this. Then either he is concerned with the teleological principle alone, which is said to be a principle of reflective and not of determinate judgment, or he means to say once more that the compatibility of mechanical and the teleological principles is due to their being principles of mere reflection. I find it difficult to accept the former interpretation, because Kant's words seem to me to suggest that he is discussing here not only the teleological but also the mechanical principles. And indeed, how could a solution of the antinomy between them, even a merely provisional solution, take account of only one of the two seemingly contradictory propositions? I find it equally difficult to accept the latter interpretation. For, as I said when I discussed the preceding section, I cannot understand how Kant can treat the mechanical and teleological principles as equivalent, how he can regard them as subjective principles which belong to reflective and not to determinate judgment, and his words here make such an interpretation almost impossible. I am not in a position to give a satisfactory explanation and must leave section 71. Since sections 72 and 73, in which Kant enumerates various teleological systems and shows the untenability of them all, are of merely historical interest, I shall disregard them and turn to section 74, in which Kant goes on with the discussion of his own problem. It has been stated again and again that the conception of a purpose of nature belongs to reflective and not to determinate judgment. In drawing a distinction between reflective and determinate judgment, and in asserting that the principles of the former concern objects only in their relation to the knowing mind without determining them as such, we have employed the fundamental principle of critical philosophy. Critical philosophy is fundamentally different from dogmatic philosophy in that it denies to the human mind all knowledge of anything but the sensible world. The conception of a thing as a purpose of nature refers the empirical object to a supersensible causality, and although the object itself is empirically given, yet in judging it teleologically we refer to something beyond the world of experience. But al-haq this is so. Critical philosophy does not object to the employment of the teleological principle as long as it is used as a mere principle of reflection. Human beings, owing to the nature of their cognitive faculties, must judge certain objects teleologically. But the objects themselves cannot be determined by such a conception. It would be a dogmatic use of the concept of a purpose of nature if we said that certain objects in nature owed their existence to a supersensible cause. To make such an assertion, we should first have to be assured of the objective reality of the concept in order to be able to subsume objects of nature under it. This, however, is quite impossible. The objective reality of the concept of a purpose cannot be established. As the concept is fundamentally different from the concepts of the understanding, the objective reality of which as conditions of experience can be proved, the concept of a purpose of nature, being a concept of reason, can be employed only by reflective judgment. We are entitled to make use of it as a guiding principle of our investigations, but we must not imagine that by means of it we can make determinate judgments. Even to ask whether nature produces certain things according to the idea of their purpose is impossible, for we do not know whether the concept employed by us is due to mere sophistry on the part of our reason, and therefore an objectively empty concept, or whether it is a 354 rational concept capable of giving us knowledge and validated by reason. Not only is it impossible to decide whether natural objects, regarded as purposes of nature, do or do not depend for their production on a causality of a quite specific kind, namely, a causality acting according to designs. It is not even possible to ask any such question, because the concept of a purpose of nature cannot, as regards its objective reality, be proved by reason, that is to say, because it is not constitutive for determinate judgment, but merely regulative for reflective judgment. If there is any doubt left as to whether the concept is provable or not, we need only consider what the situation is in which we are led to assume it. It is when we are unable to understand a thing in accordance with merely mechanical laws of nature that we say of it that it is a purpose of nature. The mechanical principles cannot explain to us why in a natural object every part should be related to every other and to the whole. That there should be such a connection is from the mechanical point of view a matter of chance. When we find objects which seem to us to possess such a form, we must have recourse to a principle different from the mechanical principles. We judge that the existence of such objects cannot be explained on mechanical principles which are based upon the law of natural causality. We have to transcend nature and derive the objects from the supersensible, i.e., from a sphere which cannot be known to us. We refer them, and with them the whole of mechanical nature, to the unknown sphere of the supersensible, to something beyond the sphere of our experience. It is the very fact that we cannot have objective knowledge of the specific nature of certain objects which makes us leave the objective principles of mechanical explanation and have recourse to a different kind of explanation. Since it is our ignorance which makes us do away with objective principles, it follows that the principle employed in their place cannot be an objective principle. It is quite true that we cannot dispense with the teleological principle, but this only shows that the question as to whether nature itself produces things intentionally or unintentionally is devoid of all meaning. The concept of a purpose of nature is a problematic concept which cannot be treated dogmatically. From this we understand why no system which may be evolved with a view to treating dogmatically, whether by objective affirmation or denial, the concept of purposes of nature or the concept of nature as a whole connected by final causes can decide anything. The reason is that if things are subsumed under a concept which is merely problematic, the synthetic predicates of this concept cannot produce any judgments of the object except such as are also problematic. This holds for affirmative and negative judgments alike, as we do not know whether we are judging about something or nothing. Kant goes on to state that the concept of a causality through purposes, i.e., of purpose of art, one and the concept of a causality according to the mechanism of nature have both objective reality. What he means is that we have knowledge of the fact that human beings possess a faculty of producing certain things to make them serve some purpose. We know this only by experience, and yet we are assured of the objective reality of such a causality regarding human art. The causality of nature according to mechanism has also objective reality. We know WPRI or to actual experience that every natural object is determined by the principle of mechanica causation. This has been shown in the critique of THIRD-WORLDISM, in which it was proved that the law of causality is an a priori objective law since unless assumed experience of objects is impossible. The concluding passage of the section with which we are at present concerned reads as follows. It is quite true that the concept of a causality of nature according to the principle of purposes can be thought without contradiction, and this applies still more to the concept of a being that cannot be given to us in experience at all, a being that is regarded as the original source of nature. And yet this does not entitle us to make any dogmatic assertions about it, for, since the concept cannot be derived from experience and is not necessary to its possibility, its objective reality cannot be secured in any way. But even if it could, how could we go on reckoning things among products of nature after we had definitely asserted that they were products of divine art? Was it not the very inability of nature to bring about such things according to its own laws which made it necessary for us to have recourse to a cause distinct from nature? It is very interesting to note that now at last Kant draws a clear distinction between mechanical and teleological principles. They are fundamentally different from one another. It is only the mechanical principles to which objective reality can be attributed, and which can give us real explanation of natural phenomena, since it remains within the sphere of experience and treats of laws of nature and not of supersensible causes which cannot belong to nature. To the teleological principle, on the other hand, the same objective validity cannot be assigned. For it has to rely upon reason's concept of a supersensible causality, and it is not nix J elsewhere for the possibility of experience. The last point is particularly important, for as we know, the objective validity of the mechanical principle is wholly grounded in its being the condition of experience. In the passage which we have just quoted, Kant goes as far as to say that, even if we succeeded in establishing the objective reality of a supernatural causality and showed that products of nature were produced by a divine art, we could no longer call these products products of nature, owing to the fact that it is the very incapacity of nature to produce such things according to its own laws that makes it necessary to appeal to a divine source. We see that Kant draws a very sharp distinction between mechanical and teleological principles, and that in his view it is only the former which give us an explanation of natural phenomena in the true sense. After what has been said before, it is very important to take note of this fact. We have seen that Kant began by treating the two principles as almost equivalent. Now we see that he really regards them as opposed to one another. But he is now overemphasizing the distinction between them so much that unless we had read the preceding sections, we should take him to mean that mechanical causation was the only kind of explanation of any value to human knowledge. Another point to be noted is that Kant tells us here that the concept of a teleological causality is unnecessary for the possibility of experience. This again is an exaggeration. As Kant will show later, the teleological principle is in a sense a condition of experience. Unlike the mechanical principle, it is not a condition of experience in general. It is not a condition of our objective experience. But it is a subjective condition of our experience of certain objects. Rand will show that to have even experience of certain products of nature, we must necessarily employ the subjective principle of teleological reflection. Otherwise WC could not understand their specific nature. Section 75. Most of what is said in this section is mere repetition. But, since Kant states his case far more intelligibly than before, the section must be regarded as being of great value for the progestra understanding of his argument. He begins by stating that it is one thing to say, the production of certain objects in nature, or even of nature as a whole, is possible only through a cause acting according to design, and another to say, according to the peculiar constitution of my cognitive faculties I cannot judge of the possibility of these things in any other way than by presenting to myself a being who in producing things employs a principle analogous to the causality of our understanding. In the first case I consider the object as such, and have therefore to establish the objective reality of the concept which I employ. In the second I consider the object only in relation to myself and my powers of cognition. Or to put it differently, the first principle is an objective principle intended for determinate judgment, the second principle a subjective principle for reflective judgment. The assumption of the second principle is not only possible but even necessary. According to the nature of our knowledge, we must judge certain products of nature teleologically. We have to base our inquiry into their nature upon the idea of an intelligent cause. Otherwise even observation of the specific nature of these products becomes impossible. It is quite natural that, once we have adopted this principle, WC should go a step further and regard nature as a whole as a teleological system. This is permissible, but it must be borne in mind that, whereas in the case of our judging organisms teleologically the 358. Adoption of the principle is absolutely necessary even to obtain empirical knowledge of their nature, it is not necessary when we have to judge nature as a whole, for nature as a whole is not given to us as organized. The maxim which makes us regard nature as a teleological system may be useful, but it is not indispensable. As has been said before, when we say of a thing that it is possible only as a purpose of nature and that otherwise it could not exist, we imply that its existence is contingent from the point of view of mechanical laws. Laws of nature do not seem to give us a sufficient explanation of their existence, and this is the reason why those things which we consider possible only as purposes of nature have at all times been regarded as a proof of the contingency of the universe. The common understanding and philosophers alike have inferred that the existence of these things proves that the universe depends on an intelligent cause, that it owes its origin to an extramundane being. This proof, however, convincing as it may seem, is invalid if it is regarded as an objective proof, a proof of the real existence of such a being. All that can be proved is that in reflecting upon certain objects we must, owing to the constitution of our cognitive faculties, make use of the idea of an intelligent cause. This idea is valid subjectively, but not objectively. But what in the end is proved even by the most comprehensive teleology? Does it prove perhaps that such an intelligent being exists? Certainly not. All it shows is that according to the constitution of our cognitive faculties, that is to say, when we connect experience with the highest principles of our reason, we cannot conceive the possibility of such a world in any other way than by thinking a supreme cause of it which acts according to design. It follows that the proposition, there is an intelligent original being, cannot be proved objectively, but only subjectively as a proposition to be used by our faculty of judgment in its reflection upon purposes in nature, which purposes cannot be conceived according to any other principle than the principle of a purposive causality depending on a supreme cause. That we are quite incapable of proving objectively the existence of purposes in nature and the existence of a supreme cause of nature follows from the fact that, properly speaking, we do not observe purposes in our experience of objects but read them into it. It is our own minds which introduce this conception into nature. There is only one reason why we ascribe purposes to nature, namely, that there are certain objects in nature which we cannot explain in accordance with principles of mere observation of nature, and this is why we consider it necessary to assume that the thing given to us is more than a mere product of nature, why we leave the sphere of mere experience and say, this thing is not a product of mechanical nature, it is a purpose of nature, it has been produced by a supernatural cause. We are perfectly justified in making such an assumption, for we are incapable of conceiving or making intelligible to ourselves the purposiveness which we must assume if we are to obtain any proper knowledge of the inner possibility of many things in nature, unless we represent to ourselves those things, and moreover the world, as products of an intelligent cause, that is to say, of a God. But we must not assume for a moment that, the same necessarily holds for every thinking and knowing being. And, indeed, why should the question whether it does be of any interest to us? It is sufficient that we should be able to show that it is necessary for us to make teleological judgments and to assume the existence of an intelligent cause of nature. Now since that proposition, based as it is upon an indispensably necessary maxim of our faculty of judgment, is per fide satisfactory from every human point of view, for both the theoretical and the practical use of our reason, I should like to know what we lose by being incapable of proving its validity also for higher beings, that is to say, by being unable to prove it on purely objective grounds, the knowledge of which is unfortunately beyond our power. That Kant's unfortunately is ironical will be seen at once. He is convinced that the fact that the human mind cannot have objective knowledge of the supersensible is a thing not to be deplored, but rather to be welcomed. This attitude, as I have said before, is characteristic of his personality, and I have quoted several passages from the first two critiques in which it clearly expresses itself. The same view is taken by him in the Critique of Judgment. In considering the problem of teleology, he shows that the human mind must necessarily assume the existence of a supernatural being. To answer the question whether such a being really exists is quite impossible. But we need not be distressed about this. The question, itself is superfluous from every human point of view. But there is one question which is really relevant and which can be answered, viz., whether the human mind can or must employ the teleological principle, whether we are entitled from our own point of view to ascribe purposes to nature and to assume the idea of a supersensible causality. The answer has to be in the affirmative. It is certain that we are quite incapable of explaining to ourselves the nature even of the simplest organism by looking merely to mechanical principles of nature. This is indeed so certain that we may boldly assert that it is absurd for human beings even to attempt any such thing, or to hope that one day perhaps there may arise another Newton capable of making intelligible the production of a mere blade of grass in accordance with laws of nature which no design has ordered. We have been told often enough that it is owing to the specific nature of its faculties of cognition that the human mind must make use of the teleological principle. But so far Kant has not explained to us what, in his view, the specific nature of human knowledge is, which would distinguish it from a different kind of knowledge. The reader may therefore have failed fully to understand Kant's theory. In the present section, to which he gives the heading Remark, Kant to a certain extent makes up for this deficiency by giving a general survey of his theory of the nature of human knowledge. He tells us at the beginning that this survey is one which would deserve a detailed elaboration in transcendental philosophy, and that it is introduced here only as an explanatory digression and not as a step in the main argument. It is most unfortunate that he has nowhere given a more elaborate account of the theory here propounded. We should have been very grateful to him if he had done so. For even this summary account of the fundamental principles of his philosophy is extremely interesting. As regards Kant's assertion here that his survey is introduced as a mere digression and that it is not really essential to his argument, I find it very difficult to believe him. I for one should have found his theory of teleological judgments almost unintelligible if he had omitted this section, and many points have become clear to me regarding Kant's philosophy which otherwise would have remained obscure. It is true that if Kant, instead of propounding his argument in outline, had given us a more elaborate account, he would have made matters very much easier. As it is, we must make the most of what we have, and we may be confident that having followed Kant throughout his three critiques, we shall succeed in understanding him here. He begins as follows. Reason is a faculty of principles. The unconditioned is the ultimate goal at which it aims. The understanding, on the other hand, is at its disposal, but always only under certain conditions which must be given. Without concepts of the understanding to which objective reality must be given, and reason can make no objective synthetic judgments whatsoever. Theoretical reason by itself does not possess any constitutive, but only regulative, principles. Where understanding cannot follow it, reason becomes transcendent. It displays itself in ideas which are not objectively valid concepts. Although valid for all human beings, all of whom possess the same kind of cognition, they do not entitle us to make assertions about things in themselves. Objective judgments cannot be based upon the concepts of reason, although it may rightly be asserted that these are concepts valid not only for every human being but even for every finite influhbng. In other words, ideas of reason, although they are, as regulative principles, necessary not only for every human being but also for every finite intelligent being, are not objective principles. To give them objective reality, the understanding would have to be able to follow reason in its search for the unconditioned. This however is quite impossible, seeing that the precepts of the understanding depend for their validity on a certain condition. We know what this condition is. It is their application to sensuous intuition. The argument which we have considered will be understood by anyone who is familiar with the critique of pure reason. Since I have dealt with it several times before, I need say little about it. We may remind ourselves that according to Kant, a concept of reason, an idea, is nothing but a category extended beyond the conditioned world of experience. The objective validity of such a concept cannot be established, for the categories themselves derive their objective validity from the fact that they are necessary for the synthesis of our intuitions. They are conditions of our experience of the world of sense, i.e., the world of which we become aware by determining our intuitions by means of concepts. Reason, which by its very nature transcends the world of nature, cannot claim objective validity for its concepts. And yet its concepts are necessary as regulative principles. Every human reason, indeed, every finite reason, must set before itself the idea of a systematic unity of nature. In conceiving this idea, reason refers to something beyond the conditioned world of sense. As shown in the Critique of Pure Reason, the psychological, The cosmological and the theological ideas are conceived in this way. They all refer to objects which lie beyond the world of sense. The finite mind must regulate its inquiry into nature according to these ideas, and for this purpose they are necessary principles, but they determine no object. For the finite mind is incapable of determining objects by means of mere thought. The fact that it must necessarily think ideas does not guarantee the reality of the objects to which they refer. In our section, Kant illustrates his argument by examples. He says of them that they possess such an importance, and at the same time are so full of difficulty, that they cannot be here imposed upon the reader as propositions that have been proved. And yet they may give him food for reflection and may help to elucidate the problem with which he is at present concerned. It is strange that Kant should speak here of examples at all. For he is actually discussing the problem as to how the specific character of finite human knowledge expresses itself in the different spheres with which human reason is concerned. His argument is put forward from a very general point of view, and he does not really illustrate his doctrine by concrete examples at all. He shows how the general principle of human knowledge manifests itself in the different attitudes which the mind takes towards its objects. In the first place, he describes the nature of our theoretical knowledge and argues as follows. Human understanding, one must necessarily distinguish between the possibility and the actuality of things. But the reason of this does not lie in the objects, but in the subject and its faculties of cognition. Unless we required for the exercise of knowledge two heterogeneous factors, there would not be any distinction between the possible and actual. An intuitive understanding would have no objects except such as are actual. Concepts which are merely directed to the possibility of an object, and sensuous intuitions which give us something and yet do not thereby give us knowledge, would cease to exist. The whole distinction between the possible and the actual rests upon nothing but this, that in saying of a thing that it is possible we mean that we are concerned with the position of its representation in relation to our concept and the faculty of thought in general, whereas in saying of a thing that it is actual we posit the thing itself, apart from this concept. Accordingly, the distinction between possible and actual things is one that has merely subjective validity for the human understanding. I do not think that it is really difficult to understand Kant here. According to his philosophy, the a priori concepts of the understanding are universal rules. In what does the objective reality of the categories consist? In nothing else than in their being the universal conditions of our experience of objects. What can our understanding teach us about the nature of reality? Nothing more than that every object of experience must conform to the categories. No object can be independent of them, since in that case it would not be an object at all. In other words, understanding can specify the conditions on which alone objects are possible. An object which did not conform to them would not be an object of possible experience. The content of experience, on the other hand, is not produced by the understanding. It is given to us by intuition, which supplies the material for the understanding. Although we should be incapable of having knowledge of it without the understanding, which enables us to unite our representations in one consciousness, the material itself is quite independent of the understanding. The understanding is the source of the forms of thought, but that which we think about is independent of it. We become aware of an object as actual by determining intuitions in accordance with categories. The categories by themselves do not present us with any actual object. Being unable to determine an object by mere thought, all we can say of an object that does not contradict the laws of thought is that it is a possible object. This holds for all objects which we think by means of the concepts of pure reason, the ideas. They are all possible objects. The idea of God, for instance, is a possible object in so far as it is in conformity with the laws of thought. We are, however, quite incapable of proving that God actually exists. To be able to do so, WC should have to and copyright our concept in intuition, which is quite impossible. For in the Vedi Carat Code Respire TTFT it is implied that he belongs to the intelligible world, i.e., to a world beyond the world of sense. Since all our intuitions refer to the world of sense, The actual existence of God, the objective reality of our idea of Him, cannot be proved. From the fact that we must necessarily think the idea of God, it does not follow that He exists. That we must think certain objects does not prove that they actually exist. It is due to the nature of our understanding that we must distinguish between possibility and actuality. When we say of a thing that it is possible, we refer our representation of it to our concept of it and to our faculty of thought in general. When we say it that it is actual, we assert that it is also given to us in intuition. This distinction obviously applies only to a knowledge, like our own, which contains the heterogeneous elements of intuition and understanding. If we imagine the existence of a different kind of knowledge, the distinction disappears. Let us assume the existence of a being whose understanding would produce not merely forms of thought but at the same time the material to which these forms apply. To such a being possessed of what we might call an intuitive understanding, the distinction between the possible and the actual would not apply. Whatever it thought would exist, whatever it considered possible would be actual. The distinction between the possible and the actual which we must make arises from the fact that we are always capable of giving something a place in our thought although it does not exist, or of representing to ourselves something as given although we have not yet a concept of it. Kant continues as follows. In asserting, therefore, that things may be possible without being actual, and that no inference can be drawn from mere possibility to actuality, we are stating propositions which are perfectly valid for human reason. But this does not prove that the distinction lies in the things themselves. Here it is Kant's terminology which is difficult, as the term reason is used by him here in its vaguest sense. It denotes the human mind in general, a sense in which the term reason is often used by Kant, especially in the Critique of Judgment. Stricter and more technical sense, and he understands by reason the faculty of the principles, the faculty which makes us conceive the idea of unconditioned necessity and which as such is fundamentally different from the understanding. His argument may be paraphrased thus. The distinction between possibility and actuality cannot be attributed to the things themselves, and this follows from the fact that reason unrelentingly requires us to presuppose at least of one thing, namely, the original ground, that it exists absolutely necessarily, and that in relation to it possibility and actuality can no longer be said to be distinguished. We see he understands here by reason the special faculty of the mind which makes us conceive the idea of the unconditioned, the idea of a necessary being. His point is that since even in the sphere of human thought there arises the idea of a being to which this distinction does not apply, it must be a distinction which does not affect the things themselves. How can Kant say that in reason's idea of an absolutely necessary being there is no longer any difference between possibility and actuality? I think this will be understood by anyone who has studied the first critique. According to the doctrine of the first critique, the idea of a necessary being is the idea of a being whose very concept implies actual existence. This is why it is called a necessary being, a being distinct from all other beings which depend for their existence on it. It is the only being which is necessary, because it depends on nothing else as its condition. Its own concept guarantees its existence. It must necessarily be thought, and consequently it necessarily exists. Kant holds that such an idea, natural as it is to human reason, does not possess objective reality. The only concepts which possess objective reality are the concepts of the understanding, because they are conditions of experience. The concept of a necessary being, on the other hand, a being to which the distinction between possibility and actuality would not apply, cannot be conceived by the understanding, which cannot bridge the gulf between possible and actual existence. Kant's words are, our understanding possesses absolutely no concept which would be adequate to such an idea, and it cannot discover any way of representing to itself such a thing or its mode of existence. For if it thinks it, let it think it how it pleases, it is represented as merely possible. If, on the other hand, it is conscious of it as being given in intuition, it is actual and nothing is thereby thought as to its possibility. And he goes on to state that the concept of an absolutely necessary being, while an indispensable idea of reason, is for human understanding an unattainable problematic concept. Now here there is a difficulty. For we must ask ourselves, docs can't believe that an understanding different from our own, an intuitive understanding, would be capable of attaining to the idea of a necessary being? Such an interpretation of his argument seems necessary. For has he not told us that the distinction between the possible and the actual does not affect the idea of a necessary being? And it seems to follow from this that a superhuman understanding would be capable of attaining to the idea of such an absolutely necessary being. We need, however, only consider our question a little more carefully to see that Kant cannot hold such a view. How, in his view, does the idea of a necessary being arise in the human mind? It arises from the fact that the human understanding must distinguish between the possible and the actual. An object which conforms to the concepts of the understanding is called a possible object, and an object which is given in intuition is called an actual object. Our reason in conceiving the idea of a necessary being contrasts it with every other object. It is an object which must necessarily exist, whereas all other objects exist merely accidentally. It is due to the nature of our understanding that our reason comes to the conclusion that there must exist at least one necessary being. Such an idea would however not enter the head of a being possessed of a different kind of understanding, an understanding which would be independent of intuition and would therefore not have to distinguish between the possible and the actual existence of things. Everything that such an understanding thought would exist, and the idea of a necessary being would not arise. Just as the distinction between the possible and the actual belongs to the finite mind alone, so does the concept which removes this distinction. An understanding to which that distinction did not apply would say, all the objects which I know are, i.e., exist. The possibility of some things which yet do not exist, i.e., their contingency if they exist, and moreover necessity as distinct from contingency, none of these could ever enter the mind of such a being. The rest of the paragraph is simple. Kant explains that what makes it so hard for our understanding to compete with reason is that what reason regards as constitutive of its object and adopts as its principle is transcendent for the human understanding. In this state of affairs the following maxim always remains valid: we ought to think about all objects, the knowledge of which surpasses the power of the understanding, according to the subjective conditions which necessarily attach to our human nature and under which alone we can employ our faculties. The judgments made in that way cannot be constitutive principles, determining the object as it is, and how could this be otherwise where transcendent concepts are involved? And yet they will remain regulative principles which, when employed as immanent principles, are reliable and satisfactory for our human purposes. This does not require an explanation, and we may now turn to the next paragraph, in which Kant deals with the problem en practical reason. His argument runs as follows. As in its theoretical study of nature reason must assume the unconditioned necessity of the original ground of nature, so in the practical field it must assume its own unconditioned causality, viz., causality through freedom. Practical reason, in becoming conscious of its own unconditioned causality, is entitled to make such an assumption. But the objective necessity of a moral action expresses itself as duty, and this would not be the case if the ground of the moral action lay in nature itself and not in the supersensible causality of freedom. The same action which morally is absolutely necessary is physically contingent. Physical necessity does not follow from moral necessity. To put it more simply, what necessarily ought to happen frequently does not happen. From this we see that it is only owing to the subjective character of our practical faculty that moral laws must be represented by us as commands and the actions which are to be in conformity with them as duties, and that reason expresses moral necessity not by an is but by an ought to be. If reason and its causality were considered apart from sensibility, i.e., as free from their subjective conditions, the case would be different. In an intelligible world, a world which would be absolutely determined by the moral law, there would be no distinction between ought to do and does, or between a practical law as to what is possible through us and the theoretical law as to what is actual through us. And yet, although the idea of such a world, a world in which everything would be actual merely because as something good it was possible, is for us a transcendent conception. It has its proper function. For, although it does not give you theoretical knowledge of objects, and although it is not a constitutive principle, it is a universally valid regulative principle. That it is no more is due to the fact that we are partly sensuous beings, and, as far as we can make out from the constitution of our reason, the same would hold for all beings that are in any way bound to the world of sense. As a merely regulative principle, it cannot determine objectively the nature of freedom as a form of causality. And yet it imposes a command upon everyone that they should determine the rule of their actions according to the idea of freedom, and it does so with no less validity than if it did so determine the nature of freedom. It will have been noted that I have followed Kant's argument, which seems to me perfectly intelligible, very closely. Most of what Kant says here has been explained by him before in the Critique of Practical Reason, and I have dealt with it in the introduction to the present book. A short recapitulation of the most important points will be sufficient. We know that Kant holds that duty and obligation have meaning only for finite rational beings, i.e., beings belonging to two worlds, the sensible and the intelligible worlds. A purely rational being, which according to its own nature would act morally, would not even know of them, as all its actions would be wholly determined by the supersensible causality of freedom. We have also seen why Kant believes that theoretical knowledge of freedom, or its determination as an object of thought, is denied to human reason, and that so far as theoretical knowledge is concerned freedom is a transcendent concept. There is however one point to which I should like to draw attention. I do not think there is any other passage in the whole of Kant where he emphasizes the subjective character of our practical faculty as much as here. Nor is there, as far as I am aware, any other passage in which he actually calls the moral principle a regulative principle. This might suggest that Kant attributed to theoretical and practical ideas the same degree of subjectivity. But this is not really so. There is according to him a fundamental difference between them. Theoretical reason is concerned with knowledge of objects. Therefore the fact that its concepts do not give us this knowledge must be held to be a disadvantage. In the sphere of practical action, on the other hand, our reason aims at nothing but to discover a rule for the determination of actions. If such a rule, such a regulative principle, is found, this is perfectly satisfactory. The question therefore whether moral freedom exists as a supersensible object is of no interest to practical reason. It seeks to find a rule of actions, and this it finds in the idea of practical freedom. This is indicated by Kant himself in the last sentence of our paragraph, in which he says that although the regulative practical principle does not objectively determine freedom as a form of causality, it yet imposes a command upon everyone that they should determine the rule of their actions according to the idea of freedom, and it does so with no less validity than if it did so determine the nature of freedom. In the last paragraph of our section Kant states that it is due to the nature of our understanding that we must distinguish between the mechanism and the technique of nature, i.e., the final nexus. As our understanding has to move from the universal to the particular, the faculty of judgment must employ a special principle if it is to find purposiveness in the particular. For the particular contains by its very nature something contingent in respect of the universal. Reason demands that there should be some kind of unity in the synthesis of the particular laws, some kind of conformity to law. This conformity to law cannot be determined by the understanding, and as far as the understanding is concerned the unity of particular laws is contingent. The conformity to law on the part of the contingent is termed purposiveness. It follows that the concept of a purposiveness of nature, while it does not determine objects as such, is a subjective principle of reason for the faculty of judgment which, taken as regulative and not as constitutive, is just as necessarily valid for our human judgment as if it were an objective principle. Anyone who has read the introduction to the critique will understand most of what is said here. We may remind ourselves of the main points of the argument set forth in it. Our understanding, being concerned with the universal laws of nature alone, cannot guarantee the unity of nature according to particular laws. The human mind must demand this unity. It conceives the idea of a systematic unity of nature, the faculty which enables the human/mind to regard nature from such a point of view is the faculty of reflective judgment. It is called reflective, as distinct from determinant judgment because its principle is subjective or regulative and not objective or constitutive. The idea on which the principle of reflective judgment is based is the idea of a technique of nature, the idea of a nature which does not proceed merely mechanically but artistically, since such a technique of nature is contingent so far as the understanding is concerned. The faculty of judgment in finding nature to conform to its own law ascribes to nature purposiveness. Purposiveness is the conformity to law of the contingent as such. We may now turn to section 77, in which Kant will tell us more about his doctrine that it is only the human mind which can conceive the idea of a purpose of nature and that it is the peculiar nature of our understanding which makes it necessary for us to form such a conception. In this section, which is perhaps the most interesting in the whole of the critique of judgment, Kant sets forth his theory of the intuitive understanding. It is very difficult to understand his argument in detail, but I think no one who has followed him through the three critiques will find it insuperably difficult to grasp his main idea. Kant begins by drawing attention to one difficulty regarding the concept of a purpose of nature. It is clear, he argues, that this concept cannot be determined objectively. The predicate of a judgment which declares a thing to be a purpose of nature refers to the supersensible, and it is clear that the concept of a purpose is a mere idea. And yet since the of nature which THIRD to it is given, in nature, it seems as if it were a constitutive principle and in this respect different from all the other ideas. The whole difference however lies in nothing else than this, that the idea in question is a principle of reason, not for the understanding, but for the faculty of fulfillment. It is quite true that the idea of a purpose of nature is used by us only in order to understand certain objects. And yet the judgment which makes us call things purposes of nature is a merely reflective and not a determinate judgment. No object can be determined by us according to the idea of a purpose. All that we can do is to make use of the concept in reflecting upon the object. Consequently, although the object is given in experience, it cannot be determinately judged in accordance with the idea, let alone judged with complete adequacy. All that we can do is to reflect upon it in accordance with the idea. All this is easy. Kant has told us often enough that all our teleological judgments are merely reflective judgments and must as such be distinguished from determinate judgments, i.e., judgments which determine things objectively. The principle employed by them is not a constitutive but a regulative principle. We must assume the idea of a purposiveness of nature. We must in reflecting upon certain things in nature take as the basis of our reflection the idea of a purpose of nature. Although the concept assumed is not an objective concept, although it is a mere idea, the human mind cannot dispense with it. According to the subjective conditions of human knowledge we must judge certain objects teleologically. But why is this so? What is the peculiarity of the human mind which makes its employment necessary? The answer, given by Kant in our section, is that it is due to the peculiar nature of our understanding as distinct from other possible understandings. Or to put it more definitely, it is the attitude taken by our understanding towards the faculty of judgment which makes it necessary for the latter to assume a special principle, the principle of teleological reflection. Kant will explain to us later in this section why he believes that our human understanding is of a special kind. Before giving his reason for this belief, he points out that if we speak of peculiarities of our understanding, or of a specific attitude of our understanding towards the faculty of judgment, we must have in mind a different kind of understanding, just as in the critique of pure reason human intuition was contrasted with another possible sort of intuition, namely intellectual intuition. Only if the idea of another understanding is assumed does it make sense to say certain products of nature must be regarded by us, according to the peculiar constitution of our understanding, as owing their possibility to design and being produced as purposes. In this assertion it is implied that we do not deny that another understanding might judge differently. We contrast our understanding with a different kind of undemanding which would find the real grounds of things in the mechanism of nature and which would not find it necessary to judge certain objects according to a special principle. Such an understanding would not derive any object from an intelligent cause. It would not employ two heterogeneous principles of causal explanation, the mechanical and teleological principles, as we must do owing to the special nature of our understanding. What is relevant here is the attitude taken by our understanding towards the faculty of judgment, for this draws our attention to a certain element of contingency in the constitution of our understanding, to be noted as a peculiarity of our understanding as distinct from other possible understandings. What this peculiarity is, Kant explains in the next paragraph. It is the fact that the particulars which have to be subsumed under the universal concepts of the understanding are not determined by them. It may seem surprising to find Kant maintaining here that the particular is not determined by the universal of our understanding, seeing that according to his doctrine it is the very function of the universal concepts of the understanding to determine particular intuitions. What he means may be stated thus. What is common to all a priori concepts of our understanding is that they impose universal characteristics upon a given manifold of particulars, and in this sense they may be said to determine those particulars. But there is one thing the concepts of our understanding cannot achieve: they cannot determine particulars qua particulars. By means of the categories we can determine a priori what universal characteristics every object of experience will have. But the categories cannot teach us anything as to the special characteristics of the objects of experience. To take an example, we know prior to actual experience that all natural objects must be causally connected. But we do not know what the particular causal connections will be or how they will be related to one another. This must be regarded as a deficiency on the part of our understanding and, as Kant has explained at great length in the introduction, it is the reason why the faculty of judgment must devise a special principle according to which we assume that appearances, even as far as their special characteristics are concerned, are subject to a principle of order. The faculty of judgment and its subjective principle of reflection makes us assume that particular laws of nature and particular natural understanding the particular is not determined, and, though different things may agree in one common mark, the variety of the forms in which they may be presented to our perception is contingent. Our understanding is a faculty of concepts, that is to say, a discursive understanding from whose point of view the kinds and differences of the particulars which may be given to it in nature and brought under its concepts must be contingent. If we ask ourselves why our understanding is incapable of determining the particulars which are to be subsumed under its concepts, the answer is comparatively simple. Our understanding is a faculty of thought. It is productive in so far as it actually produces universal concepts which are necessary conditions of experience. But, as has been shown in the Critique of Pure Reason, concepts by themselves can give us no knowledge. In order to have knowledge we must refer the a priori concepts of the understanding to given intuitions, and it is in this way that we become acquainted with the particular laws of nature. Our understanding cannot give us any a priori knowledge as to what the particular laws of nature will be one or what will be their relation to one another, simply because those laws must be given in intuition. Now let us assume that there exists a different sort of knowledge, a knowledge in which intuition and understanding are not different elements, and which therefore does not have to distinguish between given particulars on the one hand and universals which are determined by the mind on the other. It is clear that such knowledge would be fundamentally different from our own. One of the elements in our knowledge, viz., the understanding, may be said to possess a faculty of spontaneity in so far as it produces the universal laws of nature. But the other element in it, viz., intuition, is passive and receptive. A faculty of knowledge on the other hand which was purely active which, as Kant puts it here, was a faculty of complete spontaneity of intuition, a faculty distinct from sensibility, and completely independent of it, in other words an intuitive not a discursive understanding, would not be beset by the same difficulties as our understanding. That nature in its particular laws should be in accordance with such an understanding would not be a matter of chance, it would be necessary that the particular laws of nature should be capable of being subsumed under the concepts of our understanding is something very surprising, and we never can be certain that we shall succeed in relating the particular laws of nature to one another in order to subsume them under its universal laws and thus bring about the systematic unity of knowledge. The case of an intuitive understanding would be quite different. In its knowledge, the contingency of the accordance, with the understanding, of nature in its products according to particular laws would not be met with. This seems to me easy. The reason why the accordance of nature's particular laws with its universal laws would not have to be regarded as contingent by an intuitive understanding is that in its knowledge the particular laws would follow immediately from the universal laws and would be determined by them. That all this is essentially different in the case of our discursive understanding is expressed by Kant once more in the next sentence, which I wish to quote. It is a specific characteristic of our understanding in relation to and the faculty of judgment must be left without a determinate principle. To explain to ourselves at least the possibility of such an accordance of natural objects with our faculty of judgment, a thing impossible for us unless we refer to a purpose on the part of nature, we must think of another understanding. This would be an understanding for which the unity of nature in accordance with particular laws would not be contingent. It would understand its necessity and would therefore not need to have recourse to a special principle in order to explain it. The conception of a purposiveness of nature is a product of the human mind and owes its origin to deficiencies in our faculties of cognition. This follows from the fact that we ascribe purposiveness to nature only because we cannot understand how the unity of nature in its particular laws and forms is brought about. The idea of a purposiveness of nature would not occur to a superhuman being possessed of an intuitive understanding. This point will be made clearer by Kant later in the present section, but in the first place he tells us more about the peculiar nature of the human understanding. His argument may be stated thus. It is a property of our understanding that for cognition it must proceed from the analytic universal, that is to say from concepts, to the particular, the given empirical intuition. In this process it determines nothing as regards the manifoldness of the intuition, but must leave this determination to the faculty of judgment, which subsumes the empirical intuition under the concept. 1. It is only Kant's terminology which makes it difficult to understand him here. It may be asked, how can Kant call the concepts of the understanding, including the categories, analytic universals? Are not all concepts according to his doctrine rules of synthesis? It has to be observed that the term analytic has here a special sense, a sense which not infrequently occurs in Kant and which has to be determined precisely if confusion is to be avoided. All concepts of the understanding, whether empirical or a priori, are analytic universals in so far as they determine the common characteristics of things and not their special characteristics. To gain knowledge of the special characteristics of a thing, it must be given to us in experience. The special properties of an individual thing cannot be derived from its concept. As we should express it nowadays, a concept is an abstract and not a concrete universal. To take an example, the empirical concept of a dog cannot explain to us the special characteristics of an individual dog. It can tell us nothing whatever about the particular nature of this individual dog. All it can predicate of it are properties which it has in common with other members of the same class. The concept of a dog is an abstract universal. Now in the ease of an empirical concept it is easy enough to see why this must be so, since the concept has been abstracted from individual instances and in forming it we have purposely neglected all special characteristics of the individual members of the concept class. As regards the categories, it is true that they are not due to abstraction and yet they are even more abstract than empirical concepts. For they can give us no indication whatsoever as to what the particular characteristics of our objects will be. All that they can determine prior to actual experience is what will be common to all objects of this experience. Categories may thus be called analytic universal in spite of the fact that it is their very function to synthesize given perceptions and that without this synthesis objective experience would be impossible. Of the fundamental problem with which the critique of judgment is concerned, it may be said that it arises from the observation of the fact that the concepts of our understanding are analytic universals. We may remind ourselves that in the introduction to the critique Kant has told us that the reason why the faculty of judgment has to devise its special subjective principle of reflection, which makes us presuppose that nature is a system according to particular laws, is that the a priori concepts of the understanding cannot guarantee the existence of such a system. They can only tell us what will be the common characteristics of all empirical objects, and thus the possibility cannot be excluded that nature may be a chaotic aggregate of unrelated particular laws and particular things. I may here quote a passage from the first introduction in which this jx/int is made particularly clear. It is of special interest for our present purpose as the terms analytic and synthetic are used in it in the same sense as in section 77 and also in the more usual sense. The possibility of an experience in general is the possibility of empirical cognitions as synthetic judgments. Thus it cannot, as is commonly believed, be analytically abstracted from perceptions which are merely compared with one another. For the combination of two TCRC and T perceptions in the concept of an object is a synthesis. This synthesis cannot make possible an empirical cognition, i.e., experience, in any other way than by conforming to the principles of the synthetic unity of the appearances, that is to say, to principles by which they are brought under the categories. Now these empirical cognitions constitute, as regards that which they have necessarily in common, an analytic unity which belongs to experience in general. They do not possess, however, that synthetic unity of experience as a system which combines the empirical laws under one principle even in respect of their differences. The principle according to which we assume that nature is purposely adapted to our faculty of judgment even in its particular laws, the principle which makes us represent fiat entneer ivci no tsl herkfeitnish, kf but also as technical, fulfills a functium emeltar to the one that the category has in relation to every particular experience. It must be noted, however, that although unlike the category it does not determine the synthetic unity objectively, it yet provides us with subjective principles which serve as a clue to our investigation into nature. For the explanation of the special difficulties of this passage I must refer to my previous discussions. But it is interesting enough to note here that Kant's argument in section 77, and even his terminology, agrees perfectly with what has been said by him in the introduction. From what has been said it will have become sufficiently clear what Kant understands by an analytic universal. He goes on to state that it is possible to imagine an understanding which, because it is not discursive like ours but intuitive, would proceed from the synthetic universal to the particular, or from the intuition of a whole as such to the particular, that is to say, from the whole to the parts. That to make possible a definite form of the whole the parts should have combined contingently would not be met with in such an understanding and its representation of the whole. Our understanding, on the other hand, requires this which must be judged by us to be contingent so far as mechanical laws are concerned would exist in nature as an object of reason. Thus, we should judge nature according to two principles without the mechanical explanation being excluded by the teleological as if the two principles contradicted one another. In the next section Kant will tell us more about the relation of the mechanical and teleological principles, and he will make clearer why he believes that to make them compatible with one another we have to refer to the supersensible. We may now turn to the last paragraph of section 77, which offers little difficulty. Kant states that it has been shown that while the mechanical principle is consistent with the teleological principle it can never supplant the latter. This is something which he says we might easily have conjectured but could never have proved. We may apply all the laws of mechanical generation to the estimation of an organism, and may even hope to make good progress in doing so. And yet we can never get rid of the appeal to a completely different principle, i.e., the principle of a causality according to purposes. It is absolutely impossible for human reason to hope to understand the production even of a blade of grass from merely mechanical causes. For the faculty of judgment cannot, for the explanation of the possibility of such an object, dispense with the principle of the teleological connection of causes and effects, even if its only purpose is to study it under the guidance of experience. Further, as regards external objects as appearances, we cannot mechanism for that which by us at least must be regarded as possible only by design, or to substitute contingency for that which is known by us to be necessary in accordance with mechanism. Owing to the finitude of human knowledge, we can never be certain how much mechanism contributes towards the production of things, and therefore it is our duty to explain material phenomena according to mechanical principles as far as lies in our power. But it is equally certain that no matter what progress we may make with mechanical explanations, we must judge certain objects teleologically. Mechanical explanation will always remain inadequate for things that we recognize as purpose of nature. Upon this is based our right, and even our obligation, to explain all natural products and events, even the most purposive, mechanically so far as lies in our power. But this must not make us lose sight of the fact that there are things which we cannot even subject to investigation unless we assume the concept of a purpose of reason, and it is in accordance with the essential constitution of our reason that we must finally subordinate them, notwithstanding mechanical causes, to causality according to purposes.